Chapter 136. Hey, are you going in or not? If you're not going in, then scram. Just as Fong Chen was surprised by the sword in Tent Canyon, a discordant voice suddenly entered Fong Chen's ears. When Fong Chen heard this, his expression changed. He turned around and saw a young man in luxurious robes standing behind him. What are you looking at? Don't you know who I am? Hurry up and scram. Don't block my path, said the man impatiently. Brat, hurry up and scram. Our senior brother Hua is in a good mood today and doesn't want to bicker with you. Normally, if you dared to block senior brother Hua's path, senior brother Hua would have already broken your legs, said a disciple behind senior brother Hua coldly. The path here is so wide. Why do you have to pass through me? Fong Chen also had a temper. Naturally, he wasn't happy to be spoken to like this for no reason. Brat, do you want to die? You must be a new disciple. In the high-level area, who doesn't know that I am Hua Fei? Do you believe that I won't kill you if you talk to me like this? I don't believe it, said Fong Chen. You! Hua Fei's expression changed. He was about to attack, but he was stopped by the disciple behind him. Senior brother Hua, let's hurry up and go in. Cultivation is more important. There's no need to say anything to this kind of trash. He definitely doesn't have enough spirit stones to enter the sword in Tent Canyon. That's why he's standing here. Hua Fei coldly snorted and fiercely glared at Fong Chen. He immediately paid the spirit stones and entered the sword in Tent Canyon. Fong Chen no longer paid attention to Hua Fei. He took out his identity token and walked straight into the plains. Hua Fei, who had just entered the sword in Tent Canyon, had yet to find a place to cultivate when he discovered that Fong Chen had also entered. How did he get in? Hua Fei was a bit puzzled. However, after a disciple whispered a few words to Hua Fei's expression changed. Hua Fei quickly walked to the entrance and asked, "Disciples who enter the sword in Tent Canyon must pay spirit stones. Why didn't that disciple pay and you let him in?" Faced with Hua Fei's question, the guard replied, "He is a disciple personally appointed by the elders. The sword in Tent Canyon is open to him without restriction." "What do you mean by unrestricted access?" Hua Fei asked. "That's right. In other words, as long as he wants to come, he can come at any time. Furthermore, he doesn't have to pay any spirit stones," the guard said. Hearing the guard's words, Hua Fei was enraged. How could a new disciple enjoy the same treatment as the 4 heavenly kings and the 8 great kings? Hua Fei was not convinced. He walked straight to Fong Chen and said coldly, "Boy, tell me, did you get in through the back door?" "Humph." Faced with Hua Fei's question, Fong Chen coldly snorted and continued to move forward. He was looking for a place to begin his cultivation. Hua Fei's voice attracted the attention of many disciples on the plains. "That's a new disciple, right?" He actually got into a conflict with Hua Fei. Hua Fei is no pushover. His cultivation level is at the peak of the 8th realm of the Qi transformation realm. Even in the advanced district, he can be considered one of the top disciples. Hua Fei is really something. Just because his grandfather is an elder in the advanced district, he can throw his weight around. So many disciples have been bullied by him until they don't dare to say a word. Many disciples were cultivating while discussing in low voices. Fong Chen came to an open space. Feeling that the impact of the sword intent was within his tolerance range, he sat down cross-legged. Crash! The moment Fong Chen sat down cross-legged, a strong sword intent suddenly filled the surroundings of Fong Chen. The dense sword intent continuously penetrated into Fong Chen's mind. This is sword intent. After feeling the sword intent in his mind, Fong Chen's face revealed a trace of shock. Sword intent was much stronger than sword force. Just like that, Fong Chen closed his eyes and began to comprehend sword intent. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. After 3 days, Fang Chen felt that he had reached a bottleneck, so he stood up and left. Seeing that Fang Chen had left, Hua Fei said a few words to his followers before continuing to cultivate. As for the disciples he had brought along, they followed Fang Chen and left. Although Hua Fei's grandfather was an elder in the advanced district, he did not have any special privileges. Once he left the Sword Intent Canyon, he would not be able to enter for a month. It was not easy to enter, so naturally, he would not give up on cultivating because of Fang Chen. Therefore, he left the matter of teaching Fang Chen a lesson to his followers. The strength of his followers had reached the 8th realm of the Qi transformation realm. Although they were not as strong as him, they were enough to teach Fang Chen a lesson. After Fang Chen left the Sword Intent Canyon, he noticed the disciples behind him. He simply stood in place. Fang Chen, you have offended senior brother Hua. From now on, you will not be able to move an inch in the advanced district, a disciple said coldly. Is that so? Fang Chen retorted. Fang Chen, go kowtow to senior brother Hua and apologize. Perhaps he will forgive you. Hearing this, Fang Chen shook his head slightly. Weren't you sent by Hua Fei to teach me a lesson? What are you waiting for? Hearing Fang Chen's words, a few of the disciples revealed puzzled looks. However, in the next moment, one of the disciples took a step forward and said coldly, Fang Chen, you're just a small new disciple. How dare you challenge senior brother Hua? You're courting death. Let me teach you a lesson. As soon as the disciple finished speaking, he waved the long sword in his hand. Sharp sword light filled the sky. Mid-8th realm Qi transformation realm? Fang Chen narrowed his eyes as he watched the disciples attack. Just as the disciple's sword light was about to pierce Fang Chen's body, Fang Chen moved. The hidden dragon sword in his hand suddenly danced. Crack! The hidden dragon sword did not hesitate to hit the sword light, instantly shattering it. In the next moment, Fang Chen put away the hidden dragon sword and clenched his fist, using the solitary void fist. Facing an early 8th realm Qi transformation realm disciple, Fang Chen could easily defeat him with the Tai dispersing sword. But defeating an 8th realm Qi transformation realm disciple with the Tai dispersing sword was a little difficult. Therefore, Fang Chen did not hesitate to use the solitary void fist. Boom! With a punch, the disciple who wanted to teach Fang Chen a lesson was sent flying. How is this possible? The disciples cried out. Fang Chen's fist technique was so powerful that it sent an 8th realm Qi transformation realm disciple flying with one punch. Let's go together and teach him a lesson, another disciple cried out. Suddenly, 4 or 5 disciples attacked together, and a powerful aura swept across the land. Solitary void fist, first punch. Fang Chen pushed the solitary emptiness fist to the extreme and blasted out several punches in succession. Suddenly, several figures were sent flying by Fang Chen. Go back and tell Hua Fei that if he comes looking for trouble again, don't blame me for being ruthless, Fang Chen said coldly. Let's go. The disciples endured the pain all over their bodies and quickly left. After Fang Chen returned to his residence, he began to study the Tai dispersing sword. In today's Sword Will Canyon, Fang Chen was surprised to find that the Golden Heart could actually silently absorb the Sword Will in the Sword Will Canyon. Finally, Fang Chen found that he could actually control the Sword Will absorbed by the Golden Heart. Although it was not his Sword Will, if this Sword Will was integrated into the Tai dispersing sword, its power would definitely increase. Just like that, Fang Chen began to try to study it. 3 days later, Fang Chen finally succeeded in integrating this sword will into the hidden dragon sword. Once the Tai dispersing sword was used, the hidden dragon sword's sword will would instantly explode, and its power would be very strong. Fang Chen made a rough estimate. Once he used this trump card, even a martial artist at the peak of the 8th realm of the Qi transformation realm would not be a match for him. However, this was his trump card, and he could not use it lightly. After successfully integrating the sword will into the hidden dragon sword, Fang Chen found that the golden heart seemed to have weakened a little. Then, Fang Chen took out spiritual stones and began to let the golden heart absorb his. After the golden heart absorbed 200 million mid-grade spiritual stones, it regained its previous liveliness. Could it be that the golden heart's absorption of the sword will consume its energy? Fang Chen wondered. However, even if it consumed energy, it could be replenished with spiritual stones, and it could also make the golden heart stronger. For the current Fang Chen, spiritual stones were nothing. Although the golden heart had absorbed 200 million mid-grade spiritual stones, and there was still 1 billion mid-grade spiritual stones left, it was still a huge sum of money. I'll go to the Sword Will Canyon. Fang Chen made a decision. When Fang Chen appeared in the Sword Will Canyon again, it immediately caused a commotion among the disciples. How is this possible? Didn't he just leave the Sword Will Canyon 3 days ago? How can he still enter now? The Sword Will Canyon can only be entered once a month. How can he enter a second time? Other than the 4 heavenly kings and the 8 great kings, there are no exceptions. Does he have special privileges? In a moment, countless disciples were discussing. However, when Hua Fei said that Fang Chen had special privileges, many of the disciples were in an uproar. Of course, many of them expressed their anger. Why can a new disciple like him enjoy the treatment of the 4 heavenly kings, but we can't? This is not fair. There must be a conspiracy. We can't accept this. Yes, since the elders allowed him to enter the Sword Will Canyon without restriction, they should also allow us to enter. Humph, a new disciple enjoying such treatment. This is the first time I've heard of it. While talking, several disciples left their cultivation positions and slowly walked in front of Fang Chen. Obviously, they wanted to see who Fang Chen was and why he could enjoy special privileges. Boy, you're just a new disciple. How can you enjoy special privileges? A rugged warrior asked coldly. This is the decision of the elders, Fang Chen said indifferently. Chapter 137. So what if I don't accept it? Fang Chen asked. Ling Buyun's face was cold, and his body exuded a terrifying aura. His eyes were filled with anger. He, Ling Buyun, worked hard to earn spirit stones and could only enter the Sword Will Canyon once a month. How could the person in front of him enter the Sword Will Canyon without restriction and without paying spirit stones? What kind of treatment was this? It was the dream of every senior disciple. Kamikaze Kenbu is a place where fists speak. I don't want to waste time talking. If I win, you get out of the Sword Will Canyon. If I lose, we'll forget about this, Ling Buyun said coldly. Fang Chen nodded and said, sure. Crash. Ling Buyun's cultivation was not as strong as Fang Chen's. He was only at the mid-8th realm of the Qi transformation realm. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he took out his long sword and held it in his hand. Draw your sword, Ling Buyun said. Since fists speak, then I'll use my fists to fight you, Fang Chen said indifferently. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the surrounding disciples all felt that Fang Chen was too arrogant. He did not even draw his sword in front of Ling Buyun. Kid, don't regret this. Ling Buyun was furious. This was a humiliation to him. Crack. A cracking sound was heard from Ling Buyun's palm. It was enough to show how furious Ling Buyun was now. Cold Wind Sword Technique. Ling Buyun shouted in a low voice and displayed the Cold Wind Sword Technique. A sword light flashed and suddenly appeared in the sky. Fang Chen frowned slightly when he saw this. He did not expect that Ling Buyun's swordsmanship would actually contain a wisp of sword intent. Although it was an extremely obscure wisp of sword intent, Fang Chen still managed to capture it. This Sword Will Canyon is not bad. Fang Chen sighed. Ling Buyun's sword technique contained a trace of sword intent because he had been cultivating in the Sword Will Canyon. Solitary Void Fist. Fang Chen bellowed and performed the solitary heavenly void fist. The current Fang Chen had already cultivated the first fist to the minute subtlety realm. Its power was much stronger than before. It was a simple punch without any fancy moves. It directly hit the sword radiance that contained the sword will. All the disciples thought that Fang Chen would be sent flying by Ling Buyun, but the result was beyond their expectations. Crack! Fang Chen's fist was like a piece of black iron. It directly shattered Ling Buyun's sword light and then landed a punch on Ling Buyun's body. Even Ling Buyun didn't expect Fang Chen's fist to be so domineering. Caught off guard, Ling Buyun's body flew out. Ling Buyun, who was trying his best to stabilize himself, narrowed his eyes and stared at Fang Chen. His heart was filled with unwillingness. "You've lost." Fang Chen's voice traveled into everyone's ears. Whoosh! The entire plain was in an uproar. Countless disciples were shocked. Fang Chen's fist technique was so domineering that it could send Ling Buyun flying with a single punch. This lad's strength isn't as simple as it seems. Yeah, a new disciple can send Ling Buyun flying with a single punch. He's quite capable. No wonder he wasn't afraid of Ling Buyun's provocation. It turns out that he has nothing to fear. There were different opinions on the plain. "I've lost." Ling Buyun's voice was hoarse as he said in a low voice. After saying this, Ling Buyun turned around and left the Sword Will Canyon. He no longer had the face to continue staying in the Sword Will Canyon. Just after Ling Buyun left, Hua Fei suddenly walked up to Fang Chen. At this moment, Hua Fei's eyes were filled with passion. "Lad, I've investigated you. You're Fang Chen. You're very talented and your strength has also gained my recognition. I need people like you here," Hua Fei said. "As long as you come to me, I can guarantee that no one will dare bully you in the higher regions." Hua Fei added, "Oh, no one will dare bully me? Then you mean that as long as I follow you, I can bully others as I wish?" Fang Chen asked back. Hua Fei was startled, but he soon grinned. There was no need to say such things out loud. "Then I'll go bully the 4 heavenly kings. Can you protect me?" Fang Chen said jokingly. Fang Chen's words immediately shocked the surrounding disciples. Who were the 4 heavenly kings? He actually wanted to bully the 4 heavenly kings. At this moment, Hua Fei also realized that Fang Chen was toying with him. His face darkened as he said coldly, "Fang Chen, you're refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I'm not interested in following you. Furthermore, if I follow you, you won't be able to give me enough benefit." Fang Chen said coldly, "Sorry, I don't want to waste time." With that, Fang Chen found a place to sit down and began to cultivate. Damn it. Seeing this, Hua Fei's heart burned with anger. He swore to himself that he would teach Fang Chen a lesson. The plain was 1,000 meters long. At the end of the plain was the Sword Will Canyon. The sword will there was extremely strong. It was said that even warriors at the peak of the Qi transformation realm could not enter the Sword Will Canyon. Once you got close to the Sword Will Canyon, you would be ravaged by the Sword Will. At this moment, Fang Chen was sitting cross-legged at the edge of the plain, 1,000 meters away from the Sword Will Canyon. Under normal circumstances, disciples at the beginning of the 8th realm of the Qi transformation realm would comprehend the Sword Will at a distance of 1,000 meters. This was because they would not be able to withstand the erosion of the Sword Will if they went any further. Disciples at the middle of the 8th realm of the Qi transformation realm would comprehend at a distance of 900 meters. Disciples at the peak of the 8th realm, such as Hua Fei, would cultivate at a distance of 800 meters. Of course, there were also some talented disciples who were able to get close to the Sword Will Canyon even though they were not very strong. At a glance, there was only one disciple in the entire plain who was closest to the Sword Will Canyon. This disciple was at the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm, and he was cultivating at a distance of 500 meters from the Sword Will Canyon. The rest of the disciples were all cultivating at a distance of 500 meters. Just as Fang Chen was thinking to himself, there was a sudden uproar on the plain. Countless disciples turned their heads to look. My God, it's actually one of the 8 great kings, Jin Jitian. I didn't expect him to come to the Sword Will Canyon. Jin Jitian, one of the 8 great kings. He's usually elusive, but now he's actually in the Sword Will Canyon. It's Jin Jitian. He's emitting a terrifying aura. He's very strong. Many disciples were shocked. Fang Chen looked over and saw that Jin Jitian was wearing an ordinary golden robe. His eyes were deep, and his entire body emitted a terrifying aura. As the crowd discussed, Jin Jitian's body flashed quickly. In the blink of an eye, Jin Jitian was 500 meters away. However, it wasn't over yet. Jin Jitian's figure flashed once again, but this time, his speed was much slower. Finally, Jin Jitian stopped at 400 meters and didn't move forward. Fang Chen was also shocked. He didn't expect any of the 8 great kings to be able to reach 400 meters. So strong. Fang Chen's eyes were burning as he looked at Jin Jitian. He didn't know when he would be able to reach such heights. Jin Jitian stopped at 400 meters to cultivate, and the rest of the disciples gradually calmed down. Fang Chen was shocked. If the 8 great kings were so strong, then how strong would the 4 heavenly kings be? After that, Fang Chen also began to cultivate. 3 days later, Fang Chen noticed that the golden heart had absorbed enough sword will. He immediately stopped cultivating and left the Sword Will Canyon. As soon as he left the Sword Will Canyon, Fang Chen stood on a mountain peak in the advanced area, ready to go back. However, at this moment, a fragrant smell attracted Fang Chen's attention. Fang Chen looked around. This smell came from a cave on the mountainside. What is this fragrance? Fang Chen wondered. Then, Fang Chen decided to go in and see what it was. After a while, Fang Chen walked to the entrance of the cave. The fragrance was even stronger. Fang Chen took a step and entered the cave. After entering the cave, Fang Chen found that there was another world in the cave. In the center of the cave there was a pool. There was a clear stream in the pool, and at the top of the cave there were colorful stones. The entire cave was slightly mysterious. Fang Chen found that the fragrance was coming from the pool. His eyes followed the pool and looked at the center. However, Fang Chen found that there was nothing in the pool. Could it be the stream water? Fang Chen wondered. Then, Fang Chen walked to the edge of the pool. He gently opened his palm and dipped it into the pool. Suddenly, the clear stream water wrapped around Fang Chen's palm. This water. Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. However, at this moment, the water in the center of the pool suddenly splashed. The next moment, a human head suddenly emerged from the pool. When the figure in the pool saw Fang Chen, she was also a little stunned. In the next moment, her face was filled with anger. With a flick of her wrist, the waves in the pool covered her body. Splash! When the waves subsided, the figure in the pool disappeared. At the edge of the pool, a woman in white stood there quietly, as if a goddess had descended to the mortal world. However, her face was full of anger. If looks could kill, Fang Chen would have been killed countless times. After being stunned for a while, Fang Chen finally realized that he had made a big mistake. He revealed an embarrassed smile and slowly stood up. He cupped his hands and said to the woman in white, "I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't see anything." It would have been better if Fang Chen didn't speak. The moment he spoke, the woman in white became even angrier. "Thief, don't you know that this is my territory? How dare you sneak in and watch me cultivate? I'll dig out your eyes," the woman in white said coldly. At the same time, her body emitted a terrifying aura. Fang Chen saw that the woman in white's face was full of anger and was ready to attack. Run! Chapter 138. You want to leave? Seeing Fang Chen try to escape, the white-robed woman's figure flashed, and she appeared behind Fang Chen like a ghost. She reached out and grabbed Fang Chen's clothes. Bang! With a loud crash, Fang Chen's body fell to the ground with his limbs facing the sky. I didn't mean to look. I was just passing by and was attracted by the fragrance of the creek. Fang Chen struggled to get up, his face full of grievance. Humph, I can tell you're not a good person. The white-robed woman coldly snorted and attacked again. Seeing this, Fang Chen decided not to dodge. Bang! Bang! An hour later, Fang Chen was beaten into a pig's head. He limped out of the cave, his face full of helplessness. She really is a female Tyrannosaurus. Fang Chen couldn't help but say. What did you say? Just as Fang Chen finished speaking, a delicate shout suddenly came from within the cave. Fang Chen was so frightened that he started to tremble. Immediately, he started to run. On the way back, many high-level disciples noticed Fang Chen's situation. Their faces were full of smiles. Fang Chen felt extremely ashamed and quickly returned to his courtyard. I wonder who she is. She's so strong, Fang Chen said after returning to his courtyard. Even one of the 8 kings, Jin Jitian's aura wasn't as strong as that white-robed woman's. Could she also be one of the 8 kings? Fang Chen muttered to himself. In the following period of time, Fang Chen had been diligently cultivating. One day, Fang Chen entered the Sword Intent Canyon to comprehend Sword Intent. The moment he entered the Sword Intent Canyon, a white-robed woman appeared, causing an uproar among the countless disciples on the plains. Fang Chen turned his head to look. When he saw the white-robed woman arrive, his expression changed. He immediately lowered his head, preparing to find a place to hide. Stop! At this moment, the white-clothed woman noticed Fang Chen and shouted. This made Fang Chen want to strangle her to death. I've said it before. Don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I'll beat you up every time I see you. The white-clothed woman's face was filled with coldness. Just as Fang Chen was about to speak, the woman in white attacked. After an hour, the woman in white finished beating up Fang Chen. She was no longer in the mood to cultivate in the Sword Intent Canyon, so she turned and left. After the white-clothed woman left, countless disciples on the plain looked at Fang Chen in surprise. Some disciples laughed wildly, while others were puzzled. When Hua Fei saw Fang Chen's appearance, he coldly snorted and jokingly said, you don't know what's good for you. You actually dared to offend one of the 4 heavenly kings, Star Beauty. What? She's one of the 4 heavenly kings, Star and Moon? Fang Chen was incomparably shocked. But when he thought about the white-clothed woman's strength, she really was powerful. Fang Chen, you've got guts. You offended Star Beauty and she beat you into a pig's head. Ha ha ha, in the Kamikaze Kenbu, there's not a single disciple who dares to offend Star Beauty. Star and Moon's strength is considered extremely tyrannical amongst the 4 heavenly kings. You offended her, but she only beat you up. Count yourself lucky. Star and Moon is extremely cold to outsiders. Even in the Kamikaze Kenbu, she's extremely secretive. How did you offend her? Many disciples asked with interest. Fang Chen's face was stiff as he left the Sword Intent Canyon. What bad luck! Fang Chen could not help but curse. This damnable woman actually beat him up in front of so many people, causing him to lose all face. One day I'll surpass you, Fang Chen thought to himself. News that Fang Chen had offended Star and Moon spread throughout the entire advanced district. Countless disciples were discussing it. Star and Moon was the #1 beauty in the advanced district. She had many suitors. When they heard this news, their unified reaction was that Fang Chen didn't want to live anymore. He was courting death. Fang Chen was already depressed enough. But because he was beaten up by Star and Moon, the trouble that followed continued to increase. One day, a martial artist at the peak of the 8th realm of the Qi transformation realm appeared in Fang Chen's courtyard and said that he wanted to teach Fang Chen a lesson. Fang Chen, get the hell out here. Wu San's voice was very loud, and it directly entered Fang Chen's ears. Fang Chen heard this and walked out of the courtyard. You're Fang Chen, Wu San said coldly. An ant dares to offend the goddess of Star and Moon? Whether I offend Star and Moon or not, I'm afraid it has nothing to do with you, Fang Chen said coldly. Star and Moon is the dream lover of countless advanced disciples. If you dare to offend Star and Moon, I, Wu San, will be the first to come after you, Wu San said. Tai Diffraction Blade. After being beaten up by Star and Moon, Fang Chun couldn't fight back. He had a belly full of anger. Now that he was being mocked by Wu San, Fang Chen's anger instantly exploded. The 9th level of the Tai Diffraction Blade was used. An extremely tyrannical sword light pierced towards Wu San. Crash! Countless rays of sword light shot towards Wu San. You're courting death. Wu San snorted and waved the long sword in his hand. A cold light appeared and collided with Fang Chen's sword light. At the same time, Fang Chen's left hand clenched into a fist. He used the solitary void fist and bombarded Wu San's body with a punch. Wu San's body was directly forced back. Damn it! Fang Chen's fist directly enraged Wu San. In the next moment, Wu San used an extremely fierce attack, wanting to defeat Fang Chen. Bang! Bang! Fang Chen and Wu San instantly fought fiercely. Just as Fang Chen and Wu San were fighting fiercely, a white-clothed woman suddenly came from afar. Her face was full of indifference. While walking, she suddenly noticed the battle between Fang Chen and Wu San. Immediately, her face changed slightly, as if she had thought of something. Whoosh! The white-clothed woman waved her hand casually. Suddenly, an invisible force shot towards Wu San. Wu San felt the force behind him. His body flashed, wanting to dodge, but he couldn't. With a bang, Wu San's body staggered. When Wu San stabilized his body, he was shocked to find that the person who attacked him was actually the goddess Star and Moon. Star and Moon, why did you attack me? Wu San was puzzled. I don't need you to interfere in my affairs, Star and Moon said coldly. Star and Moon, get lost. If there's a next time, break one of your arms, Star and Moon said. Hearing Star and Moon's voice, Wu San's face was full of helplessness. In the end, he gave Fang Chen a fierce look and turned to leave. Thank you. Fang Chen cupped his hands towards Star and Moon. Humph! Star and Moon coldly snorted and ignored Fang Chen. Looking at Star and Moon's back, Fang Chen touched his nose helplessly. 3 days later, Fang Chen left Kamikaze Kenbu and appeared in the imperial capital. Heavenly Pill Palace, Grandmaster Tian He's courtyard. Fang Chen and Grandmaster Tian He were sitting on a stone bench, talking and laughing. Brother Fang, what brings you here? Great Master Tianhe asked with a grin. I'm here to see how the Heavenly Pill Palace's business has been recently, Fang Chen said. Ever since you gave me the Steadying Soul Pills pill formula and the Devil Dragon Flower, I've been refining pills day and night. I finally refined a batch of Steadying Soul Pills, Grandmaster Tian he said. As soon as this batch of Steadying Soul Pills was sold, it attracted unanimous praise. In the following days, I also sent people to collect Devil Dragon Flowers. During this period of time, I finally found a lot of Devil Dragon Flowers. Grandmaster Tian he smiled. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded slightly. The better the Heavenly Pill Palace's business, the more benefits he would receive. Although he had a lot of spirit stones, Fang Chen felt a headache when he thought about the terrifying absorption speed of the Golden Heart. Now, he only had 1 billion spirit stones left. If the Golden Heart absorbed all the spirit stones, it would be finished in a few times. Brother Fang, here are 2 billion spirit stones. Take it first. Grandmaster Tian he handed Fang Chen a space ring. This was the profit share of the Steadying Soul Pills. Fang Chen nodded and put away the spirit stones. After chatting with Grandmaster Tian he for a while, Fang Chen was about to leave. However, Grandmaster Tian he suddenly said, Brother Fang, in 3 days, there will be a large-scale auction in the imperial capital. Do you want to participate? Yes. A large-scale auction? Fang Chen was puzzled. That's right. This large-scale auction is only held once every 3 years. In 3 days there will be countless treasures. Perhaps there will be something you need. Grandmaster Tian he said. Moreover, the spirit stones you have now are enough for you to participate. Hearing Grandmaster Tianhe's words, Fang Chen immediately became interested in the large-scale auction. "Can you tell me more about it?" Fang Chen asked. "This large-scale auction is hosted by the imperial family. It is called the Imperial Capital Auction. Warriors who wish to enter the Imperial Capital Auction must have an invitation letter from the Imperial Capital Auction. Otherwise, no matter how rich or powerful you are, you will not be able to enter. 3 years ago, in the Imperial Capital Auction, there were many treasures that even Qi-Hai warriors were excited about. Even factions from other countries came to participate." Grandmaster Tian, he said. "What will be in the Imperial Capital Auction this time?" Fang Chen asked. Grandmaster Tian, he shook his head and said, "The Imperial Capital Auction is very secretive about the items being auctioned. Before the auction starts, no one knows what treasures will appear." "How can I get an invitation letter?" Fang Chen asked. "If it was someone else, it would be very difficult to get an invitation letter. But if it's your brother Fang, I can easily get one for you." Grandmaster Tian, he said. "All right. Then I'll have to trouble Grandmaster Tian he. I'll wait here for 3 days and then go see the legendary Imperial Capital Auction," Fang Chen said. After Grandmaster Tian he bid farewell to Fang Chen, he went to take care of this matter. A day later, Grandmaster Tian he returned to the Heavenly Pill Palace. At this time, he had an invitation letter in his hand. Heavenly Pill Palace's Alchemy Grandmaster Fang Chen. On the invitation letter there was such handwriting. After Fang Chen read it, a trace of joy appeared on his face. Chapter 139. Fang Chen smiled when he saw the invitation. Master Tianhe really dared to say that he was an alchemist of the Heavenly Elixir Palace, even though he knew nothing about alchemy. There were only a few alchemists in the entire Xingfeng nation, and they were all in the alchemy organizations. The Heavenly Elixir Palace had alchemists, the Elixir Pavilion had alchemists, and other alchemy organizations also had alchemists. Moreover, these alchemists were all old men. "I don't know anything about alchemy," Fang Chen said. "Brother Fang, don't worry. If I say that you're an alchemist of the Heavenly Elixir Palace, no one will doubt it. Even if they doubt it, what can they do?" Master Tianhe said. "Okay," Fang Chen nodded. Suddenly, Master Tianhe asked, "Brother Fang, do you want to learn alchemy?" Fang Chen was stunned when he heard Master Tianhe's words. He shook his head and said, "My main focus is on martial arts. I don't have time to do other things." Master Tianhe nodded when he heard that. "Okay, I'll call you when the Imperial Capital Auction starts," Master Tianhe said. At the same time, in the Elixir Pavilion, an elder of the Elixir Pavilion was reporting something to the House Master. "House Master, I found something," the elder said. "What is it?" the House Master asked. "When I went to get the invitation, I met Master Tianhe from the Heavenly Elixir Palace. He also went to get an invitation, but I didn't expect that Master Tianhe would ask for an invitation for someone else," the elder said. "Go on," the House Master said. "If it was someone else, I wouldn't be surprised, but the person who asked for the invitation letter is actually an alchemy master," the elder said, "and it seems that Master Tian he values that alchemy master very much." At this point, the elder no longer spoke. The House Master frowned when he heard that. After a long time, he said, "Are you saying that the alchemist might be the one who refined those pills behind the Heavenly Elixir Palace?" "I'm just guessing," the elder said. "Go and investigate. This matter is very important. You must investigate it thoroughly," the House Master said in a deep voice. The Sky Elixir Hall had always announced to the public that the recent series of elixirs had been personally refined by Great Master Tian He. At the time, the people in the elixir building had not thought much of it. Now, they actually found out that there was another alchemy master in the Heavenly Pill Palace, and he was someone they did not know. There was definitely something fishy about this matter. Therefore, the people of the pill building wanted to know the truth. If they were really sure that the alchemy master was the one behind the scenes, their pill building could spend a lot of money to poach him. At that time, the entire Divine Wind Nation's pill market would belong to their pill building. A mere heavenly pill palace, without that master, was nothing. All right, I'll go and investigate. The elder turned around and left. The imperial capital auction was about to begin. As time passed, people came and went in the imperial capital. The closer it was to the start of the auction, the more crowded it became. When the imperial capital auction was about to begin, the entire imperial capital was packed with people. Because of this, the royal family had sent more guards to patrol the streets, afraid that someone would come and cause trouble. On this day, Fang Chun was led by Great Master Tian He to the Imperial Capital Auction House in the center of the Imperial Capital. Is this the Imperial Capital Auction House? Fang Chun asked. Yes, this is the Imperial Capital Auction House. However, don't be fooled by the number of people here. There are very few people who can actually enter, Great Master Tian He said. The Heavenly Pill Palace only had him and Fang Chun this time. Just as Great Master Tian He was speaking, a middle-aged man suddenly walked over from afar. Great Master Tian He, long time no see. House Master Wang. Great Master Tian He greeted him. Fang Chun carefully looked at the house master of the pill building. This person had the aura of a superior. Great Master Tian He, who is this? The house master asked. This is an alchemy master of the Heavenly Pill Palace, Great Master Tian He said. Hearing this, the house master's expression changed slightly. How could there be such a young alchemy master? Great Master Tian He, you must be joking. How could there be such a young alchemy master? The house master asked. House Master Wang, anything can happen in this world, Great Master Tian He said with a smile. Then, Great Master Tian He led Fang Chun into the Imperial Capital Auction House. As soon as they entered the Imperial Capital Auction House, Fang Chun realized that the Imperial Capital Auction House was much more prosperous than he had imagined. The warriors who entered the Imperial Capital Auction House were either rich or noble. Let's go. Our seats are in the third row, Great Master Tian He said. Then, Fang Chun followed Great Master Tian He and sat in the third row. At this moment, people entered the Imperial Capital Auction House one after another. Fang Chun carefully looked at these warriors. Did you see that? The warriors in the first row are all from the top 10 sect, Great Master Tian He said in a low voice. The top 10 sect was beyond the imperial family of the Xingfeng nation. They were very powerful. The first row of the Imperial Capital Auction House was always reserved for the top 10 sect, while the second row was reserved for some officials of the imperial family. Forces like the Heavenly Pill Palace could only sit in the third row. The seats in the first row were empty. It seemed that the warriors from the top 10 sect had not arrived yet. Time passed by slowly. Soon, all the warriors who participated in the auction had arrived. The top 10 sect had also sent people over. Fang Chun saw an acquaintance in the first row. It was Hua Hen from the Flaming Mountain. The latter also saw Fang Chun. His eyes were filled with anger. It's him, Hua Hen said coldly. Beside Hua Hen, a disciple whispered, Junior brother Hua Hen, do you know him? He's just an ant, Hua Hen said disdainfully. After all the warriors had arrived, the auction was finally about to begin. At this moment, a beautiful auctioneer appeared on the stage. Everyone, I believe that everyone knows that the Imperial Capital Auction House, which is held once every 3 years, is about to begin, the beautiful auctioneer said excitedly. This auction will be better than any of the previous ones. I hope that you can get what you want. Then, the first item was brought up. The beautiful auctioneer stretched out her small white hand and lifted the red cloth covering the plate. Suddenly, a fiery red fruit appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This is the first item of this auction, the auctioneer said. The beautiful auctioneer said, the fire essence eye fruit is a very magical fire attribute fruit. It is very useful for martial artists who cultivate fire attribute cultivation method. Consuming the fire essence fruit will allow a martial artist's fire attribute cultivation method to instantly break through a bottleneck. After hearing the auctioneer's introduction, the eyes of some warriors who practiced fire-based cultivation techniques lit up. Because fire-based cultivation techniques were overbearing and fierce, they were extremely difficult to practice. Under normal circumstances, most warriors would be stuck at a bottleneck. However, this fire essence fruit could actually allow a fire-based cultivation technique to break through a small bottleneck. This was absolutely shocking. The starting price is 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Each increment must not be less than 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, the auctioneer said. Just as the auctioneer's voice fell, someone began to call out a price. 11,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Such a good item, and you actually bid 11,000? What an insult to the fire essence fruit. I bid 20,000. I bid 30,000. In the blink of an eye, the price of the fire essence fruit had risen to 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Moreover, looking at everyone's enthusiasm, the price would continue to soar. Hua Hen, who was sitting in the first row, had a burning look in his eyes. The fire-based cultivation technique he practiced had recently been stuck at a bottleneck. Once he obtained the fire essence fruit, he would definitely be able to break through. The fire essence fruit is mine, Hua Hen whispered. Seeing the soaring price of the fire essence fruit, Fang Chen, who was sitting in the third row, could not help but sigh. The warriors who came to participate in the auction were really crazy. This is nothing. This is only the first auction item. When it comes to the last item, it will be even crazier, Master Tianhe explained. Fang Chen nodded and did not participate in the auction. The fire essence fruit was of no use to him, and he did not want to waste his spirit stones. In the end, after a fierce bidding, the price of the fire essence fruit was fixed at 800,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Hua Hen actually got it, Fang Chen secretly said in his heart. Originally, the price of the fire essence fruit had been raised to 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Moreover, there were very few people bidding for it. Suddenly, Hua Hen opened his mouth and raised the price to 800,000 mid-grade spirit stones. He had increased the price by 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones in one go. Of course, many people knew that he was a disciple of the Flaming Mountain, and were unwilling to offend him for a fire essence fruit, so they simply did not participate in the auction. After the auction, Hua Hen handed over 800,000 mid-grade spirit stones and got the fire essence fruit. Fire essence fruit. Hua Hen looked at the fiery red fruit in his hand, his eyes full of passion. The following items were all cultivation technique. However, most of them were rank 2 cultivation technique. To Fang Chen, rank 2 cultivation techniques were of no use to him. However, for others it was different. In the end, these cultivation techniques were also sold at sky-high prices. Time passed bit by bit, and in the blink of an eye, it was the 9th auction item. When the 9th auction item appeared, Master Tianhe's eyes lit up. It's the demonic dragon flower, and it's a group, Master Tianhe said excitedly. At the same time, the house master of the Elixir Pavilion's eyes also lit up. For elixir organizations like them, the demonic dragon flower was extremely precious. Someone is actually auctioning the demonic dragon flower, Fang Chen said slightly. Chapter 140. The appearance of the demonic dragon flower caused an uproar in the auction. Countless elixir organizations joined in the bidding for the demonic dragon flower. The Heavenly Elixir Palace must get the demonic dragon flower, Master Tianhe said. The starting bid for the demonic dragon flower is 1 million medium spiritual stones. Each increment must not be lower than 100,000 spiritual stones, the auctioneer said. 2 million medium spiritual stones, Master Tianhe said. I bid 3 million medium spiritual stones, House Leader Wang of the Elixir Pavilion said. This time, the disciples of the top 10 sect did not bid. Although the demonic dragon flower was good, it was useless to them. Soon, the price of the demonic dragon flower was raised to 10 million medium spiritual stones. Fang Chen was speechless. This is crazy, Fang Chen said. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, the price of the demonic dragon flower had risen to 30 million mid-grade spirit stones. At this time, there were very few martial artists bidding. Only the pill houses and other large pill organizations were left. When Master Tianhe heard House Leader Wang's bid, he turned his head slightly and looked at House Leader Wang meaningfully. Coincidentally, House Leader Wang also noticed Master Tianhe. He pondered for a while and eventually gave up the bid for the demonic dragon flower. The Elixir Pavilion was in a partnership with the Heavenly Elixir Palace. Once he fell out with Master Tianhe, the Heavenly Elixir Palace would definitely stop their partnership with the Elixir Pavilion. At that time, the Elixir Pavilion would definitely lose in the elixir market. This was not the outcome that House Leader Wang wanted. Forget it, House Leader Wang said. Since the Elixir Pavilion had withdrawn from the bidding for the demonic dragon flower, the remaining elixir organizations could not compete with Master Tianhe. In the end, the price of the demonic dragon flower was fixed at 40 million medium spiritual stones. Master Tianhe also successfully obtained the demonic dragon flower. When he received the demonic dragon flower, his face was full of smiles. The Heavenly Elixir Palace is indeed wealthy. Yes, the business of the Heavenly Elixir Palace has been booming recently. They have an endless supply of spiritual stones. Although the elixir industry is a money-burning industry, as long as they can successfully refine elixirs, many martial artists discussed. The Heavenly Elixir Palace's generosity made them sigh. After the 9th item, it was time for the 10th item. This auction item was a battle axe. The battle axe emitted a strong fiendish aura, indicating that it was a high-ranked Yuan weapon. A high-level Yuan soldier. Fang Chen looked at the battle axe and said softly. Up until now, Fang Chen hadn't found anything that he needed. As for the high-level Yuan soldier, it might be very important to others, but it was of no use to him. With the hidden dragon sword, he no longer needed any other high-grade Yuan soldiers. Just as Fang Chen had imagined, the moment the high-grade Yuan dynasty soldier appeared, it caused a commotion. Countless warriors began to bid. Not long after, the price of a high-grade Yuan soldier had reached 20 million. Normally, 20 million mid-grade spirit stones would be enough to purchase a high-grade Yuan soldier. However, according to the current trend, the final price would be at least 30 million mid-grade spirit stones. 21 million. 22 million. 25 million. Just as someone shouted 25 million, the disciples of the top 10 sect sitting in the first row began to bid. Beside Huahen, a disciple in green clothes had a calm look on his face as he raised the price to 30 million mid-grade spirit stones. A disciple of Spectre Valley. Master Tianhe, who was beside Fang Chen, said softly, "Spectre Valley?" Fang Chen was puzzled. Spectre Valley is also one of the top 10 sect. Among the top 10 sect, they have a good relationship with Flaming Mountain. This disciple should be an inner disciple of Spectre Valley. Master Tianhe said softly. Fang Chen squinted his eyes and carefully sized up the disciple in green from Spectre Valley. Suddenly, Fang Chen realized that this disciple was surrounded by an inexplicable aura that he couldn't see through. After the disciple from Spectre Valley made his bid, some warriors who didn't want to offend the top 10 sect stopped bidding. In the end, the disciple from Spectre Valley won the battle axe with a high price of 40 million mid-grade spirit stones. Fang Chen stretched his back. His face was filled with helplessness. Even though the items in this auction were extremely valuable, there was nothing that he could use. However, just as Fang Chen was stretching his back, the next item appeared. When this item appeared, Fang Chen's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. This item is a stalk of vitality grass. The auctioneer introduced. The vitality grass was a very magical spiritual herb. It was hard to find even one stalk of this spiritual herb in the entire Xingfeng country. If a warrior could consume the vitality grass, his physical body would become extremely strong. The reason why Fang Chen was so excited was because he had cultivated the Tianshu Taoist's third inheritance, the frenzied bull technique, to the great circle of the first stage. He had been stuck at this stage for a long time. If he could obtain the physique grass, he would definitely be able to cultivate the frenzied bull technique to the second stage. The starting bid for the vitality grass is 10 million mid-grade spirit stones, the auctioneer said. The crowd was shocked. The starting bid for the vitality grass was 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. One could imagine how precious it was. Ha ha, I can't believe that I can see a stalk of vitality grass in my lifetime. I bid 15 million mid-grade spirit stones. A warrior laughed wildly. Idiot, the vitality grass is such a precious spiritual herb, and you only bid 5 million. How shameful. I bid 40 million mid-grade spirit stones. Just like that, one after another, the price of the physique grass rose to 80 million mid-grade spirit stones in just a short while. This is crazy. Fang Chen frowned and said. Originally, he thought that although the vitality grass was precious, 60 million mid-grade spirit stones should be enough. But now, not only had it exceeded its value, it had exceeded it by a lot. 90 million mid-grade spirit stones. At this time, Fang Chen finally started to bid. Fang Chen's bid attracted the attention of countless disciples in the first row. They were a little puzzled. How could such a young warrior have so many spirit stones? However, after some discussion, they found out that Fang Chen was actually an alchemy master of the Heavenly Elixir Palace. When they found out that Fang Chen was an alchemy master, their eyes changed. Such a young alchemy master was completely different from Master Tianhe. Some of the disciples in the top 10 sect nodded at Fang Chen, wanting to win him over, while others were jealous of Fang Chen. Among them, Hua Hen was the most obvious. He had a grudge with Fang Chen in the ancient ruins. The inheritance that was about to be in his hands was snatched away by Fang Chen. Humph, you want the vitality grass? I won't let you have it. Hua Hen looked at Fang Chen and said coldly. 100 million mid-grade spirit stones. Hua Hen called out. When the price rose to 100 million mid-grade spirit stones, many people started to give up, because the price was beyond what they could afford. It's not worth it to lose everything for a stalk of vitality grass. I give up. That's right, I give up too. I can't afford to play with you. The top 10 sect is rich. You can easily bid 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. I won't play with you anymore. Such voices rang out one after another. Hua Hen's eyes revealed a sinister smile. In the end, only Fang Chen and Hua Hen were left bidding. In the auction house, all eyes were on the two of them. One is a disciple of the Flaming Mountain, the other is an alchemy master of the Heavenly Elixir Palace. I wonder who will get the vitality grass. Countless warriors whispered. 110 million. Fang Chen said expressionlessly. 120 million. Hua Hen said. I'd like to see how many spirit stones you have to squander. At this moment, Master Tianhe, who was standing beside Fang Chen, glanced at Hua Hen with a sneer. What a joke! Competing with Fang Chen in terms of wealth was courting death. Sure enough, after seeing Hua Hen's provocation, Fang Chen said, Since the Flaming Mountain wants to play with me, I'll play with you to the end. I'm just afraid that the Flaming Mountain can't afford to play with me. 150 million. Fang Chen raised the price. 200 million. Upon hearing Fang Chen's words, a cold glint flashed across Hua Hen's eyes as he spoke. After hearing Hua Hen's bid, the entire auction house went into an uproar. A stalk of vitality grass was bid for 200 million mid-grade spirit stones. This was no longer a rational bidding, but a battle of wills. At this moment, all the warriors were looking at Fang Chen, wondering if Fang Chen would continue to raise the price. Even the disciples of the top 10 sect in the first row looked at Fang Qin with interest. There were not many warriors who dared to challenge the flaming mountain. Just when everyone thought that Fang Qin would continue to raise the price, Fang Qin grinned and said, "Since you, Huahen, are willing to pay 200 million mid-grade spirit stones, I'll let you have the vitality grass." After hearing Fang Qin's words, everyone was stunned. It turned out that Fang Qin was trying to trick Huahen. Didn't you just say that you'd play with me to the end?" Huahen shouted angrily. "Are you a fake idiot or a real idiot? How could you believe what I said?" Fang Qin said disdainfully. "I just wanted to trick you." Fang Qin's words made Huahen furious, but there was nothing he could do. "When the auction is over, I'll teach you a lesson," Huahen said coldly. After that, the staff handed the vitality grass to Huahen, who reluctantly took out 200 million mid-grade spirit stones. Damn it! Huahen cursed in his heart. Because of Fang Qin, he had lost 200 million mid-grade spirit stones. How was he going to explain it to the Flaming Mountain when he returned? "Fang Qin, do you have a grudge against the Flaming Mountain?" Master Tianhe asked in a low voice. "I have a personal grudge with Huahen," Fang Qin replied. Master Tianhe did not say anything. He nodded slightly and continued to bid. Chapter 141. As time went by, the auction reached its most intense moment. The following auction items were all extremely precious. Some of the cultivators who hadn't bid before also began to bid. When the 15th auction item appeared, Fang Qin's expression changed slightly. That was because this auction item had caused the golden heart to slightly throb. "This is..." Fang Qin was puzzled. The 15th auction item is a broken sword. This broken sword seems to have been passed down from ancient times. It contains a monstrous fiendish aura. The starting bid is 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. Each increment must not be lower than 1 million mid-grade spirit stones, explained the auctioneer. Fang Qin discovered that this broken sword was almost the same as the one he had found in the bottomless abyss. It was no wonder that the golden heart was rapidly throbbing. "Is the golden heart trying to absorb the energy within the broken sword?" asked Fang Qin. As if it had heard Fang Qin's words, the golden heart was rapidly throbbing, as if it was responding to Fang Qin. After sensing the golden heart's reaction, Fang Qin made up his mind to bid for this broken sword. "It's just a broken sword. I don't know how powerful it is. Who would want it?" cried someone. "Yeah, 10 million mid-grade spirit stones for a broken sword is not worth it." At this moment, countless cultivators in the auction house were voicing their doubts. Even the disciples of the 10 great sects were shaking their heads. Although this broken sword had been passed down for a long time, because it had been broken, it had lost all of its spiritual energy. Even if it was bought back, it wouldn't be of much use. For a moment, no one was bidding. This scene made the auctioneer a little anxious. Back then, the appraiser of the auction house had said that this broken sword was extraordinary. Although it had lost all of its spiritual energy, due to its age, it might be hiding some unspeakable secret. Everyone, although this sword has lost all of its spiritual energy, it might be hiding some heaven-shaking secret. Everyone, please don't miss this opportunity. The auctioneer did her best to say this. Hearing her words, everyone shook their heads. It was obvious that the auctioneer was worried that the broken sword wouldn't be sold, so she deliberately said this. "If there was a shocking secret, it would have been discovered by your auction house long ago. One look and I can tell that it's a useless sword. Even if I buy it, I'll just keep it. It's not worth it." "That's right. I don't think anyone would be willing to be a sucker and buy this broken sword." In the auction house, countless cultivators had different opinions. There were even some cultivators who were clamoring to quickly take away the broken sword and place it down as an auction item. On the stage, the beautiful auctioneer's eyes were filled with helplessness. She looked around, hoping that someone would bid. However, after looking around, she didn't see anyone offering a price. In the end, she felt helpless and prepared to let someone take the broken sword away. At this moment, a voice rang out, causing the beautiful auctioneer to be extremely excited. "I bid 10 million mid-grade spirit stones," Fang Chen said. Hearing Fang Chen's voice, the beautiful auctioneer felt as if she had heard the sound of nature. Fang Chen had saved her life. In such a large auction like the Imperial Capital's auction house, if no one was interested in an auction item, it would definitely affect their reputation. That was why she didn't want to see such a thing happen. She had originally thought that such a situation would occur in this year's Imperial Capital's auction. But now it seemed that she didn't have to worry about it. This young master has bid 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone else? The beautiful auctioneer's sexy voice rang out in everyone's ears. Countless martial artists looked at Fang Chen as though they were looking at an idiot. Sitting in the first row, Hua Hen had an impulse to bid, but he was worried that he would be conned by Fang Chen. In the end, he held back. 10 million mid-grade spirit stones going once. 10 million mid-grade spirit stones going twice. 10 million mid-grade spirit stones going thrice. The auctioneer waved her hammer, signifying that the deal had been struck. When Fang Chen saw this scene, a knowing smile appeared on his face. Surprisingly, no one was competing with him for the broken sword. In the end, Fang Chen successfully obtained the broken sword at the price of 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. The moment he obtained the broken sword, Fang Chen felt the strange movement of the golden heart. But he put the broken sword into his interspatial ring. Now that he was in public, his secret would definitely be exposed if others saw him. "I'll absorb it when there's no one around," Fang Chen muttered to himself. After that, Fang Chen continued to participate in the auction. "The next item is the third to last item of this year's auction," the beautiful auctioneer said with a smile. As she spoke, the beautiful auctioneer took out an elixir. The color of the elixir was very bright and the quality was perfect. "This is a supreme grade origin level elixir, the Heavenly Heart elixir. Our auction house paid a hefty price to obtain it. It's very valuable. Cultivators above the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm can instantly break through their bottleneck after consuming the Heavenly Heart elixir. For cultivators, it's a dream elixir," the beautiful auctioneer explained. The appearance of the Heavenly Heart elixir caused an uproar in the auction house. Countless cultivators were excited. Of course, the most excited were the 10 great sect. At this moment, Hua Hen's eyes were filled with excitement. "It's the Heavenly Heart elixir. Ah!" Hua Hen was extremely excited. The starting price of the Heavenly Heart elixir was 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. As countless cultivators bid, the price of the Heavenly Heart elixir quickly rose to 100 million mid-grade spirit stones. However, this was not the end. The price continued to soar. When the price rose to 150 million mid-grade spirit stones, Hua Hen began to bid. 200 million mid-grade spirit stones. "My flaming mountain needs this Heavenly Heart elixir. I hope everyone can give me some face," Hua Hen said. "We need it too," the disciples of the 10 great sects said. 210 million. 220 million. 230 million. 300 million. When Yu Xinchuan of the Ghost Valley called out the high price of 300 million mid-grade spirit stones, the other cultivators were finally shocked. Damn it! Hua Hen was extremely angry, but he did not show it on his face. In the end, Yu Xinchuan of the Ghost Valley won the Heavenly Heart elixir for 300 million mid-grade spirit stones. This time, Fang Chen did not participate in the bidding. This was because the Heavenly Heart elixir was only effective for cultivators of the 7th realm and above. He was only at the 5th realm. "I wonder if the last two items will surprise me," Fang Chen said softly. After the Heavenly Heart elixir was sold, the next item to be auctioned was the second last item. The beautiful auctioneer on the stage took out a scroll and slowly unfurled it. "The second last item of this auction is a scroll. Everyone, please do not underestimate this scroll," the beautiful auctioneer said. This is because our auction house's master appraiser has identified this scroll as a treasure map left behind by a Qi High Realm cultivator. Because of the uniqueness of this scroll, our auction house's master appraiser has also tried to examine it, but to no avail. However, they all agree that this scroll is definitely a treasure map. The starting bid for the scroll is 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. The bidding will now begin, the beautiful auctioneer said. Although it was only a simple introduction, it completely ignited the excitement in the hearts of countless cultivators. Many powerful cultivators released their soul power to examine the scroll. They discovered that there was a layer of restriction on the scroll. Treasure map. Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. However, after seeing the rapid beating of his golden heart, Fang Chen decided to participate in the bidding. 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. 30 million mid-grade spirit stones. 50 million mid-grade spirit stones. In a short while, the price of the scroll had risen to 100 million mid-grade spirit stones. The speed at which the price soared made countless cultivators sigh. 200 million mid-grade spirit stones, Hua Hen said. Ever since he was cheated by Fang Chen, Hua Hen had been very careful with his bidding. After discovering the scroll, Hua Hen decided to get it at all costs. This way, he would be able to atone for his mistake when he returned to the Flaming Mountain. 210 million, Yu Xinchuan said. 250 million, the other disciples of the top 10 sect shouted. 300 million. The top 10 sect is really rich. Competing with them is like seeking death. Yeah, let's just give up. If there really is a treasure map in this scroll, we won't be able to keep it. Damn it. If only I was as rich as the top 10 sect. Some of the weaker and less wealthy cultivators began to give up. As time passed, more and more people gave up. In the end, the bidding turned into a battle between the top 10 sect disciples. The top 10 sect disciples were not afraid of each other. The entire auction house was in chaos. 400 million mid-grade spirit stones, Hua Hen shouted. As soon as Hua Hen made his bid, the other sect disciples increased their bids. This made Hua Hen speechless. After a quarter of an hour, the price was still soaring. However, some of the top 10 sect disciples had also given up. In the end, only the Sky Blade sect and the Flaming Mountain were left competing. Tianidao, can you let me go to the Flaming Mountain this time? Hua Hen asked. He saw a young man in gray clothes in the first row, holding a saber in his hand, with a faint smile on his face. My bottom line is 500 million mid-grade spirit stones. If you bid higher, I'll give up, Tianidao said. Hua Hen pondered for a moment. Then, he made up his mind and made a bid of 510 million. Hearing Hua Hen's bid, Tianidao gave up decisively. This young master has made a bid of 510 million. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? The beautiful auctioneer asked. At this moment, Hua Hen's eyes were filled with excitement. Although the price was a little high, it was still not bad to be able to obtain this scroll. However, just as Hua Hen was feeling pleased with himself, a voice rang out. Chapter 142. 520 million. When this lazy voice entered the ears of the beautiful auctioneer, the latter revealed a trace of a smile. Someone had bid, which meant that the auction wasn't over, and the price could go even higher. As auctioneers, they naturally hoped that their items would be sold for as high a price as possible. Originally, they thought that 510 million was already very high, but they hadn't expected someone else to bid. Back then, the appraiser had given them a price of 300 million middle-grade spirit stones. Now, it had exceeded their estimate by 200 million. The smile on Hua Hen's face instantly froze. His eyes were filled with anger. When he turned around and saw that it was Fang Chen, the anger in his heart almost made him explode. Fang Chen, why is it you again? Hua Hen enunciated each word clearly. Why can't it be me? Asked Fang Chen back. 550 million, said Hua Hen. 560 million, said Fang Chen with a relaxed expression. Fang Chen, Can you give Flaming Mountain some face? Hua Hen finally couldn't hold back and asked. Why should I give Flaming Mountain face? I'm not familiar with Flaming Mountain, said Fang Chen directly. Fang Chen's words made Hua Hen's face burn, as if someone had slapped him. 590 million, said Hua Hen. This was the highest price that Hua Hen could offer. He had no other way to go higher. 600 million. Fang Chen was determined to get the painting, so he directly bid 600 million. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Hua Hen directly gave up. He turned his head and glared fiercely at Fang Chen. Brat, I'll remember you. Fang Chen ignored Hua Hen's threat and handed over 600 million middle-grade spirit stones to get the mysterious painting. Grandmaster Tianhe asked, Brother Fang, did you see any clues? No. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. Then why did you spend 600 million on it? Asked Grandmaster Tianhe. Intuition, Fang Chen said. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Master Tianhe was dumbfounded. In the end, he shook his head and sighed. Young people are really bold. After spending 600 million, plus the previous 10 million, Fang Chen's wealth had decreased from 3 billion to 2.39 billion. However, it was still a huge sum of money. When Fang Chen put the mysterious scroll into his spatial ring, he was shocked. How is this possible? Fang Chen searched the entire interspatial ring, but he couldn't find the broken sword he had placed inside. Where did the broken sword go? Fang Chen thought to himself. That doesn't make sense. Could it be that someone could take the broken sword from my spatial ring without me noticing? Fang Chen immediately dismissed this idea. However, he had clearly placed the broken sword in his spatial ring, so why would it mysteriously disappear? Fang Chen was shocked. The broken sword had disappeared for no reason. However, when Fang Chen discovered that the golden heart was beginning to fall silent, he suddenly thought of something. Could it be that the golden heart devoured the broken sword's energy through the spatial ring? Fang Chen thought to himself. The golden heart was beginning to fall silent. Furthermore, it was emitting traces of an invisible aura. Fang Chen was finally certain that the broken sword had been absorbed by the golden heart. After discovering this, Fang Chen was even more shocked. The golden heart was actually able to directly absorb the things inside the spatial ring. That was too amazing. Just what is the origin of the golden heart? Fang Chen muttered to himself. No, to be more precise, he should be wondering about the origin of the golden sword that had torn the sky apart. If it weren't for that golden sword, Fang Chen wouldn't have randomly transmigrated to the ancient sword continent. He also wouldn't have his current achievements. After thinking hard for a moment, he still couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Moreover, at this moment, the last item of the finale had also appeared. The final item of this auction is a puppet at the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm. This puppet was refined by a master of puppetry. I won't go into the details. The starting price is 100 million mid-grade spirit stones. The bidding starts now. The beautiful auctioneer pointed to a human-shaped puppet on the stage and said. When the martial artists saw the human-shaped puppet, they were all shocked. The final item of this auction was a puppet at the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm. It was too shocking. In the Xingfeng nation, Qi High Realm martial artists stood at the peak of martial artists, while Qi Transformation Realm martial artists were the cream of the crop. Under normal circumstances, Qi Transformation Realm martial artists were the majority in the cities. If one could own a puppet at the 9th realm of the Qi Transformation Realm, as long as there were no Qi High Realm martial artists, they could do whatever they wanted in the Xingfeng nation. Heavens, it's a puppet at the 9th realm of the Qi Transformation Realm. How domineering. The final item of this auction is amazing. Someone is actually willing to auction a puppet at the 9th realm of the Qi Transformation Realm. We have to get this puppet at all costs. At this moment, the entire auction house went into a frenzy. 150 million mid-grade spirit stones. 200 million mid-grade spirit stones. In the blink of an eye, the price of the puppet had risen to 500 million mid-grade spirit stones. This speed of increase shocked the beautiful auctioneer. 600 million mid-grade spirit stones, Master Tianhe, who was beside Fang Chen, shouted. Master Tianhe, are you interested in this puppet? Fang Chen asked. Just for fun. Master Tianhe smiled. The final item was a battle between the top martial artists. Ordinary martial artists could only watch. They were not qualified to bid. The disciples of the top 10 sect all made their move. They wanted to get the puppet, but the other factions also wanted it. Damn it! Hua Hen's eyes were filled with rage when he saw the puppet on the stage. If he hadn't been scammed by Fang Chen previously, he would have had enough spirit stones to bid for the puppet. However, he had no choice but to give up on the auction. Fang Chen, I will make sure you die a horrible death, Hua Hen said coldly. 700 million, Yu Xinxuan of the Ghost Valley shouted. 800 million, Tian Yidao shouted. In the end, the price soared to 100 million. This made many factions stop. Even some of the disciples of the top 10 sect gradually gave up. 900 million, Fang Chen started. Hearing Fang Chen's bid, Hua Hen was even more furious. But there was nothing he could do. At this moment, after seeing Fang Chen's performance, House Leader Wang of the Elixir Pavilion was even more convinced that Fang Chen was the alchemist behind the Heavenly Pill Hall. Otherwise, how could he take out so many spirit stones to participate in the auction? I must rope him in, House Leader Wang thought to himself. 1 billion. Following Tian Yidao's bid, the price of the puppet finally reached 1 billion mid-grade spirit stones. 1 billion and 100 million, Yu Xinxuan shouted. The disciples of the other top 10 sect gave up. The price of the puppet was too high. They could not accept it. Just as all the disciples were waiting for Fang Chen to bid, Fang Chen called out a price that made all the martialists despair. 1 billion and 500 million, Fang Chen said. When Fang Chen called out 1 billion and 500 million, the entire auction house fell into a short silence. All the martialists looked at Fang Chen as if they were looking at a monster. Even Yu Xinxuan and Tian Yidao looked at Fang Chen in surprise. My Sky Blade sect gives up, Tian Yidao said in a deep voice. As he spoke, he glared at Fang Chen. My Spectre Valley gives up as well, Yu Xinxuan said in a deep voice. His tone was filled with displeasure. Fang Chen had offended 2 top sects in one go. Countless people were worried. However, Fang Chen did not care. As long as he obtained the puppet, he would not be afraid of anyone in the Qi transformation realm, as long as the Qi Sea realm martialists did not make a move. In the end, the puppet was sold at a high price of 1 billion and 500 million. Fang Chen became the martialist who had earned the most in this auction. From start to finish, Fang Chen had spent more than 2 billion mid-grade spirit stones. However, after obtaining the puppet, Fang Chen felt that it was all worth it. Although he could not earn any spirit stones, he might not be able to obtain the puppet. This auction has ended successfully. Thank you everyone for participating, the beautiful auctioneer said with a smile on her face. After the auction ended, all the martialists began to walk out of the auction house in a single file. When Hua Hen got up, he glared coldly at Fang Chen before finally leaving unwillingly. Originally, Hua Hen had intended to make things difficult for Fang Chen after the auction ended. However, Fang Chen had obtained the puppet in the end, so he was no match for Fang Chen. Yu Xinxuan, Tian Yidao, and the others also looked at Fang Chen thoughtfully before turning to leave. Let's go, Brother Fang. You have gained quite a lot this time, Master Tianhe said with a grin. Fang Chen followed Master Tianhe and left the auction house, returning to the Heavenly Elixir Hall. At this moment, there were countless martialists secretly watching Fang Chen's every move. In the Heavenly Elixir Hall, Fang Chen tried to activate the puppet. He realized that the puppet was very strong. Even a 9th-level Qi transformation realm martialist might not be able to defeat the puppet. With this puppet, my overall strength has become even stronger, Fang Chen said with a smile. The next day, House Master Wang of the Elixir Building personally came to the Heavenly Elixir Hall and announced that he wanted to meet Fang Chen. Master Tianhe naturally knew House Master Wang's intentions, but he did not stop him. Instead, he arranged for Fang Chen to meet House Master Wang. In an independent courtyard, House Master Wang said with a smile, "Master Fang Chen, my purpose this time is very simple. I am here to poach you." "Oh," Fang Chen said doubtfully. "I wonder if Master Fang Chen can come to the Elixir Building to refine pills." "Don't worry. The treatment that the Elixir Building gives Master Fang Chen will definitely not be worse than what the Heavenly Elixir Hall offers," House Master Wang said. Fang Chen was speechless. This was all because of Master Tianhe's invitation. Now, everyone was thinking that he was the youngest alchemy master in the Heavenly Elixir Hall. "I am not interested in alchemy, so," Fang Chen said tactfully. "Master Fang Chen, are you not going to think about it?" House Master Wang asked. Fang Chen shook his head. He did not know how to refine pills. He had only provided Master Tianhe with a few pill recipes. How could he cooperate with the Elixir Building? House Master Wang's eyes flashed with killing intent when he heard Fang Chen's words. However, his face was still full of smiles. Chapter 143. When the Pill Pavilion's pavilion Master Wang left, it was obvious that he wanted to kill Fang Chen. The Divine Wind Nation's pill market was only so big. The Heavenly Pill Hall occupied more than half of the market, causing the pill house to suffer more and more losses. If the pill house didn't think of a way, it would be difficult for them to make a comeback in the future. That was why House Lord Wang had taken the risk to invite Fang Chen. If he succeeded, then everything would be fine. If he failed, then they could only use the second method. Assassinate Fang Chen. That was what House Lord Wang had in mind. Of course, it wasn't just House Lord Wang. There were many experts hidden in the imperial capital who had their eyes on Fang Chen. Fang Chen stayed in the Heavenly Pill Hall for a day before preparing to return to Kamikaze Kenbu. After leaving the Heavenly Pill Hall, Fang Chen quickly left the imperial capital. The moment Fang Chen left, the warriors in the dark began to move. At that moment, in a wasteland far away from the imperial capital, two warriors were fighting fiercely. If Fang Chen was here, he would definitely recognize these two. One was Hua Hen from the Flaming Mountain, and the other was Tian Yidao from the Sky Blade sect. Hua Hen was preparing to return to the Flaming Mountain today, but he hadn't expected Tian Yidao to secretly follow him, wanting to steal his vitality grass. Hua Hen, hand over the vitality grass. Otherwise you know the consequences, Tian Yidao said coldly. Tian Yidao's strength was much stronger than Hua Hen's. Hua Hen was only at the beginning of the 7th realm of the Qi transformation realm, while Tian Yidao's strength had long reached the peak of the 7th realm. Moreover, his blade techniques were extremely powerful. Hua Hen's heart was filled with anger. Originally, Yu Xinshuan from the Ghost Valley had wanted to leave with him, but because of his selfishness, Yu Xinshuan had left early. Now that he had met Tian Yidao, his heart was filled with anger. Tian Yidao, you and I are both disciples of the 10 Great Sect. Why must we kill each other? Hua Hen asked coldly. Hand over the vitality grass. Tian Yidao didn't want to waste time with Hua Hen, so he said coldly. The moment Tian Yidao said that, Fire Scar took the initiative to attack. He pretended to attack and wanted to escape, but how could Tian Yidao give him the chance? Heaven's Severing Blade. Tian Yidao let out a low bellow and the long sword in his hand drew a strange trajectory. At the next moment, a tyrannical saber light appeared in the sky. Swoosh under Tian Yidao's control, the saber light pierced into Hua Hen's chest. Bang with a loud sound, Hua Hen's body fell heavily to the ground. The two of them weren't even on the same level. Tian Yidao had killed Hua Hen the moment he attacked, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Tian Yidao looked at the lifeless Hua Hen and sneered. He quickly walked over to Hua Hen and prepared to take his interspatial ring. However, at that moment, the sound of something tearing through the air came from afar. A moment later, Tian Dao discovered that a figure had appeared in the wasteland. "It's you." Tian Dao recognized the newcomer. It was Feng Chen. This wasteland was the only path to the Divine Wind mountain range. Feng Chen was walking when he suddenly sensed a powerful aura. Then he noticed Hua Hen and Tian Dao in front of him. When he saw Tian Dao's saber light, he was shocked. He hadn't expected the heavenly saber sex saber techniques to be so tyrannical. Feng Chen's appearance made Tian Dao think that he had come to snatch Hua Hen's interspatial ring. So the instant Feng Chen appeared, Tian Dao unleashed a sharp saber attack, wanting to kill Feng Chen. Heaven's severing blade. Seeing Tian Dao's sudden attack, Feng Chen frowned and used the Tai dispersing sword. Bang! The saber light and sword light collided in the sky, exploding. Feng Chen retreated a few steps. Feng Chen's strength had also exceeded Tian Dao's expectations. Tian Dao's expression changed slightly. Immediately, he pushed off the ground and the blade in his hand flashed with light as he attacked Feng Chen. At that moment, Tian Dao pushed the heaven-severing blade to its limit. The saber light flashed in the sky, its power incomparably tyrannical. "You're courting death." Feng Chen snorted and released the 9th-level Qi transformation realm puppet. Back in the heavenly pill hall, Feng Chen had already refined the puppet. Crash! Feng Chen placed some spiritual stones into the puppet and then controlled it to attack Tian Dao. "Puppet!" Tian Dao cried out involuntarily when he saw this. He had thought that Feng Chen had yet to refine the puppet, but to his surprise, he had succeeded. Damn it! At that moment, fear rose in Tian Dao's heart, and he prepared to escape. Tian Dao used the heaven-severing blade, wanting to force the puppet back and then snatch Hua Hen's interspatial ring to escape. However, his scheme was discovered by Feng Chen. The latter controlled the puppet with all his strength, constantly attacking Tian Dao, leaving him no room to snatch the interspatial ring. Damn it! As time passed, Tian Dao felt that he couldn't withstand the puppet's attacks. At that moment, he couldn't care less. He used the heaven-severing blade and then disappeared from the wasteland in a flash. "Kid, I'll definitely kill you one day." Tian Dao's voice reverberated throughout the wasteland. After Tian Dao escaped, Feng Chen didn't let the puppet chase after him. Instead, he walked to Hua Hen and picked up the interspatial ring. After checking it, he found the physique grass in the interspatial ring. As expected, Feng Chen grinned and quickly left the wasteland. Those warriors who were secretly preparing to attack Feng Chen chose to remain silent when they found out that Feng Chen controlled the puppet. They didn't dare to make a move. In the end, Feng Chen safely entered the Holy Wind mountain range. Feng Chen said that he had gained a lot from this trip to the imperial capital. Not only did he obtain the broken sword, but he also obtained the mysterious painting, the physique grass, and the puppet. Of course, the most important thing was the puppet. With the 9th-level Qi Transformation Realm puppet, Feng Chen wasn't afraid of Qi Transformation Realm disciples. After returning to Kamikaze Kenbu from the Holy Wind mountain range, Feng Chen went into seclusion to study the mysterious painting. 3 days later, Feng Chen finally made some progress in his research. "This painting is actually a spiritual painting," Feng Chen said. For 3 whole days, Feng Chen had been studying the mysterious picture scroll without any progress. However, not long ago, Feng Chen had inadvertently sent his soul power into the picture scroll. Immediately, he had discovered the map within the picture scroll. In the painting, there was a spiritual map. On the map, there were some routes and a red dot. That red dot should be the location of the treasure. Feng Chen's face was full of smiles. Anyun County was the border between the Holy Wind country and other countries. This county city was the most chaotic place in the Holy Wind country. The red dot on the map marked the Anyun County. As for the specific location of the Anyun County, Fang Chen would have to go there to find out. Once I've packed up, I'll go to Anyan County, Fang Chen said. After discovering the secret of the mysterious painting, Fang Chen put away the mysterious painting and took out the physique grass. There were 3 parts to the inheritance from the empty sky Taoist. Among them, the second part, the empty sky fist, was practiced to perfection. As for the third part, the reckless ox technique, he was stuck at the first level, unable to break through. This time, with the physique grass, Fang Chen was confident that he could reach the second level of the reckless ox technique. Walla Fang Chen directly put the physique grass into his mouth. Following his throat, the physique grass entered Fang Chen's body. When it came in contact with the golden heart suddenly sucked the physique grass in. While Fang Chen was shocked, the physique grass was spat out by the golden heart. At this time, Fang Chen was surprised to find that the physique grass was refined by the golden heart, making its medicinal effect even more overbearing. So magical! Fang Chen could not help but exclaim. However, now was not the time to exclaim. The physique grass entered Fang Chen's dantian and was absorbed into his eukaryote. The rich spiritual energy continuously absorbed the medicinal effect of the physique grass, and then it spread throughout his body. Time passed bit by bit. Fang Chen felt that as time passed, the medicinal effect of the physique grass became weaker and weaker, while his body became stronger and stronger. After about half an hour, Fang Chen felt a boom coming from his eukaryote. Following that, Fang Chen found that the physique grass medicinal effect had been completely absorbed. At this time, Fang Chen suddenly operated the reckless ox technique. While under Fang Chen's operation, the reckless ox technique naturally reached the second level. Suddenly, Fang Chen felt that his body was constantly becoming stronger, and his physical strength was also incomparably tyrannical. The second level of the reckless ox technique. Fang Chen's face was full of surprise as he said, "Let's test my strength." Fang Chen suddenly punched out, all the strength in his body converging on his fist. With a bang, his fist directly smashed into the courtyard. The ground seemed to tremble, and dust flew everywhere. When the dust slowly settled, Fang Chen found that there was a big hole in the ground. That's a lot of power. With my current strength, I can kill a martial artist in the 6th realm of the Qi transformation realm with one punch, Fang Chen said. With pure strength, it was easy to imagine how strong the reckless ox technique was to kill a warrior of the 6th realm with one punch. Now, Fang Chen felt that his physical body had already reached the limit of the golden body. In order to test how strong his physical body had become, Fang Chen left the advanced area and went to the intermediate area. It's Fang Chen. In the intermediate area, in front of the body refining tower, a disciple shouted. Fang Chen? Isn't he an advanced disciple? Why is he in the intermediate area? Is he going to challenge the body refining tower? Last time, Fang Chen made it to the 8th level. Can he make it to the 9th level this time? Many disciples had different opinions. Fang Chen ignored the crowd and directly plunged into the body refining tower. Fang Chen's return was instantly known by all the disciples in the intermediate area. Even the upper echelons of the intermediate area came to the body refining tower. Chapter 144. Did Fang Chen enter the body refining tower? Someone asked. Yes, he just came from the advanced area and entered the body refining tower. It seems like he is going to break through to the 9th level. Many warriors were discussing. When Zhuge Yuan and the other 3 heard the crowd's discussion about Fang Chen, their faces were full of smiles. Xu Feiqi, who was in the crowd, squinted his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Time passed by slowly. The light spots above the body refining tower moved forward quickly. It could be said that there was no obstruction at all. Fang Chen easily entered the 9th floor. Look, Fang Chen has entered the 9th level. He really entered the 9th level. He is amazing. No wonder he defeated Xu Feiqi. He is so domineering. Many warriors were excited. However, at this moment, the higher-ups who heard the news looked at each other and trembled with excitement. The disciples were only thinking about the surface matters, but the upper echelons were thinking much further. They were very clear that no matter which disciple it was, when they entered the 9th floor for the first time, they would cause the middle area's bell to ring, and it would ring 9 times in a row. This time, Fang Chun entered the 9th level calmly, but the bell did not ring. The higher-ups knew what this meant. They realized something terrifying. Fang Chun had already entered the 9th floor before this. There are very few intermediate disciples who can enter the 9th level. The last time the bell rang 9 times, it must be Fang Chun. All the higher-ups thought. At this moment, on the 9th level of the body refining tower, Fang Chun stood on the 9th floor and felt the gravity coming from all directions. He had a look of enjoyment on his face. I have cultivated the reckless bull technique to the 2nd level. The gravity on the 9th level does not pressure me at all. It is too easy. Fang Chun grinned. However, although the gravity on the 9th level did not exert any pressure on him, Fang Chun discovered that his physical body could actually absorb the gravity on the 9th level. This made Fang Chun very surprised. Just like that, time passed bit by bit. Last time, Fang Chun only lasted for an hour in the body refining tower. This time, Fang Chun lasted for 6 hours. Outside, all the disciples widened their eyes and looked at the light spots on the 9th level. Gosh, Fang Chun has been on the 9th level for 6 hours, and he has not come out yet. Many disciples cried out. The eyes of many higher-ups were also filled with excitement. After 10 hours, Fang Chun finally came out of the body refining tower with a smile on his face. However, when he came out, he was shocked. He did not expect so many people to be in front of the body refining tower. Fang Chun, congratulations on reaching the 9th level of the body refining tower. The higher-ups nodded. Hearing this, Fang Chun smiled awkwardly. After greeting the higher-ups, Fang Chun left the middle area. After all, he was an advanced disciple and could not stay in the middle area for too long. The moment Fang Chun left, Xu Feiqi, who was in the crowd, moved. Whoosh! Xu Feiqi entered the body refining tower and ran all the way. When he reached the 8th level, he finally slowed down. Did Xu Feiqi suffer a blow? Many disciples were puzzled. An hour later, Xu Feiqi stepped into the 9th level under the shocked gazes of the crowd. The bell of the intermediate level rang out once more. Dong! The higher-ups were excited. How could they not be excited when two such geniuses appeared at the same time? Xu Feiqi successfully entered the 9th level of the body refining tower. When he came out, his cultivation level had already reached the peak of the 7th realm of the Qi transformation realm. Xu Feiqi, you finally achieved your goal. The higher-ups congratulated him. However, Xu Feiqi's eyes were filled with profoundness. There was only one goal in his mind, and that was to surpass Fang Chun. After Xu Feiqi broke through to the 7th realm, he naturally became an advanced disciple. As for Fang Chun, he had no idea what happened after he left. After returning to the high-class area, Fang Chun was very unlucky. He actually happened to meet one of the 4 heavenly kings, Xingyu, on the tree-lined road. Fang Chun was about to turn and leave, but Star and Moon saw him. Whoosh! Hearing the noise behind him, Fang Chun tried to run away, but Star and Moon caught him and threw him to the ground. Ah! Fang Chun let out a miserable cry and said angrily, "Isn't it just because I accidentally saw you bathing? I've already been beaten up by you so many times. This matter should be over." Fang Chun did not speak, but Star and Moon was even angrier. Bang! Star and Moon clenched her fists and punched Fang Chun in the face, turning his head into a pig's head. "If you hit me again, don't blame me for being rude," Fang Chun said sternly. "Rude to me?" Star and Moon sneered. "In Kamikaze Kenbu, even the other 3 heavenly kings do not dare to talk to me like this." As soon as Xing Yu's voice fell, his fist blasted out again. Bang! This time, Star and Moon's fist did not hit Fang Chun. Instead, it hit a puppet. It's because of this puppet, Star and Moon said coldly. Fang Chun controlled the puppet to block Star and Moon's attack. Bang! 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 Before long, Star and Moon broke through the puppet's defense and rushed to Fang Chun. She punched and kicked Fang Chun. A quarter of an hour later, Star and Moon left. Fang Chun stood up, his face bruised and swollen. He put away the puppet, his face full of anger. At that moment, a young man in blue walked to Fang Chun, holding a folding fan in his hand. Ha ha! The man in blue laughed when he saw Fang Chun's appearance. What are you laughing at? Fang Chun asked unhappily. Kid, how did you offend the goddess of Star and Moon? She actually beat you into a pig's head, the man in blue asked. Fang Chun's face darkened, but he did not say anything. But you're lucky. You offended Star and Moon, but you're still alive and kicking. I admire you, the man in blue said. Humph, I'll teach this female Tyrannosaurus a lesson sooner or later, Fang Chun said in a low voice. Shoo! Hearing Fang Chun's words, the man in blue hurriedly made a shushing gesture, then said in a low voice, Do you want to die? If Star and Moon hears what you just said, you're done for. Fang Chun did not say anything else, turned around, and left. After walking for a while, Fang Chun suddenly thought of something. He turned to the man in blue and asked, Does the female Tyrannosaurus have a boyfriend? Hearing this, the man in blue was stunned, then he spread his hands and shook his head. No wonder she's so irritable. After saying that, Fang Chun strode away. Looking at Fang Chun's departing figure, the blue-clothed man revealed a smile on his face. Apart from you, no one in Kamikaze Kenbu dares to talk about Star and Moon like that. Fang Chun originally wanted to cultivate, but he was beaten up by the female Tyrannosaurus for no reason. He did not even have the mood to cultivate. He was very depressed, but there was nothing he could do. The female Tyrannosaurus was too strong. Even if he used the puppet, he was no match for the female Tyrannosaurus. Just you wait. One day I will defeat you, Fang Chun said in a deep voice. In the next few days, Fang Chun mainly went to the Sword in Tent Canyon to comprehend the Sword in Tent. After several attempts, Fang Chun had already touched the threshold of the Sword in Tent. As long as he was given a little more time, he would definitely be able to comprehend the Sword in Tent. When that time came, his strength would skyrocket. This time, Fang Chun spent 3 days and finally reached the bottleneck. After that, Fang Chun left the Sword in Tent Canyon. After packing up a little, Fang Chun was ready to leave, but when he appeared in the square, he encountered the female Tyrannosaurus. Fang Chun subconsciously took a few steps back, but this time, it was beyond his expectations. The female Tyrannosaurus glanced at him, then turned around and left. At least I didn't get beaten up, Fang Chun whispered as he left Kamikaze Kenbu. This time, Fang Chun's target was Anyun County. This county was located in the southernmost part of the Xingfeng country, next to the Blackwind country. Generally speaking, the Blackwind country was more tyrannical than the Xingfeng country. However, because the Xingfeng country had 10 major sects, the Blackwind country did not dare to have a dispute with the Xingfeng country. Although it seemed calm on the surface, the border between the two countries often had conflict. The royal family could only turn a blind eye. Fang Chun came to the imperial capital and found a bird merchant association. He spent 10 million mid-grade spirit stones to buy a flying crane, then rode it and left. In the Xingfeng country, there were some beast tamers who specialized in taming some flying beasts. These beasts had almost no attack power. After being tamed, they were sold to humans as mounts. Qi transformation realm experts could not fly. In order to save time, they could only buy flying beasts. Flying beasts could save a lot of time for martial artists. If one did not ride a flying beast, it would take at least 10 days to go from the imperial capital to Anyun County. However, if one rode a flying beast, it would take at most 5 days. Fang Chun rode the flying crane, and the speed was very fast. When will I be able to fly without riding a flying beast? Fang Chen sighed as he sat on the back of the flying crane, looking at the boundless sky. On the 5th day, they finally arrived at Anyang County. Land! Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. Hearing this, the flying crane flapped its wings and slowly landed on the ground. Chapter 145. In the dark sky plain, under the dusky sky, there were countless figures moving about. Of course, these figures seemed to be walking through a maze as they couldn't see each other. Fang Chen and Star and Moon were one of them. When they went deep into the dark sky plain, they were surprised to find that there seemed to be a mysterious array activated by the three major forces. The dark sky plane is very unusual, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Just as the two of them were walking, suddenly, there were a few sounds of something breaking through the air in the distance. Then, 5 figures appeared in front of the two of them. Unfamiliar auras. Are they outsiders? The leader of the group revealed a sinister smile when he found that Fang Chen and Star and Moon were strangers. Outsiders, how dare you intrude here? You're courting death, the leader said coldly. Star and Moon and Fang Chen didn't say anything. They just looked at the 5 figures quietly. From their collars, they could tell that the 5 of them were from the Gu family. A few clowns, Fang Chen said. Go, kill them. The leader didn't want to waste time and said coldly. As soon as his voice fell, the 4 people behind him attacked together. They launched fierce attacks, wanting to kill Fang Chen and Star and Moon. Pucci before Fang Chen could make a move, Star and Moon attacked. The consequences of angering the female T-Rex were very tragic. In less than a minute, the 4 figures lost their vitality and fell to the ground forever. Seeing this, the leader's face showed a trace of horror. He kept retreating and roared, "You're demons!" Pucci, Star and Moon attacked and killed the leader. The 5 of them weren't even as strong as Fang Chen. How could they resist Star and Moon's attack? Let's go, Star and Moon said in a low voice after killing the 5 people. Then, Fang Chen followed Star and Moon and left. Not long after the two left, some people came. When they found that the warriors from their families had been killed, they were furious. They must be outsiders. Chase them, someone said coldly. At this time, Fang Chen was following behind Star and Moon, rushing into the depths of the dark sky plain. However, after walking for about an hour, both of them suddenly stopped. That was because there was a small hill in front of them. On the small hill, there was a bewitching flower. Physique grass. Fang Chen's eyes widened as he said in disbelief. Star and Moon looked at Fang Chen and said, "If you need it, go get it yourself." Fang. Bang. A black shadow slammed into Fang Chen's body. He was caught off guard and was forced to retreat. However, just as Fang Chen was retreating, he flicked his wrist and grabbed the vitality grass. After stabilizing himself, Fang Chen looked at the vitality grass in his hand, and a wild smile appeared on his face. Back at the Imperial Capital auction, the vitality grass had been bought by Hua Hen, but it had returned to him. After swallowing the vitality grass, Fang Chen knew that the vitality grass was very powerful. The vitality grass had helped his reckless bull technique break through to the peak of the 2nd level, making his body extremely strong. Now that he had obtained another stock of vitality grass, Fang Chen was even happier. But happiness was one thing. The most important thing now was to deal with the big guy in front of him. This big guy was the guardian of the vitality grass. It was very strong. After a brief encounter with Fang Chen realized that this big guy was at least at the peak of the Qi transformation realm. With Fang Chen's current cultivation level, he should be able to deal with this monster. Roar. Seeing Fang Chen put the vitality grass into his spatial ring, the big guy raised his head and roared. In the next moment, he clenched his claws into fists and attacked Fang Chen. Bang. Bang. A quarter of an hour later, Fang Chen successfully dealt with this big guy. Star and Moon nodded slightly, acknowledging Fang Chen's strength. Let's go. Fang Chen gently clapped his hands and said with a smile. Star and Moon nodded and turned to leave. Fang Chen followed closely behind. But just as Fang Chen took a step forward, his expression suddenly changed. His whole body emitted a wild aura. Ah! Fang Chen felt pain all over his body. And the source of all this was the golden heart. What's going on? Fang Chen thought to himself. He saw the golden heart in his body gradually stop beating, as if it was going to fall into a deep sleep. What's wrong with you? Star and Moon, who was walking, suddenly felt this aura. His expression changed slightly, and he turned to look at Fang Chen. Fang Chen's whole body was in pain, and he fell to the ground. Fang Chen. Star and Moon quickly walked over, wanting to see what was wrong with Fang Chen. But at this moment, something strange happened. Fang Chen suddenly disappeared from the ground. Even Star and Moon did not notice how Fang Chen disappeared. Fang Chen! Star and Moon shouted when he saw this, but Fang Chen was already nowhere to be found. What's going on? Star and Moon was puzzled. As an expert on the Qi roll, he had seen a lot, but this was the first time Star and Moon had seen such a strange thing. After searching for a while, he found that Fang Chen had completely disappeared. Star and Moon's eyes flashed with an imperceptible look. Finally, he resolutely turned around and left. Crash! Fang Chen felt as if his whole body was on fire, and he was in great pain. The golden heart in his body gradually stopped beating and fell into a deep sleep. Wake up! Fang Chen felt that his consciousness was about to scatter. He roared loudly in his heart. However, his eyes failed to live up to his expectations as they slowly closed. When Fang Chen's eyes closed, his body instantly disappeared from the ground. The moment Fang Chen disappeared, the golden heart fell into a deep sleep. Dark Sky City, Gu Family Mansion. It's been a few days. Have we still not found that person's whereabouts? Second young Master Gu asked in a low voice. Young Master, that person seemed to have disappeared after leaving Dark Sky City. We've mobilized all the Gu family clansmen in Dark Sky County, but we haven't found him, a subordinate said. Young Master, do you think he'll enter Dark Sky Plain? Another subordinate suddenly asked. Yes. A trace of surprise flashed across second young Master Gu's eyes when he heard this. He immediately said in a low voice, Dark Sky Plain is jointly controlled by the three great forces. He can't enter at all. However, as soon as second young Master Gu finished speaking, he thought of something. Of course, we can't rule out this possibility. Just as second young Master Gu was speaking, one of his subordinates hurried in from outside. Second young Master Gu, there's news from Dark Sky Plain. Not long ago, 2 unfamiliar warriors barged in. Now, warriors from the 3 great forces are going all out to surround them. After hearing this subordinate's report, second young Master Gu was almost certain that one of the 2 warriors was the one he wanted to kill. Humph, what an idiot! He actually dared to barge into Dark Sky Plain. Second young Master Gu sneered. Young Master, what should we do? Pay close attention to every movement outside Dark Sky Plain. Don't let them escape. Second young Master Gu said. After an unknown amount of time, Fang Chen gradually regained consciousness. He felt pain all over his body, and his bones felt like they were about to fall apart. Suddenly, Fang Chen opened his eyes. A wave of pain came from his body, and he let out a miserable cry. Soon after, Fang Chen discovered that he was in an unfamiliar space. Where am I? Fang Chen gradually recalled what had happened before. Wasn't he with the Star and Moon? Moreover, he had obtained a stalk of physique grass. After that, the golden heart began to fall silent. His entire body was in pain, and he gradually lost consciousness. That's right, what happened to the golden heart? Fang Chen took a look at his own body. However, what shocked him was that the place where his heart used to be in his body was completely empty. Where's my heart? Fang Chen exclaimed. How could he survive without a heart? What was going on? Intuition told Fang Chen that all of this had something to do with the golden heart. Fang Chen tried his best to calm the shock in his heart. He slowly sorted out the process of the incident and analyzed the entire matter. What's going on? Fang Chen felt that it was inconceivable. His heart had actually disappeared, and he was in a mysterious space. Dong. Just as Fang Chen was puzzled, a sudden vibration entered Fang Chen's ears. Following that, an ancient aura of desolation rushed towards him. Fang Chen felt as if he was in an ancient era. Dong. Rumbling noises came one after another, making Fang Chen feel extremely confused. Among the myriad grand Daos, only my sword Dao is supreme. An ancient voice intermittently entered Fang Chen's ears. Who's speaking? Fang Chen was startled. He tried his best to listen, but that voice didn't ring out again. Crash! After that voice disappeared, the ancient aura instantly dissipated. Fang Chen felt as if everything in front of him was an illusion. In the next moment, Fang Chen appeared on a dusky plain. Dark sky plain. Fang Chen was shocked. He had actually returned to the dark sky plain. At this time, an even more shocking scene occurred. Fang Chen discovered that the golden heart had once more returned to his body. Furthermore, the golden heart was full of vitality and was rapidly beating. The silver light within the golden heart has completely disappeared, Fang Chen exclaimed. At the same time, a large amount of information suddenly appeared in Fang Chen's mind. The most shocking piece of information was that the first seal on the golden heart had been undone. Note: press the Enter key to return to the book. Press the key to return to the previous page. Press the key to return to the next page. To read the Primordial Sword Sovereign, please remember our address. To download the Primordial Sword Sovereign, please go to Chapter 146. Fang Chen checked and found that the closest city to Anyan County was Anyan City. Let's go to Anyan City to check the situation, said Fang Chen. After all, he had obtained the map from the mysterious scroll, so he was unfamiliar with Anyan County. 2 hours later, Fang Chen arrived at Anyan City. After entering Anyan City, Fang Chen found that the streets of Anyan City were filled with martial artists. Moreover, the strength of these martial artists was not inferior to the martial artists of the imperial capital. Moreover, there were many people in Anyan City. There were even some martial artists from the Blackwind country. Fang Chen came to an inn and ordered some food. While eating, he asked the waiter for information. "Waiter, are there any major powers in Anyan City?" asked Fang Chen. "Sir, it seems you've just arrived from outside. There are 3 major powers in Anyan City. These 3 powers are very tyrannical. No one can afford to offend them. As for the smaller powers, there are so many of them that I can't even count them," said the waiter. "Which 3 powers?" asked Fang Chen. "Heavenly Imperial Lake, Wood Dragon Stronghold, and Gu family. These 3 families control the entire Anyan County. Of these 3, the one you have to be most careful of is the Gu family. It's said that the Gu family is from the Blackwind country. However, after so many years, no one has been able to prove this," said the waiter in a low voice. When it came to the 3 major powers, the waiter was very careful. Fang Chen nodded and then asked, "Have there been any unusual movements in Anyan County recently?" Hearing Fang Chen's words, the waiter shook his head. However, he suddenly seemed to think of something and said, "Not long ago, the 3 major powers and many smaller powers sent people to Anyan Plain. Some people said they were joining forces to encircle and suppress enemies. Others said they found some treasures." Hearing this, Fang Chen thought for a moment and then nodded slightly. He took out some spirit stones and handed them to the waiter. After the waiter received the spirit stones, he left with a smile on his face. "The red dot on the mysterious picture scroll is in Anyan County, but I can't find its exact location. I have to find it myself," Fang Chen thought to himself. Therefore, Fang Chen asked the waiter that the map in the picture scroll was actually a treasure map. Perhaps it was already in the hands of the big forces in Anyan County. As expected, Fang Chen managed to find out some useful information. Perhaps Dark Sky Plane has something to do with the treasure. Fang Chen instantly made a decision to head to Dark Sky Plane. Just as Fang Chen was deep in thought, angry roars suddenly rang out. In the next moment, all the cultivators in the inn trembled, as if they were afraid of something. Second young Master Gu is here. Hurry up and scram. When Fang Chen heard this arrogant and despotic voice, he lifted his head and saw that the martialist, who had been eating, had quickly left the inn. At this moment, a very good-for-nothing young man looked at the crowd that was leaving with disdain. Behind him were a few subordinates. Suddenly, the good-for-nothing young man stretched out his arm and stopped a woman. This woman had delicate features and a delicate figure. She could be considered a beauty. You stay. The good-for-nothing young man said playfully. Second young Master Gu, please let my wife go. The woman was stopped by second young Master Gu. A man beside her suddenly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Scram. Before second young Master Gu could say anything, one of his subordinates behind him kicked the kneeling man in the chest. Beat him up. Second young Master Gu said coldly. As second young Master Gu spoke, a few of his subordinates immediately surrounded the man who was begging for mercy. The beautiful woman was pulled in front of second young Master Gu. Little girl, it's your fortune that I have taken a liking to you. Second young Master Gu lifted the woman's chin and laughed. Obviously, the owner of the inn knew how powerful second young Master Gu was. In Anyan City, he didn't dare to provoke second young Master Gu. Just as second young Master Gu was about to make a move on the beautiful woman, he suddenly saw Fang Chen sitting by the window from the corner of his eye. Why is there still someone here? Second young Master Gu asked coldly when he saw that Fang Chen was as calm as a mountain. Brat, don't you know the rules of our second young Master Gu? Hurry up and scram. A few of his subordinates stopped beating the man and scolded Fang Chen. Fang Chen was sitting on a stool by the window with a teacup in his hand. He was drinking tea. He hadn't moved his body from start to finish. Brat, are you stupid? Second young Master Gu's subordinates shouted angrily when they saw that Fang Chen wasn't moving. Fang Chen still didn't move. One of his subordinates quickly walked in front of Fang Chen and threw a punch at Fang Chen. Bang! Everyone thought that Fang Chen would be crippled by second young Master Gu's subordinates, but contrary to everyone's expectations, Fang Chen sat there quietly as if he hadn't moved at all. However, second young Master Gu's subordinate had already fallen to the ground and was screaming miserably. Second young Master Gu raised his eyebrows and looked at Fang Chen with interest. Do you want to die by attacking in front of me? Second young Master Gu asked coldly. As soon as second young Master Gu finished speaking, a few of his subordinates quickly appeared in front of Fang Chen and surrounded Fang Chen. Brat, I think you're tired of living. Fang Chen raised his head and took a sip of tea. He immediately said, Is this inn owned by your family? Of course not. It's just a small inn. Our second young Master Gu doesn't care about it. A subordinate said. Since it's not your family's inn, why would I bother you by drinking tea here? Fang Chen said indifferently. Originally, Fang Chen didn't want to cause trouble as he was new here. However, this second young Master Gu was too much. Fang Chen couldn't bear it anymore. Isn't it just second young Master Gu? So what if I kill you? As long as I leave Anyan City, no matter how powerful your Gu family is, you won't be able to find me. Brat, in Anyan City, there are only a handful of people who dare to speak to second young Master Gu like this. A subordinate sneered. What are you all standing there for? Cripple him. Second young Master Gu said impatiently. You're courting death. Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly when he saw the subordinates making a move. In an instant, he threw a few punches. In an instant, he heard a series of banging sounds. Following that, second young Master Gu saw his subordinates all fall to the ground. Second young Master Gu frowned slightly. He looked at Fang Chen and thought quickly in his heart. After a long while, second young Master Gu said, "Brat, you dare to touch my second young Master Gu's people?" Hearing second young Master Gu's question, Fang Chen sneered and said, "I don't care what second young Master Gu you are. If you dare to provoke me, you must have the ability to bear the consequences." Hearing Fang Chen's words, second young Master Gu weighed the pros and cons. In the end, he left a ruthless sentence and quickly left the inn. "Brat, just you wait." After second young Master Gu left, the man and woman from before kept kowtowing to Fang Chen. If it wasn't for Fang Chen, they would have been killed by second young Master Gu. In Anyan City, even if second young Master Gu killed them, no one would say anything. After second young Master Gu left, the owner of the inn hurriedly ran out and said to Fang Chen, "Sir, you have offended second young Master Gu. You should leave quickly. Otherwise, our inn will suffer." Fang Chen shook his head slightly and left the inn. After leaving the inn, Fang Chen left Anyan City and prepared to go to the Anyan Plains. However, just after Fang Chen left, second young Master Gu slowly walked out from a dark corner. His face was gloomy as he said coldly, "Keep an eye on him. Call the family's 9th Realm warriors to come and kill him." After Fang Chen left Anyan City, he realized that he was being followed. He deliberately increased his speed. In a short while, he was far away from Anyan City and appeared on a barren plain. "You've been following me for so long. Still not coming out?" Fang Chen stopped and said coldly. Knowing that they had been discovered, a few warriors who were following Fang Chen slowly walked out from the darkness. They looked at Fang Chen and said coldly, "Boy, you dare to offend our second young Master Gu. You're dead meat. Do you think you can keep me here?" Fang Chen asked back. The few martial artists were taken aback. They stopped talking and surrounded Fang Chen. "If I'm not wrong, your second young Master Gu will definitely call for powerful warriors to kill me," Fang Chen suddenly said. "But before that, I will collect some interest." As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, the hidden dragon sword suddenly appeared in his hand. In the next moment, the Tai diffraction blade was used. A powerful sword force was integrated into the Tai diffraction blade. Pucci, wherever the hidden dragon sword passed, cold light would constantly pierce out. Screams of agony rang out in Fang Chen's ears. At this moment, not far away from the plains, there were 3 martial artists in the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm who were rushing towards Fang Chen. In a short while, the 3 of them appeared on the plain, just in time to see Fang Chen kill the last warrior. "Die, thief!" One of the warriors of the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm shouted angrily. His body flashed as he directly launched a fierce attack. Crash! Fang Chen did not hesitate to release the puppet to block the warrior's attack. "It's the puppet. Attack together and kill this boy!" The warrior in gray robes shouted loudly. Fang Chen controlled the puppet and blocked 2 of the 9th realm Qi transformation realm warriors. As for the remaining 9th realm warrior, the puppet could not stop him, so he had to do it himself. Damn it, how did they get here so quickly? Fang Chen was a little speechless. Facing 3 9th realm warriors, he was a little afraid. Bang! Bang! Fang Chen used the solitary emptiness fist and bombarded the warrior in gray robes with a punch. The warrior in gray robes paused for a moment before the fist radiance dissipated. "Thief, you are dead meat," the warrior in gray robes said eerily. Crash! The warrior in gray robes clenched his fist tightly. A gray aura instantly surrounded his fist. In the next moment, his fist directly bombarded Fang Chen. Oh no! Fang Chen knew this was bad. His solitary emptiness fist could not block this punch at all. He prepared to escape. However, at this moment, Fang Chen felt an even stronger aura coming from behind him. It heavily bombarded the fist radiance. "It's you." Chapter 147. The sudden appearance of the figure surprised and delighted Fang Chen. "It's you." When Fang Chen saw this figure suddenly appear in front of him and send the ninth realm Qi transformation warrior flying with a single palm strike, his face was filled with shock. Star and Moon's pretty face was filled with indifference. She glanced at Fang Chen and immediately launched a fierce counterattack against the warrior. Damn it! The warrior clearly knew that Star and Moon had left. Seeing Star and Moon attack him, he couldn't help but curse. Why is she here? Fang Chen said as he looked at Star and Moon's figure. Bang bang bang! When Star and Moon attacked, the ninth realm Qi transformation warrior had no way of retaliating. Although they were both ninth realm Qi transformation warriors, Star and Moon was one of the 4 heavenly kings of Kamikaze Kenbu and was also on the Qi ranking. Boom! When Star and Moon's final palm struck, the ninth realm Qi transformation warrior was sent flying. He finally knew who Star and Moon was. You're an expert on the Qi ranking, the warrior cried out as he fell to the ground with a bang. But it was too late. Star and Moon didn't give him any chance. Her figure flashed, and she appeared in front of him like a ghost. Then she lightly struck out with her palm. The ninth realm Qi transformation warrior lost his life in an instant, killing a ninth realm Qi transformation warrior with a flip of her hand. An expert on the Qi ranking is indeed very strong. Fang Chen was dumbfounded. Star and Moon was too strong. After Xing Yu killed the 9th level Qi transformation realm martial artist, the other 2 9th level Qi transformation realm martial artists who were blocked by the puppets were filled with fear. Run! She's an expert on the Qi ranking. One of the 9th realm Qi transformation warriors shouted. The 2 of them worked together to force the puppets back and wanted to escape. However, Star and Moon would not give them the chance to let the tiger return to the mountain. All of you stay. Star and Moon's figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of a 9th level Qi transformation realm martial artist. Once again, they waved their palms and struck the martial artist's chest. Crack! The body of this 9th tier Qi transformation realm martial artist had been shattered by the Star and Moon. Seeing this, the other warrior roared in anger. He wanted to escape, but he was stopped by the puppet. Who the hell are you? The warrior roared angrily when he saw Star and Moon walking towards him. He knew that he couldn't escape, so he decided not to. The person who killed you. Star and Moon's eyes flashed coldly. In the next instant, they killed the 9th realm Qi transformation martial artist. After doing all this, Star and Moon lightly patted the dust off their clothes and glanced at Fang Chen. In the blink of an eye, Star and Moon had killed 3 9th realm Qi transformation realm martial artists. This shocked Fang Chen. Fang Chen had not yet recovered from his shock. His eyes were filled with shock, and his heart was filled with excitement. After a long while, Star and Moon coughed softly, and Fang Chen finally came to his senses. He smiled and said, "Thank you for just now." Star and Moon's face was expressionless. They glanced at Fang Chen, then quickly left the plains. Seeing this, Fang Chen hurried after them and asked, "Where are you going? Why are you here?" "The dark sky plains," Star and Moon said calmly. Fang Chen's face lit up when he heard this. He immediately said, "What a coincidence. I'm going to the dark sky plains as well. Why don't we travel together?" Star and Moon didn't say anything, so Fang Chen took it as a silent agreement. Although Star and Moon had beaten him several times in Kamikaze Kenbu, Fang Chen still felt grateful to Star and Moon. This time, if Star and Moon hadn't intervened in time, Fang Chen wouldn't have been able to escape. The 2 of them traveled together. Star and Moon didn't seem to want to communicate with Fang Chen. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, the 2 of them left the plains. The sun gradually set and night fell. In a luxurious mansion in Dark Sky City, it was brightly lit. In the center of this mansion, there was a very luxurious courtyard. In this courtyard, a man quietly sat on a stone bench in the courtyard. Beside him stood a few subordinates. Bang! Suddenly, the man clenched his fist and slammed it on the stone table with a bang. The subordinates around him looked at each other, but didn't say anything. A bunch of trash. 3 martial artists in the 9th realm of the Chi transformation realm couldn't kill him? Second young Master Gu said angrily. When he learned that the 3 martial artists in the 9th realm of the Chi transformation realm had all died, second young Master Gu was furious. Back at the inn, although he didn't know Fang Chen's exact strength, he was sure that his strength hadn't reached the 9th realm of the Chi transformation realm. But now, the reality was that the 3 martial artists in the 9th realm of the Chi transformation realm had all died an unnatural death, and there was no corpse at the scene. Young Master, with that kid's strength, there's no way he could have been a match for the 3 of them. The only explanation is that someone secretly saved him, one of the subordinates said in a low voice. Who dares to openly make an enemy of the Gu clan in Dark Sky City? Second young Master Gu asked in a low voice, his eyes narrowing. When the subordinates heard this, they fell silent. They also couldn't figure out who had saved the martial artist. After a long time, second young Master Gu gave an order. Dig 3 feet into the ground and find that martial artist. I want his life. Fang Chen didn't know how angry second young Master Gu was when he learned that his 3 subordinates had been killed. At this time, Fang Chen was following Star and Moon, relaxing along the way. As he spent more time with Star and Moon, Fang Chen realized that the female Tyrannosaurus had a cute side. However, she was very quiet and didn't communicate with Fang Chen at all. After a few days, Fang Chen and Star and Moon finally arrived at the Dark Sky Plains. The Dark Sky Plains are up ahead, Fang Chen said, looking ahead. At this time, Star and Moon stopped in their tracks and said, with your strength, entering the Dark Sky Plains will be dangerous. Don't I still have you? Hearing this, Fang Chen shrugged and spread out his hands. Star and Moon didn't say anything else and quickly walked forward. However, when the 2 of them reached the Dark Sky Plains, they suddenly saw a large number of guards in front of them. Seeing Fang Chen and Star and Moon, the guard leader said impatiently, "This is Dark Sky County's restricted area. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter." "Why aren't we allowed to enter?" Fang Chen asked. Not long ago, the 3 top forces of Dark Sky County joined forces to explore this place. They clearly forbade anyone from entering unless they are martial artists from the 3 top forces, the guard leader said coldly. "Hurry up and leave. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." "You." Fang Chen was about to speak when Star and Moon suddenly moved. He waved his small white hand and in the next moment, the guard leader's body was sent flying. Bang! With a loud bang, the guard leader's body fell heavily to the ground. The other guards rushed forward to protect him. However, at this time, they were surprised to find that the 2 figures in front of them had disappeared. They must have entered the Dark Sky Plains. Inform the martial artists from the 3 top forces of the plains to kill them if they encounter them, the guard leader roared. The Dark Sky Plains was a special plain in Dark Sky County. This plain was very vast and was surrounded by a gray fog all year round. When Fang Chen and Star and Moon entered the Dark Sky Plains, they found that their senses couldn't detect their surroundings. They could only rely on their eyes to see. "What a strange Dark Sky Plains," Fang Chen said doubtfully as he looked around. It was all gray and foggy. Star and Moon didn't say anything. They just walked forward. However, at this time, Fang Chen spoke. "Beautiful Star and Moon, wait a moment." "What's the matter?" Star and Moon frowned and asked. "This place is under the control of the 3 top forces of Dark Sky County. Will there be any problems if we barge in like this?" Fang Chen asked. Star and Moon shook her head and said, "The Dark Sky Plains is so big. It won't be easy for them to find us." Fang Chen nodded and asked, "What are you doing here?" "Then what are you doing here?" Star and Moon asked in return. Fang Chen was startled and immediately explained his purpose. "I obtained a mysterious scroll at the Imperial Capital auction. There is a mysterious map on the scroll. The map points to Dark Sky County. When I came to Dark Sky County, I asked around and learned that the three top forces had sent a large number of cultivators into the Dark Sky Plains. I think the location on the scroll should be in the Dark Sky Plains, Fong Chen said. Star and Moon nodded slightly after hearing Fong Chen's words. She looked at Fong Chen in surprise and said, I received news from a secret channel that a treasure will appear here, so I came here. I see. It seems that we are fated to meet. Fong Chen grinned. Star and Moon didn't beat Fong Chen up this time. Instead, she said, since we have entered the Dark Sky Plains, the three top forces will definitely know that outsiders have entered. Be careful. After saying that, the two disappeared into the Dark Sky Plains. At this time, the cultivators of the three top forces all over the Dark Sky Plains received the news one after another. Outsiders have entered the Dark Sky Plains? What a bunch of trash. In a spacious area, the leader of the group cursed coldly. The same thing was happening all over the Dark Sky Plain. After they received the news, they searched for the treasure while looking for the two outsiders. Once they found the outsiders, they would definitely kill them. The treasures of the Dark Sky Plains were jointly owned by the three top forces. They would never allow outsiders to interfere. Chapter 148. In the Dark Sky Plain, under the dusky sky, there were countless figures moving about. Of course, these figures seemed to be walking through a maze as they couldn't see each other. Fong Chen and Star and Moon were one of them. When they went deep into the Dark Sky Plain, they were surprised to find that there seemed to be a mysterious array activated by the three major forces. The Dark Sky Plain is very unusual, Fong Chen said in a deep voice. Just as the two of them were walking, suddenly, there were a few sounds of something breaking through the air in the distance. Then, 5 figures appeared in front of the two of them. Unfamiliar auras. Are they outsiders? The leader of the group revealed a sinister smile when he found that Fong Chen and Star and Moon were strangers. Outsiders, how dare you intrude here? You're courting death, the leader said coldly. Star and Moon and Fong Chen didn't say anything. They just looked at the 5 figures quietly. From their collars, they could tell that the 5 of them were from the Gu family. A few clowns, Fong Chen said. Go, kill them. The leader didn't want to waste time and said coldly. As soon as his voice fell, the 4 people behind him attacked together. They launched fierce attacks, wanting to kill Fong Chen and Star and Moon. Pucci before Fong Chen could make a move, Star and Moon attacked. The consequences of angering the female T-Rex were very tragic. In less than a minute, the 4 figures lost their vitality and fell to the ground forever. Seeing this, the leader's face showed a trace of horror. He kept retreating and roared, "You're demons!" Pucci, Star and Moon attacked and killed the leader. The 5 of them weren't even as strong as Fong Chen. How could they resist Star and Moon's attack? Let's go, Star and Moon said in a low voice after killing the 5 people. Then, Fong Chen followed Star and Moon and left. Not long after the two left, some people came. When they found that the warriors from their families had been killed, they were furious. They must be outsiders. Go after them, someone said coldly. At this time, Fong Chen was following behind Star and Moon, rushing into the depths of the Dark Sky Plain. However, after walking for about an hour, both of them suddenly stopped. That was because there was a small hill in front of them. On the small hill, there was a bewitching flower. Health grass. Fong Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Star and Moon looked at Fong Chen and said, "If you need it, go get it yourself." Fong Chen looked at Xing Yu gratefully. Then, with a tap of his feet, he appeared on top of the hill. Just as Fong Chen was about to collect the health grass, a deafening roar suddenly rang out. Bang! A black shadow slammed into Fong Chen's body. He was caught off guard and was forced to retreat. However, just as Fong Chen was retreating, he flicked his wrist and grabbed the vitality grass. After stabilizing himself, Fong Chen looked at the health grass in his hand and a wild smile appeared on his face. Back at the Imperial Capital auction, the health grass had been bought by Hua Hen, but it had returned to him. After swallowing the health grass, Fang Chen knew that it was very powerful. The health grass had allowed his reckless bull technique to break through to the peak of the second level, making his body extremely strong. Now that he had obtained another stalk of vitality grass, Fang Chen was even happier. However, the most important thing now was to deal with the big guy in front of him. This big guy was the guardian of the health grass. It was very strong. After a brief encounter with Fang Chen realized that this big guy was at least at the peak of the Qi transformation realm. With Fang Chen's current cultivation level, he should be able to deal with this monster. Roar! Seeing Fang Chen put the health grass into his spatial ring, the big guy raised its head and roared. In the next moment, it clenched its claws into fists and attacked Fang Chen. Bang! Bang! A quarter of an hour later, Fang Chen had successfully taken care of this big guy. Star and Moon nodded slightly, acknowledging Fang Chen's strength. Let's go. Fang Chen gently clapped his hands and said with a smile. Star and Moon nodded and turned to leave. Fang Chen followed closely behind. However, just as Fang Chen took a step forward, his expression suddenly changed. His whole body emitted a wild aura. Ah! Fang Chen felt pain all over his body. The source of all this was the golden heart. What's going on? Fang Chen thought to himself. He saw the golden heart in his body gradually stop beating, as if it was going to fall into a deep sleep. What's wrong with you? Star and Moon, who was walking, suddenly sensed this aura. His expression changed slightly, and he turned to look at Fang Chen. Fang Chen's whole body was in pain, and he fell to the ground. Fang Chen. Star and Moon quickly walked over, wanting to see what was wrong with Fang Chen. However, at this moment, something strange happened. Fang Chen suddenly disappeared from the ground. Even Star and Moon did not notice how Fang Chen disappeared. Fang Chen! Star and Moon shouted when he saw this, but Fang Chen was already nowhere to be found. What's going on? Star and Moon was puzzled. As an expert on the Qi role, he was experienced and knowledgeable. However, this was the first time Star and Moon had seen such a strange thing. After searching for a while, he found that Fang Chen had completely disappeared. Star and Moon's eyes flashed with an imperceptible look. Finally, he resolutely turned around and left. Crash! Fang Chen felt as if his whole body was on fire. The pain was unbearable. The golden heart in his body gradually stopped beating and fell into a deep sleep. Wake up! Fang Chen felt that his consciousness was about to scatter. He roared loudly in his heart. However, his eyes failed to live up to his expectations as they slowly shut. When Fang Chen's eyes closed, his body instantly disappeared from the ground. The moment Fang Chen disappeared, the golden heart fell into a deep sleep. Dark Sky City, Gu Family Mansion. It's been a few days. Have we still not found that person's whereabouts? Second young Master Gu asked in a low voice. Young Master, that person seemed to have disappeared after leaving Dark Sky City. We've mobilized all the Gu family clansmen in Dark Sky County, but we haven't found him, a subordinate said. Young Master, do you think he'll enter Dark Sky Plain? Another subordinate suddenly asked. Yes. A trace of surprise flashed across second young Master Gu's eyes when he heard this. He immediately said in a low voice, Dark Sky Plain is jointly controlled by the three great forces. He can't enter at all. However, as soon as second young Master Gu finished speaking, he thought of something. Of course, we can't rule out this possibility. Just as second young Master Gu was speaking, one of his subordinates hurried in from outside. Second young Master Gu, there's news from Dark Sky Plain. Not long ago, 2 unfamiliar warriors barged in. Now, warriors from the 3 great forces are going all out to surround them. After hearing this subordinate's report, second young Master Gu was almost certain that one of the 2 warriors was the one he wanted to kill. What an idiot! He actually dared to barge into Dark Sky Plain. Second young Master Gu sneered. Young Master, what should we do? Pay close attention to every movement outside Dark Sky Plane. Don't let them escape. Second young Master Gu said. After an unknown amount of time, Fang Chen gradually regained consciousness. He felt pain all over his body, and his bones felt like they were about to fall apart. Suddenly, Fang Chen opened his eyes. A wave of pain came from his body, and he let out a miserable cry. Soon after, Fang Chen discovered that he was in an unfamiliar space. Where am I? Fang Chen gradually recalled what had happened before. Wasn't he with the star and moon? Moreover, he had obtained a stalk of physique grass. After that, the golden heart began to fall silent. His entire body was in pain, and he gradually lost consciousness. That's right, what happened to the golden heart? Fang Chen took a look at his own body. However, what shocked him was that the place where his heart used to be in his body was completely empty. Where's my heart? Fang Chen exclaimed. How could he survive without a heart? What was going on? Intuition told Fang Chen that all of this had something to do with the golden heart. Fang Chen tried his best to calm the shock in his heart. He slowly sorted out the process of the incident and analyzed the entire matter. What's going on? Fang Chen felt that it was inconceivable. His heart had actually disappeared, and he was in a mysterious space. Dong! Just as Fang Chen was puzzled, a rumbling sound suddenly entered Fang Chen's ears. Following that, an ancient desolate aura rushed towards him. Fang Chen felt as if he was in an ancient era. Dong! Rumbling sounds came one after another. Fang Chen was puzzled. Among the myriad Daos, only my sword Dao is supreme. An ancient voice intermittently entered Fang Chen's ears. Who's speaking? Fang Chen was startled. He tried his best to listen, but that voice didn't ring out again. Crash! After that voice disappeared, the ancient desolate aura instantly dissipated. Fang Chen felt as if everything in front of him was an illusion. In the next moment, Fang Chen appeared on a dusky plain. Dark Sky Plane. Fang Chen was shocked. He had actually returned to the Dark Sky Plane. At this time, an even more shocking scene occurred. Fang Chen discovered that the golden heart had once again returned to his body. Furthermore, the golden heart was filled with vitality and was rapidly beating. The silver luster in the golden heart has completely disappeared. Fang Chen exclaimed. Chapter 149. After hearing this news, Fang Chen was shocked. The first seal of the golden heart has been unlocked, Fang Chen muttered to himself. It was only at this moment that Fang Chen realized that the golden heart actually had a seal. After the first seal was unlocked, the golden heart was even more active than before, and its aura was even more powerful. Fang Chen could feel that after the seal was unlocked, his understanding of the way of the sword had deepened. Buzz! The golden heart buzzed and began to beat rapidly. At this moment, Fang Chen discovered that a golden book had appeared in his mind. What is this? Fang Chen was a little puzzled and asked. However, at this moment, Fang Chen used his mind to control the golden book and slowly opened it. The moment the golden book opened, the golden heart's heartbeat increased noticeably. On the first page of the golden book, there were 4 large words: Water and Fire Sword Technique. Water and Fire Sword Technique. Fang Chen's eyes widened as he looked at the golden book in his mind. He didn't need to think to know that this sword technique had appeared in his mind because the first seal of the golden heart had been unlocked. Just as Fang Chen was about to flip through the Fire and Water Swordplay book, the golden heart suddenly started to beat faster. Fang Chen felt a little uncomfortable. He immediately sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes slightly. In the next moment, a large number of spiritual stones appeared in Fang Chen's palm. The golden heart was constantly absorbing the spiritual stones, as if it was strengthening its own energy. After an hour, the golden heart finally stopped absorbing spiritual stones. This time, the golden heart had absorbed about 100 million mid-grade spiritual stones. After absorbing these spiritual stones, Fang Chen discovered that the golden heart had returned to its original state. However, Fang Chen could vaguely feel that the golden heart seemed to have become stronger. Could it be because of the golden sword that fell from the sky? Fang Chen was puzzled. The only explanation for the seal on the golden heart was that the golden sword had already been sealed by a mysterious expert when the golden sword tore through the sky and appeared in front of him. Then which strange space was I in before? Fang Chen muttered to himself. After pondering for a moment, a look of shock appeared on Fang Chen's face. Could it be that I've entered the golden heart? Fang Chen asked. When he thought of this, Fang Chen couldn't suppress his excitement. He vaguely remembered that in that unfamiliar space, there was an ancient aura filled with vicissitudes of life. An intermittent voice was transmitted into his ears. Among the myriad of great Daos, only my sword Dao is supreme. Fang Chen tried hard to recall and finally remembered this sentence. Although the voice was intermittent, Fang Chen still heard it clearly. Could that golden sword belong to a powerful swordsman? Fang Chen guessed. When he was on Earth, Fang Chen directly crossed over to the ancient sword continent because of this golden sword. After that, Fang Chen discovered that his heart had turned golden and had some magical abilities. As time passed, the golden heart became more and more strange, and it also subtly changed Fang Chen's sword Dao talent. From time to time, the golden heart would absorb a large number of spirit stones to replenish its own energy. Finally, after entering the dark sky plane, it directly exploded. The tyrannical energy that it had absorbed previously had completely removed the first layer of the seal on the golden heart. It was at this time that Fang Chen was sucked into the golden heart. Now, Fang Chen finally understood. After understanding all this, Fang Chen's heart was filled with excitement. How many layers of seals does the golden heart have? After removing the first layer of seal, it gave me a sword technique, Fang Chen wondered. After racking his brain, Fang Chen couldn't figure it out in a short time. So, he stopped thinking about it. After that, Fang Chen began to flip through the fire and water sword technique. This sword technique was a third-rank technique with a total of 12 layers. If he could cultivate it to the peak, it would be comparable to a fourth-rank technique. Moreover, the Golden Book had already said that this technique could support him until he reached the peak of the Qi High Realm. What a powerful technique! Water and fire are of the same origin. Its power must be incredible. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. However, if he wanted to cultivate this technique, there were some conditions. He had to comprehend the concept of water and the concept of fire at the same time to be able to cultivate this technique. Fang Chen was a bit speechless. Concepts were comparable to sword intent. Could one comprehend them just because they wanted to? Whatever, let's just leave it to fate, Fang Chen said with a grin. After that, Fang Chen memorized all the chants in the Golden Book. Fang Chen looked around and prepared to go look for the star and moon. The situation was urgent, and he didn't know how the star and moon were doing. However, just as Fang Chen was about to leave, he discovered something that shocked him. This is sword intent. Fang Chen discovered that the surface of his skin was surrounded by a dense aura. This aura was very strong. Before, Fang Chen had been shocked by the unsealing of the golden heart, so he didn't notice this. Only now did Fang Chen notice that when the first seal of the golden heart was unsealed, his bottleneck was naturally broken, and his sword force directly transformed into sword intent. Sword intent. Fang Chen was extremely excited. With sword intent, his strength would become even more tyrannical. It had to be said that all of this was because of the golden heart. If not for the golden heart, Fang Chen would probably be just an ordinary disciple of the Azure Edge Sword sect. Now, even if I meet an early 9th Realm Qi Transformation Realm disciple, I won't be afraid, Fang Chen said confidently. After that, Fang Chen left, searching for the star and moon as well as the treasure. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed since Fang Chen entered the dark sky plains. In these 10 days, members of the three major factions on the dark sky plains died frequently. This scene infuriated the higher-ups of the three major factions. It must be those two outsiders. Find them at all cost. That's right. They dared to touch our people. This is a challenge to us. Find them and kill them. Such a voice came from the alliance of the three major factions. Following the orders of the higher-ups of the three major factions, a large number of members scattered across the dark sky plains in search of Fang Chen and the Star and Moon. In these 10 days, the Star and Moon had been moving towards the depths of the dark sky plains, encountering warriors of the three major factions at any time. Facing these warriors, the Star and Moon did not hesitate to kill them. The Star and Moon were experts on the Qi ranking of the Xingfeng nation. Even a 9th realm Qi transformation realm warrior was no match for the Star and Moon, unless they were in the Qi Si realm. This was also the reason why the three major factions lost more and more warriors in these 10 days. As the death toll of the three major factions rose, the higher-ups of the three major factions began to send experts to search. The warriors they sent were all above the 8th realm of the Qi transformation realm. One day, Fang Chen was surrounded by 5 martial artists of the 8th realm of the Qi transformation realm at the peak of a mountain. The moment they discovered Fang Chen, they sent a signal to the nearby members. "Outsider, you're dead." The leader saw Fang Chen and sneered. 5 martial artists in the 8th realm of the Qi transformation realm? Fang Chen grinned. "Outsider, you're about to die, and you still dare to laugh." "How arrogant," the leader said coldly. "Perfect for me to practice with," Fang Chen said to himself. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he clenched his fist and used the solitary emptiness fist. A powerful aura surged from Fang Chen's fist. 5th realm of the Qi transformation realm. When the leader of the group sensed Fang Chen's aura, a mocking expression appeared on his face. A mere 5th realm Qi transformation realm warrior dares to challenge the three major factions? You're courting death. However, before the leader could finish his words, he felt that something was amiss. Fang Chen's fist danced over and smashed directly into his body. Bang! With a loud sound, the leader's body was pushed back uncontrollably. At the same time, his life force was rapidly fading. "No!" the leader roared hysterically. He did not understand how a martial artist in the 5th realm of the Qi transformation realm could be so strong. Crack! Finally, the leader lost his life and fell to the ground. Seeing this, the other 4 8th realm Qi transformation realm martial artists were terrified. Killing an 8th realm Qi transformation disciple with a single punch was definitely comparable to a 9th realm Qi transformation realm martial artist. Damn it, he was hiding his strength. "Attack together and kill him," one of the warriors said angrily. Immediately, the 4 8th realm Qi transformation realm warriors surrounded Fang Chen and attacked Fang Chen fiercely. Bang! Bang! Fang Chen activated the solitary emptiness fist of the heavenly void. Wherever the fist aura passed, 8th tier Qi transformation realm martial artists were instantly killed. With 4 consecutive punches, 4 martial artists were killed instantly. 8th realm Qi transformation realm warriors are no match for me, Fang Chen said in a low voice. He looked at the 5 people lying on the ground and turned to leave. Not long after Fang Chen left, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Soon, a few warriors appeared on the mountain peak. "What's going on?" The warriors saw the 5 dead warriors on the mountain peak and were puzzled. "They sent the message not long ago, but they were killed," the leader said in a low voice. "There's only one possibility. The outsider's strength is at the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm, or even higher," the leader continued. "Boss, what do we do?" a warrior behind the leader asked. "Chase him. He can't have gone far. Kill him at all costs," the leader said coldly with a murderous look in his eyes. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Chapter 150. Although Fang Chen's speed was fast, the members of the 3 superpowers were familiar with the dark sky plains. After 3 days of pursuit, they finally caught up with Fang Chen and surrounded Fang Chen. Outsider, you have guts to provoke the 3 superpowers. You are looking for death, the leader said. Fang Chen squinted. He did not expect to be discovered even when he was hiding in a secluded place. Judging by their attire, they were from the Gu clan. Fang Chen scanned the crowd and found that there were 2 martial artists in the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm. The rest were all martial artists in the 8th realm. Fang Chen was thinking about how to deal with the enemy, but the Gu clan did not give him any chance. Outsider, I will kill you. One of the martial artists at the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm appeared in front of Fang Chen in a flash. His eyes were burning with passion. He was only an ordinary 9th realm Qi transformation realm martial artist in the Gu clan. His status was very low. If he could kill the outsider this time, the clan would reward him handsomely. With the treasures given by the clan, he could break through to the Qi High Realm. Reaching the Qi High Realm would be highly valued by the clan. Guzhua thought that this was his only chance. Guzhua was an early 9th realm Qi transformation realm martial artist. The other martial artist who came with him was called Gu Yao. He was a mid-9th realm Qi transformation realm martial artist. Guzhua, be careful. Finish this quickly. Seeing Guzhua attack, Gu Yao shook his head and reminded him. He had a good relationship with Guzhua, so he knew what Guzhua was thinking. He thought that Guzhua could kill the outsider, so he just reminded him. Guzhua clenched his fist and unleashed a very sharp punch. Suddenly, a tyrannical fist light appeared in the sky. Outsider, you are dead. Guzhua's eyes were burning with passion. He controlled the fist aura in the sky and attacked Fang Chen. Solitary emptiness fist. Fang Chen saw Guzhua's fast attack and frowned. He immediately used the first move of the solitary emptiness fist. Bang! With a loud bang, the 2 fists collided with each other. In the sky, an explosion was heard. In the next moment, Fang Chen and Guzhua kept retreating. After stabilizing his body with great difficulty, Guzhua's face revealed a trace of surprise. Shortly after, he said coldly, Outsider, I have underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. However, in front of my table, only death awaits you. Guzhua could tell that Fang Chen's true cultivation level was only at the 5th tier of the Qi transformation realm, but Fang Chen's punch was able to match Guzhua's own. It was enough to show just how monstrous Fang Chen was. Killing monsters was one of Guzhuan's hobbies. Treading wave fist. Guzhua shouted in a low voice. His figure flashed as he performed the treading wave fist. The treading wave fist was one of the Gu clan's secret technique. It was very powerful. Guzhua used this fist to match a martial artist at the middle 9th tier of the Qi transformation realm with his cultivation at the early 9th tier of the Qi transformation realm. After the first test, Guzhua believed that Fang Chen's true strength was at least at the early 9th tier of the Qi transformation realm. Therefore, Guzhua did not hesitate to use the treading wave fist in an attempt to kill Fang Chen. Solitary emptiness fist. Fang Chen still used the solitary emptiness fist in an attempt to block Guzhua's treading wave fist. However, Guzhua's treading wave fist was too powerful. When the 2 fists collided, Fang Chen's solitary emptiness fist was instantly shattered by Guzhua's fist. Kid, let's see what you have to block my treading wave fist. Seeing this, Guzhua was overjoyed. He controlled the treading wave fist and directly attacked Fang Chen. What a powerful fist technique! Fang Chen's figure kept retreating as he muttered to himself. However, as he retreated, a high-grade Yuan weapon, the hidden dragon sword, appeared in his hand. Tai dispersing sword. Suddenly, the hidden dragon sword in Fang Chen's hand let out a cry. In the next instant, countless sword lights appeared in the sky. These sword lights intertwined and exploded with incredible power. What sword technique is this? Gu Yao's expression changed slightly as he saw the Tai dispersing sword. Gotcha! At the same time the hidden dragon sword stabbed out, a tyrannical sword intent surged out from Fang Chen's body. In the next instant, the hidden dragon sword wildly absorbed the powerful sword will. In a short while it was saturated. The Tai dispersing sword strengthened by sword will was more than twice as powerful. Gotcha! When the hidden dragon sword stabbed into Gujua's fist, it was like cutting through tofu, directly cutting the fist light into pieces. Its sword will. Be careful, Gujua. Gu Yao's expression changed greatly as he hurriedly cried out. However, it was too late. After Gujua's treading wave fist was shattered, his body kept retreating. However, how could Fang Chen give him the chance to escape? Sword will soared into the sky as sword lights filled the sky. Fang Chen waved the hidden dragon sword in his hand, controlling the powerful sword lights in the sky and piercing towards Gujua, who was retreating. Stop! By the side, Gu Yao was finally unable to restrain himself. He wanted to step forward to stop them. However, his speed was a little too slow. No. Gujua originally thought that he could completely suppress the outsider, or even kill him. However, when the outsider released his sword will, he knew that the situation was not good. Sure enough, the outsider's powerful sword technique directly shattered his treading wave fist and forced him to retreat. When Gujua saw the sky pointing towards him and the sword lights in the sky attacking him, fear arose in his heart. Gu Yao, save me! Gujua roared loudly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fang Chen saw that Gu Yao wanted to stop him, but he made the first move. The sword lights in the sky all pierced into Gujua's body. Immediately, Gujua's pupils constricted and he spat out blood. Poochie! At the same time, Fang Chen's hidden dragon sword stabbed into Gujua's chest. Gujua instantly lost his life. At that moment, Fang Chen felt a powerful aura behind him. He quickly pulled out the hidden dragon sword and used it to block Gu Yao's attack behind him. Bang! Fang Chen's body kept retreating. It took him a lot of effort to stabilize himself. Pain came from the web between his thumb and forefinger. You killed Gujua. I'll bury you with him. Gu Yao's eyes were scarlet as he roared furiously. Fang Chen frowned. Gu Yao's strength was much stronger than Gujua's. Although it had only been a short exchange, Fang Chen knew that he was not Gu Yao's match. He, who was in the 5th realm of the Qi transformation realm, had relied entirely on his own strength and sword will to kill Gujua, who was in the early 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm. But against Gu Yao, who was in the middle 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm, he had no chance of winning. Therefore, Fang Chen decided to escape. Tai Diffraction Sword. Fang Chen suddenly unleashed the Tai Dispersing Light Sword. Under his control, the Tai Dispersing Light Sword pierced toward Gu Yao. Bang bang bang! The enraged Gu Yao continued to resist the light that filled the sky. But by the time he had completely blocked it, he realized that Fang Chen had already escaped. If I, Gu Yao, don't kill you, I'm not a man. Gu Yao roared furiously and chased after Fang Chen. Fang Chen ran quickly, but Gu Yao kept chasing behind him. I can't let him catch up. Fang Chen thought to himself. Time passed bit by bit, and in the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Fang Chen kept running, and Gu Yao kept chasing after him. Finally, at a certain moment, Gu Yao exploded. Gu Yao's speed suddenly increased by more than 3 times, and he caught up to Fang Chen in an instant. Outsider, go to hell! After Gu Yao caught up to Fang Chen, a powerful aura emanated from his body as he shouted. Crash! Gu Yao clenched his fist and punched out. Bang! Fang Chen was caught off guard and was hit by Gu Yao's punch, and his body was sent flying. Damn it! Fang Chen turned his head and saw that Gu Yao's eyes were filled with a black aura. Did he use a forbidden technique? Fang Chen did not want to be entangled with Gu Yao, and his body flashed, preparing to escape. However, how could Gu Yao give Fang Chen the opportunity to do so? He clenched his fist tightly. In an instant, he threw a couple of punches towards Fang Chen. Heavenly Void Solitary Void Fist. As Fang Chen fled, he unleashed his Heavenly Void Solitary Emptiness Fist with the intention of stopping Gu Yao's attack. However, right after the Heavenly Void Solitary Emptiness Fist came into contact with Gu Yao's fist, it shattered with a loud bang. Bang! Fang Chen was hit by the punch, and he was seriously injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was pale. Gu Yao walked towards Fang Chen step by step. His eyes were filled with a black aura, and the aura around him was incomparably wild. "Outsider, you've killed Gu Zhua, and you'll definitely die," Gu Yao said coldly. Fang Chen stood up with great effort. He glanced at Gu Yao, and then quickly rushed forward. Just as Gu Yao was about to chase after Fang Chen, a trace of fear suddenly appeared on his face. He stopped and allowed Fang Chen to continue forward. There was a forest before Gu Yao, and a terrifying aura was emitted from the forest. "Boss, where's he?" Not long after, a cultivator arrived beside Gu Yao and asked, "Boss, did you kill the outsider?" Gu Yao shook his head. The black aura in his eyes receded, and was replaced with a trace of fear. "He entered an unexplored region," Gu Yao said. "After the three great powers formed an alliance, they explored the dark sky plains together. Until now, they had controlled the majority of the dark sky plains. However, there were still some regions that the three great alliances were unable to explore. Those regions were called the unexplored regions. The upper echelons of the three great powers had once said that there were enormous threats hidden in the unexplored regions, and the slightest carelessness could lead to complete annihilation. That was why they had been biding their time, and did not dare to enter the unexplored regions. In the entire dark sky plains, there were no more than 5 unexplored regions. The forest that Fang Chen had entered was one of them. In the eyes of the three great powers, the unexplored regions represented death. Chapter 151. The location of the alliance of the three major powers was a stronghold in the dark sky plains. An outsider was forced into the unexplored area by Gu Yao. Reckless fool. Entering the unexplored area means certain death. That's right, this outsider has been dealt with, but the other outsider has not been dealt with yet. The leaders of the three major powers spoke one after another, expressing their views on the intruder's intrusion into the dark sky plains. "All of our men are searching for the treasure, we don't have any extra men to look for them," the leader of the Sky Defense Lake said in a deep voice. "The treasure is more important. Let's search for the treasure first. As for the outsider, we'll deal with them after we get the treasure," the leader of the Wood Dragon Stronghold said. The leader of the Gu family heard this and nodded slightly. Although the Gu family was not part of the top 10 sect, the Sky Defense Lake and the Wood Dragon Stronghold were both part of the top 10 sect. However, the Sky Defense Lake and the Wood Dragon Stronghold seemed to be afraid of the Gu family. "Alright, let's do that," the leader of the Gu family said. The leaders of the three major powers knew that Fang Chen would definitely die. After all, the forest he entered was an unexplored area. Even the Qi High warriors of the three major powers did not dare to enter. However, at this moment in the forest, Fang Chen was lying on the ground, motionless. His body was covered in blood and he was heavily injured. At this moment, in Fang Chen's body, the golden heart was slowly emitting a trace of invisible energy, healing the injuries on Fang Chen's body. After an unknown amount of time, Fang Chen finally woke up. He felt that his body was about to fall apart. "It hurts." Fang Chen could not help but cry out. However, Fang Chen began to wonder why the Gu family did not pursue him anymore. "At that time, after I entered the forest, I felt a strong resistance and fainted in an instant," Fang Chen recalled. He had originally thought that the Gu clan would chase after him. However, he did not expect them to do so. After pondering for a moment, he could not figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it. After all, his life was saved, which was more important than anything else. "My injuries have already healed, but there are still some hidden injuries. I need 3 days to recover, Fang Chen said in a low voice. After that, Fang Chen began to use the golden heart to heal his injuries. 3 days later, Fang Chen's injuries were healed, and his strength was restored to its original state. What on earth is in this forest? Why do I feel a terrifying aura? Fang Chen asked doubtfully. Fang Chen pondered for a moment and decided to explore the forest. After that, Fang Chen walked towards the depths of the forest. However, less than a quarter of an hour later, Fang Chen ran into trouble. Roar! A beastly roar rang out from the forest. In an instant, a storm leopard appeared in front of Fang Chen. Storm leopard. Fang Chen muttered to himself. The gale leopard's body emitted a strange aura, giving people an unusual feeling. Roar. After seeing Fang Chen, the storm leopard's eyes were filled with killing intent. It roared at Fang Chen. In the next moment, the storm leopard's body flickered, and its claws danced in the air. One after another, sharp attacks were launched towards Fang Chen. Bang! Fang Chen immediately used the solitary sky void fist. However, when his fist collided with the storm leopard's claws, the solitary sky void fist instantly shattered, and his body was forced back. How is this possible? Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. The storm leopard's strength was even more tyrannical than Gu Yao's, which shocked Fang Chen. Where have I come to? Fang Chen asked in fear. Roar. The storm leopard didn't give Fang Chen time to think. It once again attacked Fang Chen. Fang Chen activated his sword intent and used the Tai dispersing light sword. He was barely able to resist the storm leopard's attack. However, after a while, Fang Chen felt a wave of pressure. Run! Taking advantage of the storm leopard's attack, Fang Chen quickly rushed forward. When the storm leopard saw the human warrior running away, it roared and chased after him. Seeing that the storm leopard was about to catch up, Fang Chen couldn't care less. He waved the hidden dragon sword in his hand, and a sword light pierced the storm leopard's body. Using the rebound force, Fang Chen's body dashed into a small forest in front of him. When Fang Chen entered the small forest in front of him, the storm leopard suddenly stopped. It seemed that there was an existence in the small forest that made it afraid. Roar! The gale leopard roared angrily at Fang Chen before slowly leaving the area. What is this place? Why is a storm leopard so tyrannical? Fang Chen was a little puzzled. What kind of place did he enter? However, before Fang Chen could recover, he discovered that there were 2 wild auras in the small forest, wreaking havoc in the forest. How can there be such strong auras? Fang Chen was shocked. Soon after, Fang Chen discovered that there were 2 demonic beasts fighting fiercely in the depths of the small forest. From the looks of it, the strength of the 2 demonic beasts was extremely heaven-defying. I see. Fang Chen instantly understood why the storm leopard didn't dare to enter the small forest. It must be because it knew that there were even more powerful demonic beasts in the small forest. Boom! The 2 demonic beasts were fighting fiercely and didn't notice Fang Chen at all. Fang Chen carefully hid, looking for a way to leave. It was impossible to go back the way he came. If he encountered the storm leopard, he wouldn't be able to defeat it. Thus, there was only one way, and that was to continue forward. Fang Chen cleverly circled around the area where the 2 demonic beasts were fighting and quickly advanced. However, after Fang Chen had taken a couple of steps, he suddenly heard 2 furious roars that were filled with unwillingness. Immediately, the entire small forest became completely silent. What's going on? Fang Chen stopped and said softly. At this time, Fang Chen couldn't feel the 2 tyrannical auras. Did they perish together? Fang Chen muttered to himself. After waiting for a while, Fang Chen still couldn't feel the auras of the demonic beasts. He decided to go back and take a look. These 2 demonic beasts were at least at the peak of the Qi transformation realm. Their internal organs and flesh were very valuable. When Fang Chen returned to the place where the 2 demonic beasts were fighting, he found that the place was beyond recognition. The surrounding trees were all shattered, and there were two larger demonic beasts lying on the ground. They had already lost their vitality. They perished together. Fang Chen looked at the two demonic beasts and said with a grin. After that, Fang Chen examined the two demonic beasts. When Fang Chen was done, his face revealed a trace of shock. At first, he didn't dare to look carefully. Now that he looked carefully, he realized that these two demonic beasts were actually Jintian tigers. Jintian tigers were a kind of overlord in the demonic beast world. The demonic beasts of this race were very powerful. Of course, the reason why Fang Chen was shocked was not because they were the overlords of the demonic beast world, but because the blood of Jintian tigers could strengthen a warrior's body. In the vast ancient sword continent, many warriors would use the flesh of demonic beasts to temper their bodies. The best choice was the Jintian tigers. However, under normal circumstances, ordinary warriors wouldn't even see a Jintian tiger. Even if they did, with their strength, they wouldn't be able to defeat one. It seems that these two Jintian tigers had a disagreement, Fang Chen said. After a slight shock, Fang Chen began to dissect the two Jintian tigers. After half an hour, Fang Chen absorbed all the blood of the two Jintian tigers into his body. Then, he kept the two Jintian tigers' corpses in his interspatial ring. Immediately, Fang Chen sat cross-legged and began to refine the blood. Hiss hiss hiss, the blood of the Jintian tigers entered Fang Chen's body and spread to his limbs and bones, making Fang Chen feel warm. As time passed, the blood of the Jintian tigers continued to merge into Fang Chen's bones. Fang Chen could feel that his body was constantly becoming stronger. What a tyrannical Jintian tiger's blood! Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. No wonder so many warriors would risk their lives to capture and kill the Jintian tigers and absorb their blood. After refining for 6 hours, Fang Chen finally finished refining all the blood of the Jintian tigers. Of course, the moment he finished refining, Fang Chen took out the physique grass that he had obtained earlier. Crash! The moment the physique grass entered his body, a majestic medicinal effect immediately spread out. Hiss! 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 Fang Chen's skin was covered in layers of halos. These halos contained tyrannical power. After another half an hour, the medicinal effect of the physique grass was finally absorbed by Fang Chen. It had to be said that the effect of the physique grass combined with the blood of the Jintian tigers was very good. Boom! Fang Chen's body emitted a rumbling sound. In the next moment, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. The moment Fang Chen opened his eyes, the halos on the surface of his body instantly disappeared into his skin. Fang Chen felt that his body was filled with power. Immediately, Fang Chen stood up and clenched his fist. All the strength in his body gathered on his fist, and he punched out. Crack! It was just a light punch, but when it landed on a small hill in the distance, it immediately blew it up. Is this the Tao body? Fang Chen's face was filled with excitement. He didn't expect that by accidentally absorbing the blood of the Jintian tigers and refining the physique grass, his body would reach the Tao body level. On the path of martial arts, when a warrior's body reached a certain level, it was called the Tao body. Before the Tao body, it was called the mortal body. Any ordinary warrior's body could be called the mortal body. Fang Chen's body previously reached the limit of the mortal body. It was an extremely difficult process for a mortal body to transform into a Tao body. He didn't expect that Fang Chen would achieve it by accident. Chapter 152. The Tao body was divided into 9 stars, with 1 star being the weakest and 9 stars being the strongest. Of course, Fang Chen did not know if there was a higher level above 9 stars. 1-star Tao body. Fang Chen's eyes were burning with passion as he spoke excitedly. Under normal circumstances, only fighters in the Qi High realm could transform their mortal body into a Tao body. For Fang Chen to be able to do this with his cultivation in the Qi transformation realm, it was enough to show how strong Fang Chen's talent was. Although he only had a 1-star Tao body, Fang Chen was already very satisfied. Now that his physical body had reached the one-star Dao body, Fang Chen's strength had also increased tremendously. Now, Fang Chen was confident that if he were to meet a mid-stage 9th-level Qi transformation realm martial artist like Gu Yao, he would be able to easily defeat him. With a one-star Dao body, I should strike while the iron is hot and cultivate the solitary emptiness fist. Fang Chen immediately made a decision to cultivate the solitary emptiness fist. This was because the solitary emptiness fist was an extremely domineering fist technique. The stronger the body, the easier it was to cultivate it. Having just attained a one-star Dao body, he could strike while the iron was hot. As he spoke, Fang Chen began to cultivate the solitary emptiness fist. The solitary emptiness fist had a total of 3 moves. Fang Chen had already cultivated the first move to the complete realm. Now, cultivating the second move was very easy. After all, Fang Chen's body had attained a one-star Dao body. After 2 hours, Fang Chen had successfully cultivated the second move of the solitary emptiness fist. I've gained a lot. Although Fang Chen did not know where he had entered, he knew that he had gained a lot. Subsequently, Fang Chen consolidated his Heaven Void Solitary Void Fist and continued to move forward. He wanted to explore the forest and find out what was inside. In an open space somewhere in the dark sky plains, Xing Yu was battling a heavenly Imperial Lake martial artist of the Qi transformation realm. Although this 9th realm heavenly Imperial Lake fighter was no match for Star and Moon, he could still hold his own for a while. Swoosh! Star and Moon flicked his wrist, and a silver longsword appeared in his hand. In the next moment, a sky full of sword light appeared, piercing towards the 9th realm martial artist. What Star and Moon Firefly sword? The Qi transformation 9th realm martial artist had a grave expression on his face. When he realized that his opponent was using the Star and Moon Firefly sword, his face was filled with fear. You're the expert on the Qi ranking, Star and Moon, the warrior cried out. It's too late for you to realize that now, Star and Moon shouted. In the next moment, Star and Moon executed her Firefly sword, instantly killing this cultivator. However, what Star and Moon didn't know was that the martialist had crushed the communication jade pendant in his hand the moment he recognized Star and Moon. After killing the 9th level Qi transformation realm martial artist, Star and Moon took the silver longsword and disappeared from the open space. At the same time, in the stronghold of the dark sky plains of the 3 factions alliance. When the higher-ups of the 3 factions heard the news, their faces darkened. Who would have thought that there would be an expert on the Qi ranking among the outsiders? The Heavenly Imperial Lake Elder said in a low voice. So what if she's an expert on the Qi ranking? She's dead for sure if she dares to offend the 3 factions, the Wood Dragon Stronghold Elder said. That's right. Since we know that she's an expert on the Qi ranking, sending a Qi transformation realm martial artist to kill her is useless. Let's just send a Qi high expert, the Gu clan elder said. Although the 3 factions were powerful, most of the people in the sect were Qi transformation realm martial artists. Those who could reach the Qi high realm were basically elders. Doing so meant that they would have to send a sect elder. Now that things have come to this, there's no other way, the Heavenly Imperial Lake Elder said in a low voice. At this moment, Fang Chen was exploring the forest. He didn't know that the 3 factions had already sent a Qi high expert to kill them. In the forest, after Fang Chen walked past the area where the Zhentian tiger was, he found another area. However, this area was surrounded by an aura of death. There wasn't a single beast in sight. This made Fang Chen very confused. Why aren't there any beasts here? Fang Chen asked. However, just as Fang Chen finished speaking, a sharp arrow suddenly shot from afar. Without hesitation, Fang Chen activated the solitary emptiness fist. He gathered all the strength in his body on his fist and punched out. Crack! The fist hit the arrow, instantly shattering it. In the next moment, a black figure appeared in front of Fang Chen. His face was filled with a sinister expression and his eyes were bloodthirsty scarlet. Survivor of the Yellow Spring Sect. Seeing this, Fang Chun cried out involuntarily. He could feel the aura of the bloody skeleton and the others from this black figure. Hee, I didn't expect you to know about the Yellow Spring Sect. But so what? You're going to die today, the black figure said sinisterly. You're just a captain of the Yellow Spring Sect, Fang Chun sneered. Kid, even if I'm just a captain, it's enough to kill you, the black figure said. In the past, there were a few captains of the Yellow Spring Sect who were confident that they could kill me. But in the end, they were all killed by me, Fang Chun said. Hearing this, the black figure's expression changed slightly. His pupils constricted as he looked at Fang Chun. Captain Bloody Skeleton, Captain Sha Zhao, Captain Tian Hong, Captain Meng Mo. You should know these people, right? After Fang Chun found out that the person in front of him was a captain of the Yellow Spring Sect, he wasn't afraid at all. You're lying. With your strength, it's impossible for you to kill them, the black figure roared angrily. Not only will I kill them, but I'll also kill you, Fang Chun sneered. You're courting death. The black figure roared furiously. Immediately, his body flashed and he unleashed a sharp attack in an attempt to kill Fang Chun. Bang bang bang! After a few exchanges, Fang Chun realized that although the black figure was one of the captains of the Yellow Spring Sect, his cultivation base hadn't fully recovered. You dare to come out and make a fool of yourself when your cultivation base hasn't recovered. Fang Chun sneered. In the next instant, he used the second move of the solitary emptiness fist and punched the black figure. The black figure let out a muffled groan as his body was sent flying. How is this possible? The black figure's eyes were filled with shock. He couldn't understand how a martial artist at the fifth realm of the Qi transformation realm could be so strong. Bang! Another punch landed, and the black figure died instantly. You're only at the eighth realm of the Qi transformation realm. Fang Chun withdrew his fist. His eyes were filled with mockery. After killing the black figure, Fang Chun continued forward. His intuition told him that this place had something to do with the Yellow Spring Sect. After walking for about an hour, Fang Chun finally found the root of the problem. This was a mysterious valley with verdant hills and limpid waters. In the middle of the valley there was an altar. It was pitch black above the altar, and a figure was lying in the middle of the altar. The figure seemed to be heavily injured, and was using the altar to gather the energy of heaven and earth to heal himself. Fang Chun recognized at a glance that the figure was one of the remaining members of the Yellow Spring Sect. Judging by his aura, he's stronger than the black figure from before. Could he be the hall leader of the Yellow Spring Sect? Fang Chun's expression changed as he said in a low voice. The Yellow Spring Sect had 108 captains, 72 hall leaders, and 36 protectors. Every captain was at the peak of the ninth realm of the Qi transformation realm. The hall leaders were at the peak of the Qi Si realm. As for the protectors, their cultivation had surpassed the Qi Si realm. This was the first time Fang Chun had met the hall leader of the Yellow Spring Sect. But from the looks of it, he seemed to be heavily injured. Fang Chun carefully walked to the altar. Suddenly, a thick black aura emerged from the altar and enveloped the hall leader. Thief, you dare to intrude upon this hall master's healing area? Suddenly, a voice entered Fang Chun's ears. Fang Chun looked over and found that the figure on the altar was motionless. Even his eyes were not moving. But he was sure that the voice came from the figure's body. In an instant, Fang Chun determined that the hall leader was heavily injured and couldn't move. Otherwise, he wouldn't be like this. You are so heavily injured. Can you still stop me? Fang Chun laughed. I am one of the 72 hall leaders of the Yellow Spring Sect. How dare you blaspheme me? If I wasn't heavily injured, you would already be a dead man, the figure said in a low voice. The more he acted like this, the more Fang Chun was sure that the hall leader was heavily injured and couldn't move. Is that so? As he spoke, Fang Chen activated his spirit seed. Strands of invisible energy rushed into Fang Chen's mind and drilled into the hall leader's mind. "Thief, what are you doing?" The hall leader was shocked and shouted angrily. "I want to control you." When the last word was spoken, Fang Chen increased his strength and activated his spirit seed to the maximum. A large amount of invisible energy drilled into the hall leader's mind. At first, the hall leader's mind resisted. But as time passed, his injuries worsened and he couldn't care less. "Thief, I will definitely kill you." After the hall leader shouted his last words, he was completely controlled by Fang Chen. After controlling the hall leader of the Yellow Spring sect, Fang Chen's face revealed a trace of a smile. "Master," the hall leader transmitted his voice. "What's your cultivation level now?" Fang Chen asked. "My cultivation level is at the first level of the Qi High Realm. But I am confident that I can recover to my peak state within 2 years," the hall leader said. "Are there treasures in the dark sky plains?" Fang Chen asked. The hall leader thought for a moment and said, "The treasures Master is talking about should be the place where the water demon fell." Water demon, Fang Chen was puzzled. A long time ago, the Yellow Spring sect fought against many forces in the ancient Sword Continent. At that time, I was fighting against the water demon in the dark sky plains. The water demon died on the spot, and I barely managed to survive. I have been recovering here all these years, the hall leader said. Chapter 153. Then do you know where water demon fell? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. Although Fang Chen didn't know who Aqua Demon was, to be able to fight with the Master of Ice Heaven at her peak, it could be imagined that he should be an extremely tyrannical warrior. The place where the water demon fell is in the deepest part of this region, the Ice Heaven Master said. Fang Chen was overjoyed. He had come here to get the treasure, and he did not expect it to go so smoothly. "Lead the way," Fang Chen said. Icy Heaven Hall Master nodded and led Fang Chen forward quickly. After swallowing the vitality grass, Fang Chen's frenzied bull technique had reached the 3rd level. His physical body had broken through the limits of the mortal body and reached a 1-star Dao body. His defense and attack had increased greatly. The current Fang Chen could easily defeat Gu Yao, who was in the middle of the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm. Fang Chen was very excited. Perhaps Water Demon's treasure was an opportunity for him. If he could get something out of it, his strength would be on par with the experts on the Qi ranking. Just thinking about it made him excited. Time passed by slowly. Under the guidance of Icy Heaven Hall Master, Fang Chen quickly flew into the depths of this area. At this time, the entire Dark Sky Plains was filled with warriors from the 3 major powers. They were looking for outsiders. The first to discover the abnormality of the Dark Sky Plains was the Gu clan. Originally, the Gu clan wanted to monopolize the treasure of the Dark Sky Plains, but people from the Sky Defense Lake and Wood Dragon Stronghold found out. In the end, the 3 parties came to an agreement and the 3 major powers formed an alliance to explore the Dark Sky Plains together. Because they had been lax in the beginning, many warriors had died in the Dark Sky Plains. From then on, the 3 major powers strengthened their control over the Dark Sky Plains. After some time, the 3 major powers finally controlled the entire Dark Sky Plains. But unexpectedly, they did not find the treasure. At this time, their gazes were fixed on the few unexplored areas. In the entire Dark Sky Plain, there were a total of 5 unexplored areas. The upper echelons of the 3 forces believed that the treasure must be in one of the 5 unexplored areas. However, they weren't sure where the treasure was. The unexplored area was extremely dangerous, so they didn't dare to barge in. In the end, the 3 forces chose an unexplored area and slowly explored it. However, during this time, there was news that 2 outsiders had broken in. The higher-ups of the 3 forces did not hesitate to give the order to kill these 2 outsiders at all costs. However, even after such a long time, they were still unable to find the 2 outsiders. At this moment, the 3 forces were exploring one of the unexplored regions. This region was a mysterious valley. Many of the Qi transformation realm martial artists who entered had died unknowingly. In the end, the three forces had no choice but to slow down and explore slowly. However, what they did not know was that the treasure was not in this unexplored area at all. Fang Chen was forced by Gu Yao to enter one of the 5 unexplored areas by accident. He happened to meet the master of the Icy Heaven Hall and discovered the Water Demon's treasure. As for the Star and Moon who entered with Fang Chen, they had also entered an unexplored area. Of course, Star and Moon were not forced to enter, but entered voluntarily. Star and Moon seemed to have discovered something and entered directly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. After 3 days, the master of the Icy Heaven Hall and Fang Chen finally arrived at the deepest part of the area. During this time, the two of them had encountered many powerful demonic beasts. However, the master of the Icy Heaven Hall had lived here for a long time and had an aura that the demonic beasts were familiar with. Those demonic beasts actually did not take the initiative to attack the master of the Icy Heaven Hall. This made Fang Chen very happy. One must know that the demonic beasts in the unexplored areas were extremely powerful. Fang Chen, who had just entered the unexplored area, encountered a gale leopard and was chased everywhere. If it weren't for his speed, he would have been killed by the gale leopard. Now that he had the master of the Icy Heaven Hall under his control, Fang Chen could swagger around in this area. How much longer? Fang Chen asked in a deep voice. The closer he got to the deepest part of the area, the more he felt a pressure. This pressure made him very uncomfortable. "Master, we're almost there," said the master of the Icy Heaven Hall. Then, under the master of the Icy Heaven Hall, the two of them appeared at the foot of a mountain peak. This mountain peak was so tall that it pierced through the clouds. On top of the mountain peak, there were countless stairs. "Master, the top of this mountain peak is where the water demon fell. Back then, the water demon knew that he was going to die, so he purposely built a flight of stairs to test outsiders," said the master of the Icy Heaven Hall. Fang Chen nodded, expressing his understanding. After all, the water demon could be considered an expert. Even if he died, he was unwilling to let his life's work be taken by some shameless person. "What is the test of this flight of stairs?" asked Fang Chen. "All these years, I've been heavily injured. I've never come here, so I don't know," said the master of the Icy Heaven Hall. Fang Chen nodded, then said, "Wait here. I'll go take a look." After saying that, Fang Chen took a step forward, directly stepping onto the flight of stairs. The moment Fang Chen stepped onto the flight of stairs, he suddenly felt streams of water surging out from all directions. Fang Chen was a little surprised. He didn't expect to be surrounded by water as soon as he stepped onto the flight of stairs. If you want to become the successor of the water demon, you must pass through the flight of stairs. Suddenly, a melodious voice entered Fang Chen's ears. "I, the water demon, am an expert of the water Tao. So if you want to obtain my inheritance, you must have a very high affinity with the water Tao. As long as you can pass through the flight of stairs, you'll be able to obtain my inheritance." Hearing this voice, Fang Chen couldn't help but be astonished. The water demon's requirements were too high. One must have a very high affinity with the water Tao in order to pass through the flight of stairs. "Let's give it a try." Fang Chen had no choice but to bite the bullet. Deng deng deng. In the beginning, Fang Chen was very relaxed. In a short while, he had already climbed several flights of stairs. However, when Fang Chen stepped onto the 5th flight of stairs, he finally felt a little pressure. "I've never touched the water Tao before." Fang Chen grinned. At this moment, the water was repelling him greatly. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the water Tao. Hua-lathe water constantly revolved around Fang Chen's body. He closed his eyes tightly, and his body emitted traces of invisible aura. "Water Tao," Fang Chen's mouth softly muttered. At this moment, the golden heart rapidly beat a few times, and a clear stream flowed out from the heart. In an instant, a scene of turbulent waves appeared in Fang Chen's mind. Countless waves were constantly rolling. Fang Chen was shocked. At this moment, he felt that his understanding of the water Tao had suddenly deepened. Voila! Suddenly, Fang Chen opened his eyes. The water around him flowed invisibly. Fang Chen took a step forward, and the surrounding water no longer obstructed him from moving forward. As expected, Fang Chen's face was filled with joy. He continued to move forward. After moving forward for about 30 flights of stairs, he finally felt the pressure of the water flow again. The deeper my understanding of the water Tao, the easier it is to step onto the flight of stairs, Fang Chen said. After that, Fang Chen sat down cross-legged again and began to comprehend. After half a month, Fang Chen's understanding of the water Tao had become very deep. At this moment, he had already reached the end of the flight of stairs and was about to step into the flowing water palace. At the top of the mountain, there was a flowing water palace. This flowing water palace gave people a feeling of illusion and reality. There are still 3 flights of stairs left. Come on, Fang Chen shouted in his heart. However, it took Fang Chen more than a month to overcome these 3 flights of stairs. After a month, Fang Chen finally walked past the flight of stairs and stepped into the flowing water palace. At this moment, Fang Chen's body was surrounded by thick water. The water was attached to the surface of Fang Chen's skin, as if it was playing with Fang Chen. Creak! The doors of the flowing water palace opened, and Fang Chen entered. Fated one, since you have reached this place, it means that you have passed my test. I, Water Demon, hope that you will be able to bring glory to my Water Tao inheritance. A melodious voice sounded once again. Fang Chen nodded slightly. Suddenly, Fang Chen felt that his body was floating uncontrollably. In the next moment, Fang Chen's body appeared directly on the cattail hassock at the front of the flowing water palace. Hiss hiss hiss! When Fang Chen sat on the cattail hassock, the entire hall suddenly trembled. Traces of water continuously drilled into Fang Chen's mind. At this moment, Fang Chen felt as if there were thousands of water flowing through his mind, making him feel very comfortable. Time passed bit by bit. Fang Chen was receiving the water Tao inheritance. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. It had been 2 months since Fang Chen stepped onto the flight of stairs. Fang Chen had been receiving the inheritance all this time. In these 2 months, the 3 major forces had finally conquered an unexplored area. However, they had gained nothing and suffered heavy losses. In that unexplored area, there was nothing except for tyrannical demonic beasts. This made the 3 major forces very angry. In the following time, the 3 major forces chose another unexplored area and began to explore. They swore not to give up until they found the treasure. At the foot of the mountain below the flowing water palace, the Ice Heaven Lord stood quietly. 2 months had passed, and Fang Chen still hadn't come out. At this moment, not far away, a figure was slowly approaching. If Fang Chen was here, he would definitely notice that the approaching figure was the Qi ranking expert, Yao Yun, who had almost killed him back then. Chapter 154. Yao Yun was ranked 30th on the Qi roll, and also last on the Qi roll. However, being able to enter the Qi roll was a great honor in itself. On the Divine Wind Nation's Qi roll, only those who were 25 years old and at the Qi transformation realm had the right to compete for a spot on the Qi roll. The top 30 on the Qi roll represented the unrivaled Qi transformation realm of the younger generation of the Divine Wind Nation. Yao Yun was an outstanding member of the Sky Defense Lake's younger generation. Although he wasn't the strongest member of the Sky Defense Lake, he could still be ranked in the top 3. Yao Yun had entered the Dark Sky Plains long ago. The reason he hadn't been with the martialists of the 3 factions was because he wanted to find an opportunity to obtain the treasure and soar. Previously, Yao Yun had heard that Star and Moon had entered the Dark Sky Plains. Although the Sky Defense Lake had sent him to stop Star and Moon, he had been intentionally avoiding Star and Moon. That was because Star and Moon's ranking on the Qi roll was much higher than his, and he wasn't a match for Star and Moon. Not long ago, Yao Yun had accidentally entered this unexplored area. Although he had encountered some dangers along the way, it could be considered a daunting experience without any mishaps. Finally, he discovered a towering mountain in the depths of the region. Yao Yun's face was filled with an excited smile. However, when Yao Yun reached the foot of the mountain, he discovered a martialist standing in front of him. His expression changed slightly as he said, "You are an outsider." Yao Yun didn't recognize this martialist. In the dark sky plains, there was no one else other than an outsider. When the Icy Heaven Hall Master saw Yao Yun approaching, she said icily, "You'd better not approach this mountain." When he heard the Icy Heaven Hall Master's words, Yao Yun's eyes lit up. He was even more convinced that this mountain was the location of the treasure. "Scram," Yao Yun said. When the Icy Heaven Hall Master saw Yao Yun make a move, she attacked without hesitation. A pitch-black light shot out of the Icy Heaven Hall Master's body as streaks of swift and fierce attacks headed straight for Yao Yun. "Humph! 9th level Qi transformation realm?" Yao Yun sneered. A martialist on the Qi roll was unrivaled in the Qi transformation realm. Thus, when she saw the Ice Snow Heavenly Hall's master attacking, disdain filled Yao Yun's face. Just as Ice Heaven's master's attack was about to reach Yao Yun's body, he clenched his fist and gathered all the strength in his body into his fist. Then, he punched out. Boom! A tyrannical fist ray appeared from Yao Yun's fist. Bringing with it a tyrannical aura, it engulfed the entire land and attacked towards the Ice Heaven Sect Master. Crack! The Ice Sky Heavenly Hall's Hall Master's attack was instantly shattered by Yao Yun. Then, Yao Yun's fist ray, which carried an even stronger power, directly shot toward the Ice Sky Heavenly Hall's Hall Master. When the Ice Heaven Sect Master was at her peak, she was a martial artist at the peak of the Qi High Realm. But because she was severely injured, her cultivation level dropped. After years of continuous recovery, she finally reached the 9th level of the Qi Transformation Realm and was about to step into the Qi High Realm. However, he met Yao Yun at this moment. Boom! After a loud explosion, the Ice Heaven Master's body was instantly sent flying by Yao Yun. "A mere ant dares to block my path?" Yao Yun stepped forward step by step, his face filled with coldness. Just as Yao Yun was about to reach the Ice Heaven Sect Master, the latter's body suddenly exploded. Then, an invisible force directly attacked Yao Yun. "You're courting death." Seeing this, Yao Yun violently swung his fist, shattering the invisible force with a single punch. But at this moment, Yao Yun realized that the Ice Heaven Sect Master had already disappeared. "Humph, little ant. Even if I let you go, you won't amount to anything." Yao Yun's eyes were filled with excitement as he looked at the towering mountain peak. In his eyes, the treasure was the most important. He wasn't willing to waste time chasing after a martial artist at the 9th level of the Qi Transformation Realm. "The treasure is mine," Yao Yun said excitedly. Then, Yao Yun stepped onto the stairs. When he stepped onto the stairs, he discovered the test of the stairs. Then, like Fang Chen, he began to comprehend the water element aura. After the Ice Heaven Master escaped, she transmitted a message to Fang Chen, saying that a powerful expert was approaching the Flowing Palace. But Fang Chen was in the midst of cultivation and didn't hear it at all. At this moment in the Flowing Palace, Fang Chen sat quietly on a futon. Around him, streams of water constantly revolved around his body. Upon closer inspection, Fang Chen's breathing could even affect the flow of the water. If this scene was seen by others, they would definitely be shocked. This was the first sign of comprehending the concept of water. Hiss hiss hiss. At this moment, Fang Chen's mind was filled with a milky white aura. This milky white aura contained an unparalleled power. This was the concept of water. The concept of water, like sword intent, was also one of the countless concepts. water, gentle and smooth. All of a sudden, a rumbling sound could be heard from the palace. In the next moment, Fang Chen's eyes sprang open. In the flowing palace, countless streams of water surged into Fang Chen's body. Splash! In just a moment, Fang Chen's body had absorbed all the water in the flowing palace. The moment Fang Chen opened his eyes were filled with a rich concept of water. Is this the concept of water? Fang Chen said excitedly. In these 2 months, Fang Chen had completely accepted the water demon's inheritance and comprehended the concept of water. One had to admit that the water demon's achievement in the Tao of water was too amazing. If it wasn't for the water demon's inheritance, Fang Chen wouldn't have been able to comprehend the concept of water in such a short time. Of course, the most important factor was the golden heart. When comprehending the concept of water, the golden heart also provided Fang Chen with a lot of convenience. Moreover, Fang Chen discovered that the golden heart could actually absorb the concept of water to replenish its energy. Crack! Just when Fang Chen was happy that he comprehended the concept of water, the yellow futon in front of the flowing palace suddenly turned into a purple pillar. When this purple pillar floated above Fang Chen's head, the entire flowing palace trembled. What's going on? Fang Chen was also shocked. Why did the flowing palace tremble? What was that purple pillar? Just when Fang Chen was shocked, the purple pillar suddenly drilled into Fang Chen's mind. When the purple pillar entered Fang Chen's body, the latter's aura changed. Rip! Fang Chen's clothes were instantly torn. At this moment, Fang Chen felt that his body was filled with power. How can this be? Fang Chen felt that he couldn't control this power. It was too tyrannical. Rumble! In his dantian, the true nucleus was also constantly rotating, as if it wanted to completely absorb this tyrannical power. Dong! The flowing palace trembled heavily. Fang Chen was shocked to find that half of the terrifying purple energy had been absorbed by the true nucleus. At this moment, his cultivation level had naturally reached the 6th tier of the Qi transformation realm. 6th tier of the Qi transformation realm. At this moment, Fang Chen finally understood that this terrifying purple pillar was a gift that the water demon had left for the fated one. Dong! Fang Chen's cultivation had just reached the 6th tier of the Qi transformation realm when the terrifying purple energy attacked him again. Early 6th tier of the Qi transformation realm, mid 6th tier, peak 6th tier, 7th tier. As Fang Chen stared in shock, his cultivation rose like a rocket to the 7th tier of the Qi transformation realm. This scene caused Fang Chen to be extremely shocked. When his cultivation reached the 7th tier of the Qi transformation realm, the terrifying purple energy in his body finally dissipated. Crash! The purple energy finally completely dissipated, and Fang Chen's cultivation stabilized at the early 7th tier of the Qi transformation realm. The flowing palace stopped trembling, and everything returned to normal. Fang Chen felt like he was in a dream. He looked at his cultivation in disbelief. I jumped 2 levels in a row, Fang Chen said in a daze. Even the 4 heavenly kings of Kamikaze Kenbu would not be able to do this. He had actually jumped 2 levels in a row, from the 5th tier of the Qi transformation realm to the 7th tier of the Qi transformation realm. After a while, Fang Chen finally calmed himself down. Is this the 7th tier of the Qi transformation realm? I feel like my entire body is filled with power, Fang Chen said. When he was at the 5th tier of the Qi transformation realm, Fang Chen could already fight a 9th tier martial artist. Now that he was at the 7th tier of the Qi transformation realm, he could definitely fight a martial artist on the Qi ranking. The trip to the dark sky plains was too rewarding, Fang Chen said. After that, Fang Chen began to stabilize his cultivation. After 3 days, Fang Chen completely stabilized his cultivation at the 7th tier of the Qi transformation realm. The terrifying purple energy had also been completely absorbed by Fang Chen. Not a single bit was left. At this time, Fang Chen smiled. as expected of the water demon. After his death, he could still leave behind such a powerful energy. Fang Chen could not help but sigh. The water demon was so powerful that the energy he left behind had directly helped Fang Chen increase his cultivation by 2 levels. This trip to the flowing palace had not only allowed Fang Chen to understand the concept of water, but his cultivation had also increased greatly. When the first layer of the golden heart had been unsealed, Fang Chen had obtained the water-fire sword technique. But in order to cultivate it, he had to understand the concept of water and fire. Now, Fang Chen had successfully understood the concept of water. As long as he understood the concept of fire, he would be able to cultivate the water-fire sword technique. Fang Chen bowed deeply to the flowing palace 3 times and then said, "I will never forget the kindness of the water demon." After that, Fang Chen left. As soon as Fang Chen left the palace, a rare phenomenon took place in the dark sky valley. The moment Fang Chen left the flowing palace, the gray aura on the dark sky plains disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the gray aura on the dark sky plains disappeared completely. At the same time, the flowing palace collapsed, and the stairs shattered. What's going on? Chapter 155. The moment the staircase shattered, Yao Yun's figure flashed and landed safely on the ground. When he saw the palace on the mountain collapse, his face changed. What's going on? Rumble. When the palace collapsed, all the warriors on the dark sky plains felt a tremor. At the same time, the warriors from the 3 major forces who were exploring the unknown region were shocked. They did not understand what was going on. What's going on? Why is the dark sky plain shaking? Did you notice that the gray aura above the dark sky plains has disappeared? What's going on? Did someone get the inheritance? Hearing the last sentence, the faces of the upper echelons of the 3 major forces changed. They immediately said, "Check the location of the tremor, quick!" The warriors from the 3 major forces even slowed down their exploration of the unknown region and quickly rushed towards the location of the tremor. They wanted to see what was going on. At this moment, at the foot of the mountain, Yao Yun's face was gloomy. He was thinking about what was going on. However, when he saw a figure appear on the mountain peak, he finally understood what was going on. "He got the inheritance," Yao Yun said. In a moment, Fang Chen rushed down from the mountain. "Thief, hand over the inheritance, and I can spare your life." Before Fang Chen noticed Yao Yun, the latter had already roared in a deep voice. When Fang Chen heard this, he stopped and turned around. He realized that the person who spoke was Yao Yun. "Yao Yun," Fang Chen said in a deep voice. His eyes were filled with a strong killing intent. Back then, in the Holy Wind Mountain Range, when Yao Yun and Bai Yijian were fighting, he was almost killed by Yao Yun just by looking from afar. If Bai Yijian had not stopped him, he would have died at Yao Yun's hands. Seeing Yao Yun, Fang Chen was also filled with killing intent. He was now qualified to challenge the experts on the Qi roll. "Why is it you?" Yao Yun also noticed Fang Chen and sneered. "Humph, I didn't kill you back then. I didn't expect you to grow to this extent. However, even if you got the treasure, you have to hand it over," Yao Yun said arrogantly. "Who do you think you are? Do you think I'll hand it over just because you want me to?" Fang Chen sneered, not placing Yao Yun in his eyes at all. Yao Yun's face turned cold when she heard Lin Yun's words. Flames of fury burned in her heart as she said furiously, "Brat, no one can save you this time. You can dream on if you want to block my attack with your strength. Everyone says that experts on the Qi ranking have extraordinary strength and are invincible in the Qi transformation realm. Today, I want to see if you're the real deal," said Fang Chen. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Yao Yun's face turned gloomy. "Brat, you're courting death. Back then, I said that one day I will surpass you and kill you." Fang Chen looked at the furious Yao Yun and said coldly, "Ha ha, if you want to kill me, Yao Yun, then you better be prepared to die." As soon as Yao Yun's voice fell, The aura around him suddenly became extremely powerful. Is this the strength of an expert on the Qi ranking? Asked Fang Chen. Yao Yun's strength was many times stronger than Yao Yun's, but he didn't fear him in the slightest. Go die! Yao Yun roared. Clenching his fist, he punched out. In that instant the air completely froze. When Fang Chen saw Yao Yun's ferocious punch, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He then used the solitary emptiness fist. Solitary emptiness fist. Fang Chen used the first move of the solitary emptiness fist. His powerful fist collided with Yao Yun's. Bang! A deafening sound rang out. Fang Chen and Yao Yun both retreated a few steps. When Yao Yun steadied himself, a look of shock appeared on his face. How can someone at the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm be so strong? Asked Yao Yun. It must be the inheritance of the treasure. At this moment, Yao Yun's desire for the inheritance of the treasure was even stronger. Yao Yun believed that Fang Chen was able to withstand his punch when he was at the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. That was why he was so strong. Therefore, Yao Yun desperately wanted to kill Fang Chen and obtain the inheritance. As long as I, Yao Yun, obtain the inheritance, I won't even fear the number 1 on the Qi ranking, let alone the star and moon. Yao Yun said excitedly. Kid, I admit that your strength has exceeded my expectations, but do you think that you can defeat me with just the inheritance? Yao Yun grinned. Yao Yun was an expert on the Qi ranking. He didn't think that an ordinary Qi transformation realm warrior could shake his position. Why don't you try and find out? Said Fang Chen coldly. Dragon taming fist. Yao Yun roared furiously and displayed the imperial dragon fist. In the next moment, a tyrannical force burst forth from Yao Yun's body. The dragon taming fist was a 3rd-grade cultivation technique. It was extremely powerful. Yao Yun clenched his fists tightly. The tyrannical force bursting out from his body directly drilled into his fist. A dragon's roar rang out. Yao Yun's fist flew towards Fang Chen. Rumble! When Yao Yun's fist flew out, the color of the sky changed. The sound of thunder echoed throughout the land. Solitary emptiness fist, 2nd fist. Fang Chen roared furiously and used the 2nd punch of the solitary emptiness fist. He punched towards the sky and saw an incomparably tyrannical fist aura. Crack! When Fang Chen's fist aura hit the fist aura in the sky, it exploded. Countless shockwaves crashed into the surrounding towering trees, causing them to fall to the ground. Fang Chen retreated quickly. Seeing this, Yao Yun's body flashed and he chased after him, wanting to take advantage of the situation. Tai Dispersing Sword. Fang Chen suddenly used the Tai Dispersing Sword. Dense sword intent surrounded the hidden dragon sword. The sky was instantly filled with sword aura. Water concept. When Fang Chen used the Tai Dispersing Sword, he also used the water concept. The gentleness of the water concept made the Tai Dispersing Sword even more powerful. The sword aura pierced towards Yao Yun, who was about to attack. Bang! Bang! Yao Yun's dragon taming fist was broken by the Tai Dispersing Sword. He was forced to retreat. Fang Chen held the hidden dragon sword in his hand. His eyes were filled with seriousness. Yao Yun was indeed an expert on the Qi ranking. This kind of battle technique was too shocking. If it wasn't for his powerful battle strength, he would have been defeated by Yao Yun. Hiss! In Fang Chen's body, the golden heart was beating rapidly. A clear stream of energy appeared. In an instant, Fang Chen used the Tai Dispersing Sword. Whoosh! Streaks of sword light shot towards Yao Yun. At the same time, Fang Chen used the solitary heavenly void fist again. In the sky, 2 rays of fist aura instantly appeared. These 2 rays of fist aura contained an extremely powerful force. However, after these 2 rays of fist aura appeared, the 3rd ray of fist aura rapidly formed. The 3rd ray of the solitary heavenly void fist. At this moment, Fang Chen finally used the 3rd ray of fist aura. The solitary heavenly void fist was an extremely powerful fist technique. There were a total of 3 rays of fist aura. When Fang Chen used the 3rd ray of the solitary heavenly void fist, the entire sky changed color. Boom! Yao Yun's dragon taming fist shattered Fang Chen's Tai dispersing sword. A sinister smile appeared on his face. He thought that he had defeated Fang Chen. "Kid, go to hell," Yao Yun said sinisterly. He controlled the ray of fist aura and attacked Fang Chen. However, at this moment, Yao Yun suddenly felt a throbbing. In the next moment, he felt an extremely powerful force coming towards him. Dragon taming fist. Yao Yun roared. He increased the power of the dragon taming fist and attacked the 3 rays of fist aura in the sky. Crack! The first ray of fist aura was instantly shattered by Yao Yun. When his dragon taming fist collided with the second ray of fist aura, it paused for a moment. The second ray of fist aura was also shattered. However, at this moment, Yao Yun discovered that a crack had appeared on his ray of fist aura. "It's enough to deal with you," Yao Yun said confidently. However, when his ray of fist collided with the 3rd ray of fist aura, the entire ground shook. Crack! The ray of fist aura was shattered. However, it wasn't Fang Chen's ray of fist aura that was shattered. It was Yao Yun's ray of fist aura. Without any resistance, it instantly shattered. After the ray of fist aura shattered, Yao Yun's face changed drastically. He cried out involuntarily, "No!" In an instant, Yao Yun discovered the power of the 3rd ray of fist aura. Bang! Under Fang Chen's control, the 3rd ray of fist aura slammed into Yao Yun's chest. Yao Yun's body flew out and fell to the ground. His breath was weak and he vomited blood. His face was extremely pale. Crash! After the ray of fist aura dissipated, the entire world regained its calm. Fang Chen held the hidden dragon sword in his hand and walked step by step towards Yao Yun. "Back then, I only watched your battle from afar. You called me an ant and wanted to kill me. If not for Bai Yijian's interference, I would have died at your hands. Now I think that you are also an ant. You don't deserve to live in this world," Fang Chen said in a low voice. D***eminent. If not for the inheritance of the treasure, you would not have been able to defeat me, Yao Yun roared angrily. He could not accept the fact that he had been defeated by a warrior of the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. After all, he had been on the Qi ranking for many years. In the past, everyone had thought that a warrior of the Qi ranking would not lose. But now, this dream had been shattered. Even a warrior of the Qi ranking would fail one day. Fang Chen's journey was the best proof. As long as he worked hard, a warrior of the Qi ranking would only be a stepping stone. Yao Yun, a warrior of the Qi ranking who could easily kill him back then, was now being trampled under his feet. How long had it been? Not even a year had passed. Fang Chen slowly picked up the hidden dragon sword. Seeing this, Yao Yun cried out miserably, "You can't kill me. I am a disciple of the Sky Defense Lake. If you kill me, you will not be able to walk out of the dark sky plains." Chapter 156. He was once an expert on the Qi role who could kill anyone he disliked. But now, he had fallen to such a state. If he had not provoked Fang Chen back then, Fang Chen would not have wanted to kill him now. However, he had made a mistake. Back then, he had wanted to kill Fang Chen because he was unhappy. If Bai Yijian had not blocked his attack, Fang Chen would have most likely died. How could he not take revenge for such a huge grudge? However, Yao Yun did not know his current situation. He had actually used the Tianyu Lake to threaten Fang Chen. Was Fang Chen someone who was afraid of threats? He was not afraid. Since he had dared to barge into the dark sky plain, what was there to be afraid of? Hearing Yao Yun's threat, a cold light flashed in Fang Chen's eyes. He pressed his wrist down slightly and the tip of the hidden dragon sword was pointed at Yao Yun's throat. As long as Yao Yun made any strange movements, he would be killed by Fang Chen immediately. "Do you think I will be afraid of your threat?" Fang Chen sneered. "Kid, let me go. I, Yao Yun, will remember this favor, Yao Yun said softly. He still thought that he was an expert on the Qi roll. Once upon a time, the favor of an expert on the Qi roll was very important. All the warriors fought to obtain the promise of an expert on the Qi roll, or even a favor. However, Yao Yun was facing Fang Chen, an existence that he had once regarded as an ant. Furthermore, he had almost killed the warrior because he was unhappy. I don't need your favor, Fang Chen said with a grin. Puchi Fang Chen pressed his wrist down and the tip of the hidden dragon sword pierced Yao Yun's throat. Yao Yun cried out miserably. He wanted to block, but he was seriously injured and could not block Fang Chen's hidden dragon sword. Let me go. At this moment, Yao Yun's voice was a little hoarse as he said in a deep voice. Sorry, I will not let you go, Fang Chen said softly. He pressed his wrist down and the hidden dragon sword pierced Yao Yun's throat to the back of his head. Yao Yun cried out miserably. His eyes were filled with unwillingness as his body slowly fell to the ground. An expert on the Qi roll of his generation had fallen at the hands of Fang Chen. Even Yao Yun did not expect that the weak cultivator that he could easily kill back then would be able to kill him instead. Everything in the world had a cause and effect. After killing Yao Yun, Fang Chen took Yao Yun's interspatial ring and left. A strong martial artist on the Qi roll would definitely have a lot of wealth in his spatial ring. Sure enough, after opening Yao Yun's interspatial ring, Fang Chen discovered that there was a large amount of spirit stones and some cultivation technique. Imperial Dragon Fist. Interspatial spatial It's interspatial The interspatial it's interspatial Interspatial. Then he counted the spiritual stones. There was a total of over 200 million spiritual stones. This Yao Yun can be considered rich. Fang Chen grinned. Adding Yao Yun's 200 million spiritual stones, he now had a total of 1 billion spiritual stones. It was not a small sum. Continuing to check, Fang Chen found that there was a yellow token in Yao Yun's interspatial ring. The number 30 was written on the yellow token. What is this? Fang Chen was a little puzzled as he took the token and looked at it carefully. Finally, after looking at it for a while, Fang Chen finally understood that this yellow token was the identity token of an expert on the Qi roll. After injecting a strand of spiritual energy, a surge of information entered Fang Chen's mind. You can enter the Clear Sky Pagoda with this token, Fang Chen said. What is the Clear Sky Pagoda? Fang Chen was a little puzzled. Among the information, there was no information about the Clear Sky Pagoda. Fang Chen studied it carefully for a while, but he did not understand. In the end, he put the yellow token into his interspatial ring. Finally, Fang Chen flew into the distance. After Fang Chen left, the warriors of the three major factions began to enter the unknown area where Yao Yun died. When they discovered Yao Yun's death, they immediately passed the news to the Sky Defense Lake. When the upper echelons of the Sky Defense Lake found out that Yao Yun was killed, they were furious. The one who killed Yao Yun must be the Star and Moon. Search for him. Kill the Star and Moon at all costs, the upper echelons of the Sky Defense Lake said furiously. Following the orders of the upper echelons of the Sky Defense Lake, all the warriors of the three major factions began to search for the Star and Moon. Yao Yun was one of the top 3 disciples of the younger generation of the Sky Defense Lake. Furthermore, he was on the Qi roll and had extraordinary strength. He was the focus of the Sky Defense Lake. Yao Yun's death caused a huge commotion in the Sky Defense Lake. After Fang Chen left the unknown area, he began to search for a way out of the dark sky plane. He had obtained the inheritance of the water demon. Once the three major factions found out, they would not let him go. Although he was powerful now, he did not think that he could contend against the three major factions. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed quietly. Fang Chen had already crossed half of the dark sky plane. He estimated that he would be able to walk out of the dark sky plane in one day. As long as he left the dark sky plane, Fang Chen would leave the dark sky county without stopping. When he returned to the imperial capital, he would be safe. Although the three major factions could cover the sky with their hands in the dark sky county, they did not dare to act unscrupulously in the imperial capital. Moreover, when Fang Chen returned to the Kamikaze Kenbu, even the three major factions would not dare to intrude into the Kamikaze Kenbu. At this moment, Fang Chen was walking quickly, surrounded by dense spiritual energy. In an open space not far from Fang Chen, a group of warriors were fighting fiercely with a 9th realm Qi transformation realm beast. If Fang Chen were here, he would definitely recognize that the leader of the warriors was Gu Yao, who had forced him into the unknown area and almost killed him. At this moment, Gu Yao clenched his fists tightly. Dense spiritual energy surged from his fist. With a low roar, he punched the body of the beast. Go to hell. This beast had the strength of the 9th realm Qi transformation realm. It was very powerful. If Gu Yao was alone, he would not be able to kill this beast. However, beside Gu Yao, there were several younger warriors of the Gu clan. Although they were not as strong as Gu Yao, they could at least be of some help. Boom! As Gu Yao's fists landed on the demonic beast's body, the other disciples' attacks also landed on the demonic beast's body. Howl! The beast let out an angry roar, and its body slowly fell to the ground. Seeing the beast die, Gu Yao gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. A look of exhaustion appeared on his face. This damned beast! Gu Yao could not help but curse. Big brother Gu, what do we do next? One of the warriors asked. Gu Yao said, let's rest for a while. Hearing Gu Yao's words, the warriors all sat down cross-legged and began to recover. However, just as Gu Yao was about to sit down, a disciple suddenly shouted, Big brother Gu. What is it? Gu Yao frowned slightly and asked in a low voice. He was a little displeased. It's him. The warrior's eyes widened. His face was full of disbelief. Who? Gu Yao was puzzled and turned his head to look. However, the instant Gu Yao turned his head around, a shocked expression surged within his eyes. He's not dead. Gu Yao cried out involuntarily. He had clearly forced Fang Chen into an unknown area. How had Fang Chen been able to walk out alive? One must know that even for the warriors of the three major factions, if they wanted to conquer an unknown area, they would need a period of time and the number of casualties would be very high. Gu Yao did not believe that Fang Chen could conquer an unknown area with his own strength. He must have escaped by luck. Gu Yao thought to himself. Thinking of this, Gu Yao quickly stood up. A murderous look appeared in his eyes as he looked eerily at Fang Chen. When Fang Chen saw Gu Yao, his face was also filled with shock. He had not expected to meet Gu Yao here. 2 months ago, Fang Chen had been chased by Gu Yao and had almost died. He had recklessly entered an unknown area. Who would have thought that 2 months later, Fang Chen would not only come out of the unknown area, but his strength would also increase greatly. Now, when Fang Chen saw Gu Yao, a strange smile appeared on his face. Immediately, he walked towards Gu Yao step by step. Kid, I really did not expect that you would be able to come out of the unexplored area alive. Gu Yao said eerily when he saw Fang Chen approaching. The other cultivators all stood up and entered a state of battle readiness. They looked at Fang Chen warily. Originally, Gu Yao thought that Fang Chen would choose to escape after discovering him. However, to Gu Yao's surprise, not only did Fang Chen not escape, he even approached him. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm not dead. I'm alive and well. Fang Chen smiled indifferently and said. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Gu Yao's face turned gloomy. He said coldly, You didn't die after entering an unexplored area and actually came out alive. However, so what if you came out alive? If you meet me, Gu Yao, you will still die. Fang Chen shook his head slightly and said, A lot can change in 2 months. For example? My strength. Fang Chen laughed softly. There was no fear on his face. Ha ha ha. These words are the most laughable words I've ever heard. 2 months ago, you were like a stray dog that was chased all the way by me. During this period of time, you almost died at my hands a few times. If you hadn't entered into an unexplored area, you would have become a wandering ghost long ago. After a slight pause, Gu Yao spoke again, and now, you've luckily come out of the unexplored area alive. You actually dare to speak such arrogant words in front of me, Gu Yao. Even if your cultivation has changed in 2 months, how much can it change? Gu Yao gave off an aura of confidence. His face was incomparably arrogant. He did not believe that Fang Chen's strength could grow to such an extent in a short 2 months. Chapter 157. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Gu Yao was a bit stunned. He didn't understand why Fang Chen would suddenly mention Yao Yun. Could it be that he had some sort of relationship with Yao Yun? But after thinking about it for a moment, Gu Yao felt that it was impossible for Fang Chen to have any sort of relationship with Yao Yun. Of course I know him. A grand expert on the Qi ranking, one of the top 3 experts of the Heavenly Defense Lake's younger generation. Who doesn't know him in the Anyun County? Sneered Gu Yao. Fang Chen nodded slightly. Before you, Yao Yun also wanted to kill me. But in the end, I lived and he died. What? You said you killed Yao Yun? Ha ha, are you kidding me? Gu Yao wildly laughed. He didn't believe Fang Chen's words at all. Who was Yao Yun? He was an expert on the Qi ranking. Although he was at the bottom of the Qi ranking, to be able to enter the Qi ranking meant that his strength was at the peak of the Divine Wind Nation's younger generation. As for this Fang Chen in front of him, just 2 months ago, he had almost killed him. With his little strength, it was impossible for him to kill Yao Yun. Whether you believe me or not has nothing to do with me. I'm only telling you this so that you can die a little clearer, said Fang Chen indifferently. Fang Chen had repeatedly infuriated Gu Yao, causing him to be incomparably furious. Brat, since you want to die, don't blame me, said Gu Yao. Gu Yao growled. In the next moment, lightning runes appeared around his fist. Above the lightning runes, an extremely dense spiritual energy surged. This fist will send you to the Yellow Springs. Following his words, the lightning runes on his fist flickered, and heaven-shaking thunder resounded through the sky. Rumble! Like a thunderbolt from the 9 heavens, a thick and solid fist directly appeared in the sky. Then, under Gu Yao's control, it smashed towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen didn't move. Seeing Gu Yao attack him, a cold smile flashed in his eyes. With his current strength, killing Gu Yao was as easy as squashing an ant. Seeing that Fang Chen was not moving, Gu Yao thought that Fang Chen had been scared silly by his attack. He sneered inwardly, as though he could already see the scene of Fang Chen being killed by him. Fang Chen's long robe fluttered even though there was no wind. His entire body vaguely emitted an invisible aura. Crack! When Gu Yao's fist collided with Fang Chen's body, a cracking sound was suddenly heard. The next moment, Gu Yao's expression completely froze. That was because he felt pain from his fist. Bung! A loud sound rang out. Gu Yao's body was sent flying like a cannonball. He fell to the ground as blood flowed out continuously. His fist was badly mutilated. From beginning to end, Fang Chen didn't move at all, as if he wasn't the one who did it. This sudden turn of events caused the hearts of Gu Yao's subordinates to be filled with horror. How is this possible? Panic appeared on their faces. They'd originally thought that with Gu Yao's attack, this cultivator would definitely die. However, the outcome of the matter had far exceeded their expectations. This cultivator was like a god of war, standing there quietly without moving. Gu Yao's tyrannical attack had not only failed to injure him, it had instead caused him to be seriously injured. Young Master Gu, are you all right? After being stunned for a few seconds, the few cultivators quickly walked over to Gu Yao and asked worriedly. At this moment, Gu Yao couldn't be bothered with the pain on his body. His pupils shrunk as he looked at Fang Chen with a face full of horror. Fang Chen walked towards Gu Yao step by step. The aura around his body was also gradually being released. Now, do you still think that I'm joking? Fang Chen looked at Gu Yao in a mocking manner. How are you this strong? Gu Yao roared with a hoarse voice. However, what answered him was Fang Chen's punch. Bunga's simple and light punch directly smashed into Gu Yao's head. Blood splattered everywhere as Gu Yao's head instantly shattered. Gu Yao's body slowly fell to the ground, lifeless. Run! Gu Yao's subordinates were terrified when they saw that even someone as strong as Gu Yao had been killed by this demon with a wave of his hand. No one knew who shouted, but the other subordinates all began to flee in panic. Trying to escape? Fang Chen sneered. With a flick of his wrist, a tyrannical stream of spirit chi shot out, instantly bombarding the bodies of the cultivators. A series of blood-curdling screams were heard as several martial artists died instantly. Even Yao Yun, who was at the bottom of the chi roll, could be killed. A few mere chi transformation realm cultivators were nothing. After killing Gu Yao, Fang Chen turned and left. While Fang Chen was killing Gu Yao, an intense battle was taking place in an unknown region of the dark sky plains. Star and Moon, you won't be able to escape. At this moment, Star and Moon was fighting fiercely with a group of cultivators in an open space. As time passed, more and more experts from the three major powers arrived at this region. The number of cultivators surrounding Star and Moon also increased. Now, Star and Moon was fighting with 6 Chi High Realm cultivators. These 6 Chi High Realm cultivators were all at the second level of the Chi High Realm, and their strength was exceptionally strong. However, Star and Moon was a cultivator on the Chi roll, and their strength was also very strong. Before this, Star and Moon had already killed several first-level Chi High Realm cultivators. Kill her for me! 6 second-level Chi High Realm cultivators had surrounded Star and Moon for a long time, but they were still unable to defeat Star and Moon. This made the other cultivators of the three major powers very angry. Star and Moon die. Hearing the words of the higher-ups, one of the cultivators snorted and used his strongest attack. The other 5 cultivators also cooperated with this cultivator and used a combined attack array. Crash! In an instant, Star and Moon was trapped in the combined attack array. At this moment, Star and Moon's eyes flashed with a trace of despair. Although she was a cultivator on the Chi roll and was much stronger than Yao Yun, she couldn't withstand such a powerful attack. Bang! 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 After being trapped by the combined attack array, Star and Moon's body started to bleed. Her face also started to turn pale. Star and Moon, you're dead. The 6 cultivators controlled the combined attack array and continuously attacked Star and Moon. One of them snorted coldly. Even the higher-ups of the three major powers thought that Star and Moon would die without a doubt. However, at the moment when Star and Moon was forced to retreat, Star and Moon suddenly stopped. She slowly opened her small white hand. In her palm lay a pitch-black metal piece. This metal piece looked like a piece of scrap metal and didn't attract any attention. However, the appearance of this metal piece filled Star and Moon's eyes with madness. In the end, we still have to use it, Star and Moon said in a low voice. Just as Star and Moon was speaking, she lightly shook her finger and crushed the pitch-black metal piece. Boom! Suddenly, a tyrannical aura that made the higher-ups of the three major powers feel suffocated instantly spread out. What is this? The 6 cultivators controlling the combined attack array were attacking Star and Moon when they suddenly felt this tyrannical aura. Their faces changed drastically, but before they could escape, they were affected by this tyrannical aura. A series of miserable cries rang out as the joint attack formation of the 6 of them shattered in an instant. In an instant, Xing Yu's figure flashed and disappeared from everyone's sight. This suffocating aura filled the entire sky. All the martialists hid. Even the higher-ups of the three major powers didn't dare to confront this aura directly. Hiss! Hiss! After a while, this aura finally gradually dissipated. The martialists of the three major powers were battered and exhausted. Some of the weaker martialists were even killed by this tyrannical aura. Damn it! The higher-ups of the Gu family looked around and realized that Star and Moon was no longer there. His face darkened as he cursed angrily. Search for her. Search the entire dark sky plains and find her. She is seriously injured. She can't have run far. The higher-ups of the three major powers were furious. After an unknown amount of time, Fang Chen finally walked out of the dark sky plains. However, as soon as Fang Chen appeared outside the dark sky plains, he was discovered by Second Young Master Gu's subordinate. After a while, this news reached Second Young Master Gu's ears. Hearing this, Second Young Master Gu's face was full of smiles. He immediately rushed towards the dark sky plains. Moreover, Second Young Master Gu had ordered the people watching Fang Chen to capture Fang Chen at all costs. Just as Fang Chen was walking, 5 elders at the peak of the Qi transformation realm suddenly appeared in front of Fang Chen. Fang Chen was a little confused and stopped in his tracks. Kid, you're finally out. You can die now that you've offended our Second Young Master Gu. Kid, open your eyes wider in your next life. Trash like you can't afford to offend Second Young Master Gu. The Qi Transformation Realm martial artists at the peak of the Qi Transformation Realm had arrogant looks on their faces. When the 5 of them had been sent by Second Young Master Gu to monitor the situation here, they had been rather displeased. However, in order to give Second Young Master Gu face, they had not dared to say anything. At this moment, the 5 of them were venting their frustrations over the past 2 months on Fang Chen. So you're the Gu clan's lackeys. Fang Chen heard them and laughed coldly. Kid, are you looking for death? The leader of the elders shouted in a low voice. So what if I'm looking for death? Can you kill me? Fang Chen retorted. Big brother, let me kill this kid. Hearing Fang Chen's words, one of the elders was furious and said angrily. However, he was stopped by another elder. Don't complicate matters. Just capture him and wait for Second Young Master Gu to come. Crash. The 5 of them instantly stood in 5 different directions, surrounding Fang Chen and using a joint attack formation. Kid, the 5 of us have used a joint attack formation at the same time. You're dead for sure. Fang Chen's face was extremely calm, but there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. He said slowly, Are you done? Yes. The 5 of them were stunned, not understanding what Fang Chen was talking about. If you're done, then you can all die. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, the aura of a Qi Transformation Realm martial artist exploded. He used the solitary emptiness fist and directly punched the joint attack formation. You're looking for death. The 5 of them laughed coldly and used their strongest attack at the same time. 3 minutes later, the battle stopped. All 5 of them were dead, and Fang Chen was unharmed. He turned and left. Chapter 158. Bang! A beautiful figure suddenly leapt out of the dark sky plain. While Fang Chen was still in shock, the figure threw herself behind Fang Chen. She wanted to stand up, but her aura was so weak that her body fell to the ground. When Fang Chen turned around and saw the figure on the ground, his heart was filled with shock. Star and Moon! Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. Star and Moon had already fainted. Her aura was weak, and she was seriously injured. Her whole body was covered in blood. Fang Chen crouched down and prepared to check on Star and Moon's injuries. However, he suddenly thought of something terrifying. Could it be that the people from the 3 major factions are chasing after Star and Moon? When he thought of this, Fang Chen immediately picked up the unconscious Star and Moon and ran away quickly. In a short while, he disappeared from this open space. After Fang Chen disappeared, many warriors rushed out of the entrance of the dark sky plain. These warriors were all warriors from the 3 major factions. Where is she? She clearly came from here, a warrior asked doubtfully. She must be hiding. Find her at all costs. The higher-ups of the three major factions roared angrily. Then, all the warriors started a carpet search. In a very hidden cave, Fang Chen sat quietly. Star and Moon lay next to him. "She is seriously injured," Fang Chen whispered as he checked Star and Moon's pulse. Star and Moon's injuries were very serious. Fang Chen also noticed that blood was constantly flowing out of Star and Moon's abdomen. "Stop the bleeding first. Otherwise she will die," Fang Chen said decisively. Although Star and Moon had beaten him up a lot in Kamikaze Kenbu, Fang Chen chose to save her. After all, Star and Moon were both disciples of Kamikaze Kenbu. Moreover, Star and Moon had saved his life before. If he wanted to stop the bleeding, he had to take off all of Star and Moon's clothes. But at this moment, Fang Chen's hand froze in midair. He was hesitant. If he were to take off Star and Moon's clothes, it would mean that he would be able to see Star and Moon's entire body. Thinking of this, Fang Chen hesitated. "Forget it, saving people is more important." Fang Chen gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. Then, Fang Chen gently undid Star and Moon's dress. Star and Moon was wearing a white dress. Because her dress was stained with blood, it perfectly outlined Star and Moon's perfect figure. Although Fang Chen had seen a lot of beautiful women before, they were nothing compared to Star and Moon. Fang Chen felt his heart burning. Hiss! Fang Chen urged the spirit energy in his true core to spread it to his limbs and bones, making his mind clear again. Crash! When Fang Chen undid Star and Moon's white dress, a jade body appeared in front of Fang Chen. Her jade-white skin made Fang Chen have the urge to vomit blood. Fortunately, Fang Chen controlled his inner restlessness. After taking off her white dress, Star and Moon was only left with a red doo-doo. Fang Chen's hands trembled a little as he pulled up Star and Moon's doo-doo. A very deep wound had appeared on her abdomen. Blood kept flowing out of this wound. It was very frightening. Fang Chen couldn't help but click his tongue when he saw this. Fortunately, it was Star and Moon. If it had been anyone else, they wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long after suffering such an injury. Then, Fang Chen took out some medicinal herbs from his space ring, crushed them, and sprinkled them on the wound. When the medicinal effects of the medicinal herbs were fully released, the blood on the wound finally stopped flowing. Fang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. The bleeding had stopped, which meant that Star and Moon's life was in less danger. Fang Chen tore off a piece of cloth from his clothes, took out some medicinal herbs from his space ring, crushed them, and placed them on the cloth. Finally, he gently pressed them on the wound on Star and Moon's abdomen. After doing all this, Fang Chen gently pulled down Star and Moon's doo. Then, he took off his outerwear and covered Star and Moon's body. Then, Fang Chen sat down cross-legged and placed his palms on Star and Moon's shoulders. The spiritual energy in his true core was continuously injected into Star and Moon's body. While Fang Chen was healing Star and Moon, the golden heart in his body beat rapidly. Traces of clear energy flowed through Fang Chen's palms and into Star and Moon's body. About 6 hours later, Star and Moon's injuries were finally stabilized by Fang Chen. When Fang Chen stopped injecting spiritual energy, his forehead was full of sweat and he was gasping for breath. "Their lives are finally no longer in danger," Fang Chen said. Fang Chen nodded as he watched Star and Moon's complexion slowly recover. Then, he took Star and Moon's clothes to be washed. This cave ran through the entire mountain peak, and a clear spring flowed out of it. One day later, Star and Moon were still unconscious. Fang Chen was resting when he suddenly sensed an unfamiliar aura approaching. Fang Chen immediately stood up and walked to the entrance of the cave. His face was gloomy as he looked outside. Through the entrance of the cave, Fang Chen saw a martialist approaching the cave. He was searching around as he walked. The martialists of the three great factions must be searching for Star and Moon, Fang Chen thought to himself. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, the martialist discovered the cave. He exclaimed softly and immediately walked to the entrance of the cave. Fang Chen was hiding in the cave. When the martialist entered the cave, he was surprised to find Star and Moon lying on the ground. Here. The martialist's face was full of excitement. He was about to shout when he suddenly felt a tyrannical force behind him. The martialist didn't even know who had killed him. His eyes were filled with unwillingness as he slowly fell to the ground. After killing the martialist, Fang Chen carefully checked the surroundings. There were no other martialists around. This place is very hidden. They can't find us at all, Fang Chen thought to himself. Now that Star and Moon were unconscious, Fang Chen couldn't move even if he wanted to. He could only hide here. After this martialist, no other martialists came here. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. 7 days later, in the cave, the unconscious Star and Moon suddenly opened her eyes. The moment she opened her eyes, she looked around and found that she was in a cave. Her expression changed slightly. However, when she saw Fang Chen not far away, her expression eased a lot. Star and Moon wanted to get up, but her whole body was in pain. She gently touched the wound on her abdomen with her palm, and found that someone had applied medicine for her. She was a little puzzled and looked down. When she found that she was wearing Fang Chen's coat, and she was lying here naked, her heart burned with anger. Fang Chen. Star and Moon's beautiful eyes shot out a murderous gaze as she called out coldly. Fang Chen was resting when he suddenly heard the call. He opened his eyes and found that Star and Moon had woken up and was smiling. "You're finally awake," Fang Chen said. Star and Moon's eyes were cold as she stared at Fang Chen. She asked in a deep voice, "Did you take off my clothes?" Fang Chen was stunned. Only then did he notice that Star and Moon's complexion wasn't right, and her neck seemed to be a little red. "Your injuries were too serious, and the wound was on your abdomen. You were unconscious, so I couldn't ask for your opinion. I could only make the decision myself," Fang Chen explained. "But I swear that I didn't look at anything I shouldn't have, and I didn't do anything to you," Fang Chen added. Star and Moon was about to get angry when she heard this, but she saw a simple wooden clothes rack behind Fang Chen. There was a pile of firewood under the rack, and her clothes were hanging on it. Obviously, Fang Chen had helped to wash them. Star and Moon's expression kept changing. She thought that Fang Chen had done something to her, so she wanted to get angry. But when she heard Fang Chen's explanation and saw her clothes, she felt a little embarrassed. In an instant, Star and Moon's face turned red. "Star and Moon, what's wrong?" Fang Chen asked. Star and Moon really wanted to find a hole to hide in at this moment. He had seen her whole body, but she couldn't blame him. "I'm fine." Star and Moon closed her eyes and said in a low voice. "Then have a good rest," Fang Chen said. Strangely, Star and Moon didn't say anything after she finished talking to Fang Chen. No matter how Fang Chen tried to persuade her, she didn't want to speak. She didn't want to make eye contact with Fang Chen, as if she was afraid of something. After another 3 days, Star and Moon was finally able to stand up and walk. At this time, her injuries had recovered a lot. "The people from the 3 major forces have been looking for you. I've already killed several of them. It's not safe here. Let's move quickly," Fang Chen said. Star and Moon nodded slightly. Fang Chen. Just as Fang Chen was about to leave, Star and Moon suddenly called out softly. There was a hint of shyness in her voice. "What's wrong?" Fang Chen asked. "My clothes," Star and Moon said. When Fang Chen heard this, he realized that although Star and Moon's clothes had long dried, they were still hanging there. At this moment, Star and Moon was still wearing her own clothes. "I can't believe I forgot about that." Fang Chen patted his head, then handed Star and Moon's clothes to her. Then, he turned his back to Star and Moon. Star and Moon's neck was red. She was a little shy. She glanced at Fang Chen, then slowly took off Fang Chen's clothes and put on her own clothes. After a while, he heard Star and Moon's voice. Fang Chen turned around and saw that Star and Moon had already put on her clothes. However, Fang Chen felt that Star and Moon was a little strange, but he couldn't tell exactly what was wrong with her. "Can we go now?" Fang Chen asked. "Fang Chen," Star and Moon suddenly said. "Thank you. It's okay." Fang Chen grinned and then walked out of the cave. Star and Moon's eyes had a complicated look. Looking at Fang Chen's back, she shook her head slightly and threw away the distracting thoughts in her mind. Then, she followed Fang Chen and left. When a man and a woman were alone in the same place, it was easy to let one's imagination run wild. Moreover, when Star and Moon were unconscious, Fang Chen even helped Star and Moon take off her clothes to stop her bleeding and heal her. This made the goddess Star and Moon, who was usually high and mighty, feel very shy. Even a woman with a strong appearance had the softest part of her heart. When Fang Chen saw her whole body, she felt very embarrassed, but she couldn't blame Fang Chen. Fang Chen walked in front, and Star and Moon followed behind. As soon as they left the cave, Fang Chen stopped. Chapter 159. Master. When Fang Chen heard this familiar voice, he instantly stopped in his tracks. There was a look of astonishment on his face. "What's wrong?" Star and Moon, who was following closely behind Fang Chen, saw Fang Chen suddenly stop and asked. Fang Chen didn't answer Star and Moon's question, because at this moment, a familiar voice resounded in his mind. "Master, I was originally protecting you, but a very powerful cultivator suddenly appeared. I couldn't defeat him, so I was injured and fled." "Icy Heaven Hall," Master said. Before Fang Chen entered the flowing water palace, he ordered Icy Heaven Hall Master to protect him. However, when he came out, he only saw Yao Yun and didn't see Icy Heaven Hall Master. At that time, Fang Chen guessed that Icy Heaven Hall Master might have died in Yao Yun's hands. However, he didn't expect to hear Icy Heaven Hall Master's voice at this moment. Soul Seed was a very mysterious control technique. As long as the distance between the Master and the puppet wasn't too far, the Master could communicate with the puppet. At this moment, Fang Chen could also confirm that Icy Heaven Hall Master wasn't around, so she must be nearby. "Where are you?" Fang Chen asked. "Master, I'm at a hidden place at the foot of the mountain. Recently, the cultivators of the three major factions have been constantly searching for this place, so I can't leave." Icy Heaven Hall Master said. Hearing this, Fang Chen pondered for a moment, then said, "Be careful and find a chance to escape. Once you're free, go to Cyan Cloud County to find me." "Yes, Master," Icy Heaven Hall Master said. After communicating with Icy Heaven Hall Master, Fang Chen turned to Star and Moon and said with a smile, "It's fine, let's go." After saying that, Fang Chen led Star and Moon and left the mountain. After leaving the mountain, Fang Chen also encountered some cultivators of the three major factions. However, they were all weak cultivators and were killed by Fang Chen in the blink of an eye. Fang Chen and Star and Moon were very careful along the way, and they managed to avoid the search of the three major forces. A day later, Fang Chen and Star and Moon appeared in a wasteland. This wasteland was the road to Dark Sky City. It was also the road that Fang Chen was preparing to leave Dark Sky County and head to the imperial capital. Originally, there was a flying crane in Fang Chen's special spatial ring. However, the flying crane could only hold one person at a time. Because of the Star and Moon, Fang Chen didn't summon the flying crane. After arriving at this wasteland, Fang Chen still didn't let his guard down. He wanted to leave Anyun County as soon as possible. Once they left, they would be safe. However, just as Fang Chen was walking quickly, he suddenly saw a group of people coming from afar. Star and Moon frowned slightly. Just as he was about to speak, Fang Chen rushed off into the distance. Stabbed to death. The leader of this group of people had a cold expression on his face. "Brat, wait until I reach Dark Sky Plains. I'll make you wish you were dead." Second young Master Gu thought to himself. "Isn't this second young Master Gu? Where are you going?" Suddenly, a voice rang out, causing second young Master Gu and the others to stop in their tracks and look around. "Who is it?" Second young Master Gu asked coldly. It's me. Fang Chen appeared with a mocking expression on his face. It's you. How is this possible? Why are you here? Second young Master Gu's face was full of shock when he saw Fang Chen. Naturally, I'm here to kill you, Fang Chen said. Kill him for me. At second young Master Gu's command, the subordinates behind him all unleashed powerful attacks in an attempt to kill Fang Chen. Bang bang bang! Fang Chen's attacks were very fierce. In the blink of an eye, second young Master Gu's subordinates died at Fang Chen's hands. You! Seeing this scene, second young Master Gu's expression changed drastically. He was terrified. How can you be so strong? Second young Master Gu kept retreating, his face full of fear. Didn't you want to kill me? Fang Chen walked towards second young Master Gu step by step. His face was full of a sinister smile, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Please let me go. I'll give you anything you want. Plop. Second young Master Gu immediately knelt on the ground, begging Fang Chen to let him go. Fang Chen was about to speak when a sudden burst of energy came. Second young Master Gu's body fell limply to the ground. Fang Chen turned around. It was Star and Moon. Although Star and Moon's injuries had not healed, killing second young Master Gu was a piece of cake. Star and Moon glanced at Fang Chen with her beautiful eyes, then turned to look elsewhere. When Fang Chen saw this, an awkward expression appeared on his face. Let's go, Fang Chen said. 10 days later, Fang Chen and Star and Moon left Anyan County. They came to an unfamiliar place not far from the imperial capital. Star and Moon, you go back first. I need to go home, Fang Chen said. Star and Moon nodded. Without saying anything, she turned and left. Watching Star and Moon leave, Fang Chen summoned a flying crane and flew in the direction of Cyan Cloud County. When the crisis of the Azure Edge Sword sect was resolved, Fang Chen learned that there was a captain of the Yellow Spring sect behind the mysterious force called Captain Qingyang. Captain Qingyang was very powerful. At his peak, he was definitely a warrior comparable to a warrior on the Qi roll. Back then, he learned from the warrior in the Qi transformation realm that Captain Qingyang was in seclusion to recover his cultivation. He would come out in a year to unify Cyan Cloud County. Now, almost a year had passed since then. Before Fang Chen went to Anyan County, he had decided that he would return to Cyan Cloud County after the matters in Anyan County were settled. After all, once Captain Qingyang came out, no one in Cyan Cloud County could resist his power. Within 10 days of Fang Chen's escape from Anyan County, the 3 major forces in Anyan County were in a state of madness. Yao Yun's death caused Tianyu Lake to pin the blame on Kamikaze Kenbu. The death of second young Master Gu completely enraged the Gu clan. The Gu clan even wanted to join forces with the other top 10 sects to send troops to Kamikaze Kenbu. However, because the Elders' Council did not approve, they temporarily gave up. However, the higher-ups of the Gu clan had already said that this matter would not end like this. As for Fang Chen, he quietly returned to Cyan Cloud County. After returning to Cyan Cloud County, the first thing Fang Chen did was to visit the Fang clan. Everything was going well in the Fang clan. With the support he had given them, the Fang clan was gradually becoming stronger. In just a year, although the Fang clan was still in Black Cloud City and had not expanded, their strength was already comparable to the Qinfeng sword sect. During these few days in the Fang clan, Fang Chen had nothing to do, so he taught the younger disciples. Sometimes, he would also interact with the experts of the older generation. In short, time passed by little. On the 8th day after Fang Chen returned to the Fang clan, the warriors he sent out to gather information finally found some news. In a small town not far from the Qinfeng sword sect, a mysterious expert had massacred the town overnight. The scene was very tragic. When Fang Chen heard this news, he quickly made a decision to leave the Fang clan. He took a flying crane and arrived at the town that had been massacred. Land. From above, He could see that the entire town was in a mess. The streets were filled with corpses and rivers of blood. It was a tragic sight. After the flying crane landed, Fang Chen kept it and walked on the streets, observing the wounds of the dead. The wounds of the dead are mostly on the neck. They seem to have been bitten. Fang Chen observed the wounds of the dead and said in a low voice. At this moment, a large group of people appeared behind Fang Chen. Hey, what are you doing? This place has been sealed by the Qinfeng sword sect. Leave quickly. One of the disciples shouted. As they spoke, the group appeared in front of Fang Chen. They questioned Fang Chen, believing that Fang Chen was a suspicious person. Kid, what are you doing sneaking around here? The leader asked in a deep voice. Fang Chen stood up and looked at the warriors. He smiled indifferently and said, I don't think I'm sneaking around. These disciples were all new disciples of the Qinfeng sword sect. This time, they had been sent by the sect to inspect the town. When they entered the sect, Fang Chen was long gone. Naturally, they didn't recognize Fang Chen. Right now, I'm extremely suspicious that you're related to the massacre in this town. The leader said coldly. Fang Chen was a bit speechless. He shrugged helplessly. I was once a disciple of the Qinfeng sword sect. Fang Chen said. Humph. Do you think we'll believe a random lie? I see many people like you every day. They all admire our Qinfeng sword sect, but they can't join. So they tell outsiders that they're disciples of the Qinfeng sword sect. What a joke. That's right. Our Qinfeng sword sect isn't a place that a disciple like you can casually join. Ha ha ha, what a joke. You dare say you were once a disciple of the Qinfeng sword sect? You're so young. If you join the Qinfeng sword sect, we'll definitely know each other. You really don't know how to lie. Do you think you're our Qinfeng sword sect's former paragon, Fang Chen? These disciples were all mocking Fang Chen. Little did they know that the person in front of them was their idol, Fang Chen, who was at the top of their hearts. Fang Chen knew that no matter how he explained, they wouldn't listen. So he might as well not explain. However, the commotion here was naturally heard by the cultivators in other places. A white-robed man suddenly walked over. What happened here? Asked the white-robed man. Seeing the white-robed man appear, the disciples all clasped their hands towards him. Then the leader said, Elder Duzhong, we found a suspicious person here. We wanted to bring him back for questioning, but he said he was once a disciple of the Qinfeng sword sect. What a joke. Yeah, he's lying. He must be related to the massacre in this town. Let me see. Duzhong's voice rang out. The disciples opened up a path for Duzhong. Fang Chen instantly appeared in front of him. Chapter 160. Seeing the change in Elder Duzhong's expression, the leading disciple asked in a low voice, Elder Duzhong, what's wrong? Duzhong looked at Fang Chen as if he hadn't heard the disciple's voice. After a long time, Duzhong moved. He walked towards Fang Chen step by step under the gaze of many disciples. Then, he opened his arms and gave Fang Chen a bear hug. You brat, why didn't you say anything when you returned to Cyan Cloud County? Duzhong punched Fang Chen's shoulder and said with a smile. I just came back. Fang Chen grinned. He hadn't expected that the former number 1 disciple of the inner sect would become an elder of the Qinfeng sword sect. Hearing the conversation between Fang Chen and Duzhong, many disciples were completely dumbfounded. They had thought that Elder Duzhong would attack this warrior. However, Elder Duzhong's action had thoroughly shocked them. Elder Duzhong actually knows this disciple. Is he really a former disciple of the Qinfeng sword sect? All the disciples were puzzled. Time really flies. You've already become an elder. Fang Chen looked at Duzhong and said, Yes. At this point, Duzhong suddenly remembered what these disciples had just said to him. His complexion slightly changed as he solemnly asked, Do you know who he is? We don't know. Many disciples shook their heads and said, He was indeed a former disciple of our Qinfeng sword sect. You actually said that he had something to do with the murderer who massacred the town. Du Zhong was a little unhappy and said in a deep voice, "Forget it. They haven't seen me." Fang Chen said. The disciple who had just scolded Fang Chen lowered his head. He was very puzzled. Who was this person in front of him? Why was Elder Du Zhong so nice to him? Du Zhong also nodded slightly after hearing Fang Chen's words. He didn't blame these disciples anymore. However, some disciples couldn't hold back and asked Elder Du Zhong, "Elder Du Zhong, who is he?" "He's our Qingfeng Sword Sect's Supreme Heaven's Pride expert," Du Zhong said. Du Zhong's words caused an uproar among the crowd, as countless disciples were filled with astonishment. "Is he our Azure Edge Sword Sect's paragon genius, Fang Chen?" asked many disciples. No matter how they thought about it, they could not understand how the supreme genius of the Azure Edge Sword Sect could be so young. Although they were very doubtful, they didn't dare doubt Elder Dulong's words. Elder Dulong might be young, but he had a lot of authority in the Green Edge Sword Sect, and he never lied. After some commotion, the disciples finally calmed down. However, their eyes were filled with excitement. He didn't expect to see his idol, Fang Chen, in such a place. "Senior brother Fang Chen, we joined the Azure Edge Sword Sect because of you. You are our goal." Many disciples greeted Fang Chen. Fang Chen smiled and responded to them one by one. Half an hour later, Fang Chen finally got rid of these disciples and came to a secluded place with Du Zhong. "Any clue?" Du Zhong asked. Fang Chen nodded slightly and said, "It should be done by the remnants of the Netherworld sect." "What should we do next?" Du Zhong asked. Fang Chen pondered for a moment and said, "Let's arrange for the disciples to bury these people first." Du Zhong nodded and went to arrange it. By the time everything had been arranged, it was already afternoon. Fang Chen asked Du Zhong to send the ordinary disciples back. He suspected that this matter had something to do with Captain Qingyang. If Captain Qingyang appeared, only he could fight against him. The others, including Du Zhong, couldn't stop Captain Qingyang's attack. "Fang Chen, do you want to go back with us?" Du Zhong asked. Fang Chen shook his head and said, "I'll check the surroundings first. You take the disciples back and make preparations." "Okay, be careful." Du Zhong didn't say anything else. When he knew about Fang Chen's strength, he was also shocked. Fang Chen's strength was invincible in the Cyan Cloud County. As long as Fang Chen wasn't at the Qi High Realm, nothing would happen to him. Du Zhong was relieved that Fang Chen stayed. After Du Zhong left, Fang Chen sat on the flying crane and hovered over the town, constantly observing the area below. He washed the first town with blood, so he will definitely wash the second town with blood. Fang Chen thought to himself. After checking the situation for an entire afternoon, Fang Chen finally found the second town, not far away from the blood-soaked town. This was because there were several small towns around this small town. However, after Fang Chen learned about them, he felt that this small town had a higher chance of success. Then, Fang Chen quietly hid in the town. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, night came. On the streets of the town, there were fewer and fewer people. In the end, there was almost no one. The night was quiet and a crescent moon hung in the sky. Fang Chen was in an inn, carefully observing the situation of the whole town. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours. The night passed quietly. The town was unusually quiet for the whole night and nothing happened. When the sky gradually brightened, Fang Chen shook his head slightly. It seemed that he guessed wrong. He didn't come. When Fang Chen was observing the bodies of the victims in the bloodbath, he found that the wounds of the victims were all on their necks, and they had been bitten. Fang Chen suspected that the other party was refining an evil skill and needed human blood. With doubts, Fang Chen walked on the streets of the town. After 2 hours, Fang Chen's face changed greatly. This was because he received news that a town not far from this one had been massacred. Not a single person was left alive, and all of them were killed. After receiving this news, Fang Chen clenched his fist. Damn it! Fang Chen couldn't help but curse. Originally, Fang Chun had been a bit shaken by his own judgment. But after hearing this news, he once more became firm in his judgment. He planned to continue to stay in this small town tonight, waiting for the rabbit to show up. Azure Edge Sword Sect, Main Hall. Elder Du Zhong, you've returned. Did you find anything? There were many elders of the Azure Edge Sword Sect, as well as the two great reverends and the sect master of the Clear Wind Sect. They were all looking at Du Zhong. Sect master, elders, this town has been massacred. It's a tragic sight. I didn't find out who the culprit was, said Du Zhong. The Clear Wind Sect master bluntly asked, then why did you return? I met Fang Chen in the town. He took over this matter and told me to come back first, said Du Zhong. Hearing Fang Chen's name, everyone in the hall was shocked. What? You said Fang Chen came back? Asked the Clear Wind Sect master excitedly. Du Zhong nodded. After receiving Du Zhong's affirmation, the Clear Wind Sect master asked, what else did Fang Chen say? Fang Chen said that this matter might be related to the remnants of the Yellow Spring Sect from a year ago. He told us to prepare, said Du Zhong. Yellow Spring Sect. Hearing that this matter was related to the Yellow Spring Sect, many elders were worried about Fang Chen. Will Fang Chen be in danger? Asked the great elder. I'm afraid that no one in the Azure Cloud County is a match for Fang Chen, said Du Zhong. What? Everyone exclaimed. Fang Chen's cultivation is enough to enter the Qi ranking. Du Zhong's words instantly shocked all the elders. In just 1 year, Fang Chen's strength had improved so much. Monster. After a long time, the Clear Wind Sect master said these 2 words. After the Azure Edge Sword Sect received the news of Fang Chen's return, everyone in the sect was very happy. However, they didn't let down their guard because of this. The entire Azure Edge Sword Sect instantly entered a state of preparation for war. At this time, Fang Chen was still waiting in the town. He wanted to see if the person who massacred the town was Captain Qingyang. On the top floor of an inn at the edge of the town, Fang Chen looked out the window and saw everything outside. Night fell and the crescent moon hung high in the sky. The whole town was very quiet. Fang Chen closely watched every movement around him. Time passed by slowly. In the middle of the night, a soft voice suddenly entered Fang Chen's ears. He's here. Fang Chen immediately pulled himself together and thought to himself. At this time, outside the town, a warrior shrouded in a pitch-black light was rushing towards the town. Chapter 161. The figure shrouded in black light was Captain Qingyang of the Yellow Spring Sect. A year ago, Captain Qingyang had been playing tricks behind the scenes to allow a Qi transformation 7th realm martial artist to unify the Green Cloud County. But because of the appearance of Fang Chen, the mysterious power had been uprooted. Furthermore, Fang Chen had received important news from Captain Qingyang. Captain Qingyang would come out of seclusion in a year, so Fang Chen had been paying attention to the news in the Green Cloud County. Today, Fang Chen had finally seen Captain Qingyang. Captain Qingyang had just stepped into the town when a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his sinister face. After a year of seclusion, Captain Qingyang had finally recovered to the peak of the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm. He was invincible in the Green Cloud County. With Captain Qingyang's strength, he could easily destroy the Green Edge Sword Sect and unify the entire Green Cloud County. However, Captain Qingyang had been practicing an evil skill for the past year. This evil skill was extremely powerful. Once it had been fully mastered, Captain Qingyang would be able to break through to the Qi High Realm. During this time, the evil skill had reached its most critical point. Captain Qingyang wanted to wait until he had fully mastered the evil skill and broken through to the Qi High Realm before annihilating the Green Edge Sword Sect. The evil skill required the blood of humans. That was why Captain Qingyang had been massacring every town for the past few days. After massacring 2 towns, Captain Qingyang's evil skill had reached its final stage. He felt that if he massacred this town tonight, he would be able to break through to the Qi High Realm. Kiki, the Yellow Spring Sect will definitely rise again. Captain Qingyang laughed sinisterly. At the same time, he looked around and prepared to attack the humans in the town. However, at this moment, Fang Chen appeared. Seeing the figure that suddenly appeared on the street, Captain Qingyang was stunned. He laughed sinisterly and quickly walked towards Fang Chen. Human, your time has come. Captain Qingyang's figure flashed and appeared in front of Fang Chen. He then waved his hand, wanting to grab Fang Chen and suck his blood. However, just as his palm touched Fang Chen, a tyrannical aura suddenly erupted from Fang Chen's body. Bang! After a loud bang, Captain Qingyang's body was forced back. When he stabilized his body, he discovered that this human was actually a powerful warrior. Who are you? Captain Qingyang said in a hoarse voice. He had already done his research on the Cyan Cloud County and found that there was no such powerful opponent in the county. Although it was only a brief exchange, Captain Qingyang had discovered that Fang Chen was at least at the 8th tier of the Qi transformation realm. Captain Qingyang, you've finally appeared, Fang Chen said in a deep voice as he looked up at Captain Qingyang. You know me. Captain Qingyang's expression changed slightly. He looked deeply at Fang Chen as his mind raced. Suddenly, Captain Qingyang thought of something and asked in a low voice, could it be that you were the one behind the incident a year ago? This was the only explanation. The person in front of him knew that he was Captain Qingyang because he had heard it from a 7th tier Qi transformation realm warrior a year ago. That's right. I was the one behind the incident a year ago. Today I'm here for you, Fang Chen said. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Captain Qingyang laughed wildly. Kid, although you're powerful, you're not worth mentioning in front of me, Captain Qingyang. Captain Qingyang's cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th tier of the Qi transformation realm. In the entire Cyan Cloud County, he was almost invincible. Therefore, he was not afraid of Fang Chen. Of course, Fang Chen was not afraid of Captain Qingyang. This was because he knew that although Captain Qingyang had recovered to the peak of his cultivation, his strength was far from being comparable to an expert on the Qi role. Everyone has the right to kill the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect, Fang Chen said. I'll kill you first and wash the town with blood, Captain Qingyang said in a low voice. It won't be long before the entire Cyan Cloud County falls under my control. Before Fang Chen could say anything, Captain Qingyang attacked. Captain Qingyang clenched his fists tightly. The black aura around him gathered in his fists as he threw a punch at Fang Chen. Solitary Emptiness Fist. Fang Chen roared and used the Solitary Emptiness Fist. He punched Captain Qingyang's fist. Bang! After the two fists collided, Captain Qingyang and Fang Chen both took a few steps back. After stabilizing himself, Captain Qingyang's face finally darkened. How is this possible? Captain Qingyang cried out. He thought that Fang Chen's strength was at most in the 8th realm of the Qi transformation realm. He did not expect that his all-out punch would not be able to defeat Fang Chen. Captain Qingyang's expression changed. He snorted and said sinisterly, Kid, you are the first warrior to die under my divine technique. You should be proud. Captain Qingyang's body flashed as soon as he finished speaking. A blood-red aura emerged around him. This aura contained a strong aura of death. Afterward, Captain Qingyang let out a low growl. His palms kept changing, forming different hand seals with both hands. In the sky, scarlet hand seals appeared one after another. Wave destruction technique. Captain Qingyang bellowed. In the sky, countless scarlet handprints stacked together and formed a monstrous scarlet handprint. This giant scarlet handprint contained the strength of the peak of the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm. It was very powerful. Go to hell. Captain Qingyang controlled the giant scarlet handprint and attacked Fang Chen. When Fang Chen saw this scene with his pitch-black eyes, his expression changed slightly. The aura contained within the monstrous scarlet palm print actually made him feel a little pressured. Tai Dispersing Sword. Fang Chen took out the hidden dragon sword and used the Tai dispersing sword. Whoosh! An extremely powerful sword will drilled into the hidden dragon sword. Then, beams of powerful sword light emerged from the hidden dragon's sword and floated in the sky. Fang Chen had already cultivated the Tai dispersing sword to the realm of manifestation. The Tai dispersing sword at the realm of manifestation was more than twice as powerful as before. This was the first time that Fang Chen had used the realm of manifestation of the Tai dispersing sword against an enemy. A monstrous aura shot into the sky. The surrounding air dissipated. Crash! The hidden dragon sword in Fang Chen's hand carried an extremely powerful sword will and blasted toward the giant scarlet handprint in the sky. Boom! A deafening sound rang out. The sword light in the sky bombarded the giant scarlet handprint and exploded in an instant. However, although the explosion of the sword light was very powerful, it did not damage the giant scarlet handprint. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen did not hesitate to brandish the hidden dragon sword and stabbed it into the giant scarlet handprint. Captain Qingyang's strength was comparable to Yao Yun. Although Fang Chen felt a little pressure, he was still very confident that he could kill Captain Qingyang. Even if Captain Qingyang used an evil technique, it was useless against the overbearing Fang Chen. Boom! The giant scarlet handprint was shattered by the hidden dragon sword. The scarlet aura that filled the sky directly engulfed the entire town. The monstrous aura shot into the sky. How is this possible? Seeing the giant scarlet handprint being shattered, Captain Qingyang's eyes flashed with a trace of shock as he cried out involuntarily. An expert on the Qi roll. It was not until this moment that Captain Qingyang realized that Fang Chen's strength was enough to enter the Qi roll. Damn it! Captain Qingyang roared and used all his strength to activate the destruction wave art, trying to kill Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen's Tai diffraction sword was too powerful for him to resist. Puchi the hidden dragon sword carried an incomparably powerful aura as it shattered the destruction wave art and stabbed into Captain Qingyang's body. Go to hell! With Fang Chen's low roar, the hidden dragon sword rotated and Captain Qingyang let out a miserable roar. In the next moment, Captain Qingyang's body suddenly expanded and exuded an extremely powerful aura. Oh no, he's going to self-destruct. Fang Chen was shocked when he saw this. He immediately pulled out the hidden dragon sword and quickly retreated. Kid, let's die together. Captain Qingyang knew that he could not leave this place alive, so he simply self-destructed, wanting to kill Fang Chen as well. Seeing Fang Chen quickly retreating, Captain Qingyang endured the pain all over his body and directly rushed to Fang Chen's side. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion resounded through the sky. In the next moment, an extremely powerful aura swept through the entire town. The buildings close to Fang Chen and the others were instantly destroyed. All the humans who were resting in the entire town were awakened. They panicked. They had no idea what was going on. In an instant, the sky was filled with people. All the humans were scrambling to escape, afraid that they would be affected by this tyrannical aura. What happened? Why is there such a big commotion? Could it be that there are powerful people fighting? Run! There are people fighting in front. Their auras are too strong. On the streets, there were noises everywhere. Countless humans were shouting loudly. At this time, at the edge of the town, Captain Qingyang's self-destruction directly turned the area into a huge crater. The huge crater was filled with an extremely strong aura. After Captain Qingyang self-destructed, he died instantly. Even his body was destroyed by the explosion. None of the humans dared to approach the crater. At this time, in the crater, when the thick smoke dissipated, a figure climbed out of the crater in a sorry state. The self-destruction of a martial artist in the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm is really powerful. Fang Chen coughed softly as he slowly walked out of the crater. His entire body was in a sorry state. Fortunately, his physical body had already reached a 1-star Dao body. Furthermore, he did not directly withstand the force of the explosion. Hence, he did not suffer any serious injuries. The thick smoke dissipated and the surroundings of the crater returned to normal. All the residents quietly watched from afar. They wanted to know what had happened. However, when they saw a disheveled figure suddenly crawling out from the huge pit, they all cried out loudly. Chapter 162. Is he a demon? Is he here to destroy our town? What a lunatic! Our town has nothing to do with the outside world. Why would he destroy our town? Quiet! If the demon hears us, he'll kill us! The residents of this town were all ordinary people. They had nothing to do with the outside world and lived in this paradise. They had thought that they could live in peace forever. Who would have thought that their town would be destroyed like this? They hated the demon who had caused them so much damage. Fang Chun crawled out of the hole and was a little surprised to hear the crowd's voices. They actually think I'm a demon? Fang Chun was a little speechless. These people were too simple. They had never seen anything before. They just saw him crawl out of the hole and thought that he was a demon who had destroyed their town. But they didn't know that if it wasn't for Fang Chun, they would have already been lying in a pool of blood. There was no way they would be standing here. Fang Chun did not explain. Instead, he slowly disappeared from the crowd's sight. Seeing the demon leave, many of the town's residents began to approach the hole. Although they had already seen how terrifying the hole was, they were still shocked when they got close. What a huge hole! My God! All the residents were shocked. Of course, most of the residents began to arrange for their town's residents. After dawn, Fang Chun appeared at the foot of the mountain where the Qinfeng sword sect was located. He put away his flying crane and walked up to the Qinfeng sword sect. Who are you? The cultivator guarding the gate of the Qinfeng sword sect asked coldly when he saw a wretched cultivator approaching. I'm Fang Chun. Fang Chun said directly. Fang Chun can't be. How could he be as wretched as you? The cultivator said coldly, wanting to chase Fang Chun down the mountain. Fang Chun didn't want to waste time. He directly activated the spiritual energy in his true core and said loudly, Fang Chun has arrived. Fang Chun's voice contained boundless spiritual energy, and it instantly spread throughout the entire Qinfeng sword sect. At this time, all the cultivators in the Qinfeng sword sect were shocked when they heard this voice, especially the upper echelons of the sect. Crash! In an instant, many of the upper echelons came out to welcome Fang Chun. Soon, the gate of the Qinfeng sword sect was bustling with noise. Fang Chun, you're back. The first to arrive was the sect master Qinfeng. When he saw Fang Chun's appearance, his eyes were filled with worry. Then, the two great consecrators and the other elders came. Finally, Du Zhong came as well. The martial artist guarding the mountain gate was completely dumbfounded. He had not expected that this wretched martial artist before him was really the paragon sky pride of the Green Edge sword sect, Fang Chun. He was so scared that his entire body was trembling, but Fang Chun didn't care at all. Without waiting for Fang Chun to speak, the Flowing Wind sect master said, We'll talk when we get back. Fang Chun, what happened? Why are you in such a sorry state? The sect master Qinfeng couldn't help but ask. The other elders also looked at Fang Chun. According to Elder Du Zhong, Fang Chun's strength had already reached the Qi ranking. In the entire Azure Cloud County, no one should be a match for him. But now, he was in such a sorry state. Many people were puzzled. The one who massacred the town was a captain of the Yellow Spring sect. His cultivation was at the peak of the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm. In the battle with me, he self-detonated. I was caught in the explosion. Fang Chun explained simply. Hearing Fang Chun's words, the upper echelons of the Qinfeng sword sect all gasped. The self-detonation of a martial artist at the peak of the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm. Even a martial artist at the 1st realm of the Qi Sea would not dare to take it head-on. They didn't expect that Fang Chun would only be lightly injured after taking such a powerful attack. At this moment, everyone was in awe. Fang Chen's strength was truly earth-shattering. It's good that you're fine, the sect master Qing Feng said slowly. Fang Chen, you've saved the Qing Feng sword sect once again. Fang Chen heard and grinned. After taking care of Captain Qingyang, Fang Chen temporarily stayed in the Qing Feng sword sect. The Qing Feng sword sect also sent some disciples under the leadership of Elder Du Zhong. They arrived at the town that was damaged by Captain Qingyang's self-detonation. At this moment, all the residents in the town were spontaneously rebuilding the town. Seeing the people from the Qing Feng sword sect, they all stopped what they were doing. Everyone, we are martial artists from the Qing Feng sword sect. This time, we came to the town to help everyone rebuild their homes. Elder Du Zhong smiled. Hearing Elder Du Zhong's words, everyone was happy. Senior, not long ago, our town suffered a great loss. One of the demons crawled out of the pit and escaped. Please help us capture him. Otherwise, he will destroy our town again. A resident said. Hearing this, Elder Du Zhong immediately thought of Fang Chen. Everyone, the demon you're talking about is not a demon. He's the hero who saved your town. Elder Du Zhong explained. Not long ago, a demon appeared in the Cyan Cloud County. He continuously massacred the surrounding towns. He has already massacred 2 towns. After this hero heard the news, he waited in your town. That night, if it wasn't for him stopping the demons, all of you would have died in the demon's hands. The reason you saw him crawling out of the pit was because he was injured even though he killed the demon, Elder Du Zhong said. Hearing Elder Du Zhong's explanation, the residents were enlightened and blamed themselves. They were ashamed that the hero who saved them was called a demon by them. However, with the help of Elder Du Zhong and the other disciples, they began to rebuild their homes. Of course, this was just a small episode. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had already stayed in the Qing Feng sword sect for 3 days. After 3 days, Fang Chen's injuries were completely healed. In these 3 days, Fang Chen treated his injuries while guiding the disciples of the Qing Feng sword sect. Of course, Fang Chen also specially guided some of the disciples of the Fang family. Among them, there were also some disciples with great potential who were specially groomed by the Qing Feng sword sect. At a certain moment, an uninvited guest appeared outside the Qing Feng sword sect, saying that he wanted to see Fang Chen. However, he was stopped by the disciples guarding the mountain gate. This uninvited guest did not say a word and directly blasted away the disciples guarding the mountain gate, which alarmed the entire Qing Feng sword sect. The upper echelons of the Qing Feng sword sect moved out one after another, wanting to capture this uninvited guest. However, when Fang Chen appeared, all the problems were solved. This uninvited guest was Fang Chen's puppet, the Master of the Ice Sky Heaven. After the Master of the Ice Sky Heaven escaped from Anyan County with great difficulty, she rushed to the Cyan Cloud County without stopping. After asking around, she found out that Fang Chen was in the Qing Feng sword sect and came to look for Fang Chen. Master. Seeing Fang Chen appear, the Master of the Ice Sky Heaven called out respectfully. The upper echelons of the Qing Feng sword sect were stunned. Such a powerful warrior was actually Fang Chen's servant. This made them extremely shocked. You're here, Fang Chen said. The Master of the Ice Sky Heaven nodded and walked behind Fang Chen. Seeing the shocked gazes of the upper echelons, Fang Chen grinned and said, Everyone, this is a misunderstanding. After saying that, Fang Chen left with the Master of the Ice Sky Heaven. The arrival of the Master of the Ice Sky Heaven Hall gave Fang Chen a new idea. He gave the Master of the Ice Sky Heaven a large amount of resources, allowing him to cultivate. As expected, the Master of the Ice Sky Heaven did not disappoint. Finally, after 7 days, he recovered to the first level of the Qi High Realm. After recovering to the first level of the Qi High Realm, the Master of the Ice Sky Heaven Hall was even more powerful. However, Fang Chen knew that this was not the limit of the Master of the Ice Sky Heaven Hall. At his peak, he was at the peak of the Qi High Realm. After that, Fang Chun told the Master of the Clear Breeze sect about the Master of the Ice Sky Heaven. Master of the Clear Breeze sect, my puppet has now reached the first level of the Qi High Realm. I hope that he can stay and guard the Cyan Cloud County. Fang Chun said. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the Master of the Clear Breeze sect was shocked and immediately praised. That's even better. In the future, the Cyan Cloud County will not be attacked by powerful warriors. The Master of the Clear Breeze sect said. Fang Chen nodded and said, let him stay in the Qingfeng Sword sect. If the Qingfeng Sword sect is in danger, he will come out to help. However, I hope that the Master of the Clear Breeze sect can keep this a secret. After all, this matter is of great importance. I will. The Master of the Clear Breeze sect nodded heavily. Fang Chen left the Master of the Ice Sky Heaven Hall in the Qingfeng Sword sect and left behind a large amount of 100 million spirit stones for her to recover her cultivation. After that, Fang Chen bid farewell to the people of the Qingfeng Sword sect and once again set foot on the road to the imperial capital. This time, Fang Chen had been out for a long time. However, his harvest was also great. After a few days, Fang Chen returned to the imperial capital. After returning to the imperial capital, Fang Chen heard a piece of bad news. Have you heard? Recently, the Elixir Pavilion found an alchemy grandmaster out of nowhere and refined a miraculous elixir. In an instant, the Elixir Pavilion seized the majority of the Heavenly Pill Palace's market. I heard that the Heavenly Pill Palace, which was previously glorious, was now being attacked by the Elixir Pavilion. Who cares about them? The battle between these huge forces is not something that we can participate in. In an inn, Fang Chen drank while listening to these rumors. Finally, Fang Chen came to the Heavenly Pill Palace. When Fang Chen found Master Tianhe, the latter's face had many more wrinkles. Brother Fang, you're here. When Master Tianhe saw Fang Chen, a smile appeared on his wrinkled face. Master Tianhe, what happened recently? Fang Chen asked directly. Master Tianhe smiled bitterly and said, some time ago, the Elixir Pavilion suddenly stopped cooperating with us. After that, they announced that they had developed a miraculous elixir. In an instant, they snatched the market that we had painstakingly occupied. Moreover, the Elixir Pavilion used this elixir to continuously attack the Heavenly Pill Palace. Originally, the Heavenly Pill Palace had the absolute advantage because of the elixir formula that Brother Fang gave us. However, because of this elixir that the Elixir Pavilion developed, our advantage disappeared. Master Tianhe said. Chapter 163. After listening to Master Tianhe's explanation, Fang Chen understood that the Elixir Pavilion must have invited a very powerful master. Even Master Tianhe couldn't do anything about it. What's their elixir? Fang Chen asked. Grandmaster Tianhe took out a green-red elixir in his palm. As soon as the elixir appeared, its fragrance filled the surrounding air. This is the elixir they develop. It's called the Life Elixir, Master Tianhe said. Fang Chen received the elixir and carefully observed it, after which, he placed the elixir near his nose and took a whiff. He discovered that a fragrance had entered his mind. In the next moment, Fang Chen discovered that his soul was extremely comfortable. Although this elixir is a supreme grade origin grade elixir, its effect is many times stronger than the soul-anchoring elixir. Master Tianhe said helplessly. Fang Chen nodded. Master Tianhe asked, Brother Fang, do you have an elixir better than this life elixir? In Master Tianhe's heart, Fang Chen had always been a mysterious existence. He hoped that Fang Chen could come up with an elixir recipe that was more powerful than the life elixir. Previously, when Fang Chen left the Qingfeng Sword sect to come to the imperial capital, he had already prepared everything. Now it was time to use it. I do have an elixir recipe, but it's more difficult to refine, Fang Chen said after pondering for a moment. Really? Master Tianhe's eyes lit up. His face was full of excitement. Fang Chen nodded in confirmation. Master Tianhe was so excited that he almost went berserk. This is the elixir recipe. Take a look. Fang Chen took out an elixir recipe and showed it to Master Tianhe. In fact, this was an elixir recipe that Fang Chen had learned from the Master of the Ice Heaven. Back then, the Yellow Spring sect was extremely powerful. Its forces spread across the entire ancient Sword continent. On one hand, it was because of their strength. On the other hand, it was because of their superb alchemy skills. Since the destruction of the Yellow Spring sect, the elixir recipes that were unique to the Yellow Spring sect had disappeared. Therefore, after Fang Chen controlled the captains of the Yellow Spring sect, he dug out a few valuable pill recipes. Although those captains were already dead, he now controlled an even more senior member of the Yellow Spring sect, the Hall Master of the Frozen Heaven Hall. The pill recipes he obtained from the Hall Master of the Frozen Heaven Hall were naturally stronger than the previous ones. Great Master Tianhe took the pill recipe with trembling hands and studied it carefully. A moment later, Master Tianhe's eyes were filled with excitement. His entire body started to tremble. Pill. With this elixir recipe pills. 3 days later, the Pill Pavilion will organize an elixir exchange. They invited all the elixir forces in the Divine Wind Nation. Originally, they wanted to use this opportunity to announce their position as the overlord of the elixir industry in the Divine Wind Nation. But now, with Brother Fang's elixir recipe, I am confident that the Pill Pavilion will lose all face in 3 days. Master Tianhe said confidently. Fang Chen nodded. He didn't know much about alchemy, so he left it all to Master Tianhe. After such a long time of refining elixirs, Master Tianhe's alchemy skills were constantly improving. The elixir recipe that Fang Chen gave to Master Tianhe was a top-grade origin-grade elixir recipe. After chatting with Fang Chen for a while, Master Tianhe went to refine the elixir. This time, he must make the Pill Pavilion lose all face. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Fang Chen had been cultivating. Although he didn't have a big breakthrough, he had completely consolidated his current cultivation. On this day, the entire imperial city was bustling. All the alchemists were excitedly heading to the central square. This was because a grand elixir exchange was going to be held in the central square. If they could learn something from the exchange, they would definitely benefit a lot. The central square of the imperial city was already crowded early in the morning. I heard that the Pill Pavilion will explain the refining method of the life elixir to all the alchemists in this elixir exchange. Is that so? This is really a blessing for us alchemists. The life elixir has been very popular recently. It would be great if we could learn a little. Yes. The Pill Pavilion is now more powerful than the Heavenly Pill Palace. If nothing goes wrong, the Pill Pavilion will dominate the elixir market in the Divine Wind Nation in the future. Outside the central square, countless alchemists were discussing animatedly. Although this was an open elixir exchange, not everyone was qualified to participate. Outside the central square, there was a layer of iron fence. Only those who had received an invitation from the Pill Pavilion could enter the iron fence. The rest of the alchemists, who were independent, could only watch from outside the iron fence. At this moment, there was a sea of people outside the iron fence. Inside the iron fence, some alchemy forces of various sizes were constantly entering. In the morning, the entire central square burst into a round of applause. Everyone stepped aside to make a path for the people from the Elixir Pavilion. Among the people from the Pill Pavilion, House Master Wang was the leader. Beside him was a red-haired old man. The red-haired old man was calm and composed, as if he had seen through the world. In a moment, the people from the Pill Pavilion appeared in the middle of the square. When House Master Wang saw the enthusiastic alchemists, he waved his hand to signal them to be quiet. Everyone, the Pill Pavilion is holding this elixir exchange today so that more alchemists can learn the essence of alchemy, House Master Wang said loudly. Then, House Master Wang introduced the red-haired old man beside him to everyone. This red-haired old man beside me is the alchemy master that the Pill Pavilion has invited. The life elixir was made by him. Everyone cheered as they looked at the red-haired old man. Being able to refine such a heaven-defying elixir like the life elixir was enough to show how powerful the red-haired old man was. House Master Wang, congratulations to the Pill Pavilion for having such a powerful alchemy master. Yes, with such an alchemy master, the Pill Pavilion will surely dominate the Divine Wind Nation. I hope the Pill Pavilion can unify the elixir market in the Divine Wind Nation. Many alchemists from various forces congratulated House Master Wang and discussed animatedly. Just as House Master Wang was about to speak, a group of people suddenly entered the iron net. When everyone looked over, they realized that they were from the Heavenly Elixir Palace. Seeing the arrival of the Heavenly Elixir Palace, the alchemists from the Pill Pavilion were surprised. Then, House Master Wang smiled and said, "Aren't you from the Heavenly Elixir Palace?" Everyone could tell that House Master Wang's words were filled with mockery. Master Tianhe ignored House Master Wang and turned to look at the alchemists. He said loudly, "Everyone, the Heavenly Elixir Palace is here to tell everyone that we will never be eliminated by the elixir market in the Divine Wind Nation." When House Master Wang heard Master Tianhe's words, he frowned slightly. The red-haired old man beside House Master Wang's face also changed slightly. There was a look of displeasure between his eyebrows. Just as Master Tianhe was about to speak, House Master Wang stopped him. "Master Tianhe, I think you are mistaken. This elixir exchange is being held by the Pill Pavilion. The Heavenly Elixir Palace is only here to watch." House Master Wang's words were full of sarcasm. He believed that Master Tianhe should not have said such words. "House Master Wang, don't think that you can snatch the market from the Heavenly Elixir Palace just because you have developed the life elixir." Master Tianhe sneered. "Humph, all the alchemists know whose elixir is better," the red-haired old man said before House Master Wang could say anything. Fang Chen, who was standing at the side, sized up the red-haired old man carefully. The red-haired old man exuded a strange aura that Fang Chen could not see through. "That's right. All the alchemists know whose elixir is better," Master Tianhe said with a laugh. "Master Tianhe, are you here to cause trouble?" House Master Wang asked in a sinister tone. The Pill Pavilion had taken out the Life Elixir Palace's signature elixir for this elixir exchange because they wanted to consolidate their position in the Divine Wind Nation. However, Master Tianhe seemed to be looking for trouble. "Everyone." Master Tianhe ignored House Master Wang and turned to the crowd. "The Heavenly Elixir Palace has recently developed a new elixir. This elixir is 3 times more effective than the life elixir. Moreover, the price is only half of the life elixir." Master Tianhe's words caused an uproar. Countless alchemists were shocked. It was 3 times more effective than the life elixir, but the price was only half of the life elixir. Did the Heavenly Elixir Palace really develop such an elixir? If what Master Tianhe said is true, then we must buy the Heavenly Elixir Palace's elixir. I wonder how effective the Heavenly Elixir Palace's elixir is. Many alchemists discussed. Humph, how laughable. If the Heavenly Elixir Palace had such an elixir, they would have taken it out long ago. House Master Wang sneered. The red-haired elder beside House Master Wang sneered and said, "I don't believe that there is an elixir that is more effective than the life elixir and cheaper than the life elixir." Master Tianhe took out a few elixirs and said, "This is the elixir that the Heavenly Elixir Palace has developed. It is called the Soul Reversing Elixir. Everyone here is an alchemist. You can try it if you want." Then, Master Tianhe asked his subordinates to distribute the elixirs. Many alchemists began to study them. Even House Master Wang received a soul-reversing elixir. He wanted to try it and see if it was as Master Tianhe said. At first, all the alchemists were skeptical. However, when they tasted the soul-reversing elixir, their faces were filled with shock. How is this possible? The soul-reversing elixir is too powerful. It is definitely worth it. The soul-reversing elixir is more than 3 times more effective than the life elixir. The Heavenly Elixir Palace actually has such a heaven-defying elixir. Moreover, the price is only half of the life elixir. Everyone in the square exclaimed. As the crowd exclaimed, Pavilion Master Wang's face turned completely gloomy. House Master Wang, what's wrong? The red-haired elder asked. Old Chi House Master Wang looked embarrassed and said softly, Look at this elixir. Chapter 164. After a long while, the red-haired old man turned to Master Tianhe and asked, Master Tianhe, may I know who provided this elixir formula? Hearing the red-haired old man's words, Grandmaster Tian he shook his head slightly and said, You and I are both alchemy grandmasters. You should know the rules. The red-haired old man nodded and left the square. After the red-haired old man left, everyone in the elixir dispensary looked helpless. The Heavenly Elixir Hall was in charge. All the alchemists requested to order the soul-reversing elixir on the spot. However, the number of soul-reversing elixirs produced by the Heavenly Elixir Hall was limited. However, this did not delay the orders of the alchemists. All the alchemists paid for the elixir and waited in line. Seeing this, House Master Wang's face was filled with anger. Killing intent flashed in his deep eyes. He glanced at Fang Chen, who was beside Great Master Tianhe, and left with a flick of his sleeve. The departure of the elixir dispensary meant that the quality of their life elixir was not as good as the soul-reversing elixir produced by the Heavenly Elixir Hall. When the elixir exchange ended, everyone in the imperial capital was talking about the soul-reversing elixir produced by the Heavenly Elixir Hall. All the martial artists went crazy and bought the soul-reversing elixir. When Fang Chen saw this, a smile appeared on his face. He bade farewell to Great Master Tian He and prepared to leave. Before leaving, Fang Chen told Master Tianhe that the Heavenly Elixir Hall could cooperate with the Protector King's mansion. Fang Chen left the imperial capital and returned to Kamikaze Kenbu. Fang Chen felt emotional when he returned to Kamikaze Kenbu. He had experienced a lot when he left Kamikaze Kenbu. When Fang Chen returned to Kamikaze Kenbu and was about to return to his residence, he saw Star and Moon. You are back, Xingyu said in a low voice with a calm face. Fang Chen nodded and said, I am back. Star and Moon left. Fang Chen looked at Star and Moon's back and smiled. The next day, Fang Chen decided to try the Sword Intent Canyon. Although he had already comprehended Sword Intent, his control over it was still not refined enough. Therefore, he wanted to go to the Sword Intent Canyon to cultivate. Arriving at the Sword Intent Canyon with ease, Fang Chen took out his token and easily entered the Sword Intent Plain. At this moment, there were many disciples cultivating on the plains. Fang Chen's arrival did not attract their attention at all. Fang Chen felt a wave of sword intent rushing towards him. With a tap of his foot, his figure flashed, and he quickly walked on the plane of sword will, moving forward like a bolt of lightning. 900 meters, 800 meters, 700 meters. When Fang Chen walked to a distance of 500 meters, he finally attracted the attention of all the disciples. Who is he? Some disciples didn't recognize Fang Chen and asked curiously. He is Fang Chen, a 4th-grade sword Dao talent. He's really amazing. In just a few months, he was able to reach this step. No wonder he's a 4th-grade sword Dao talent. Many disciples discussed animatedly. In a moment, Fang Chen had walked to 400 meters. When he reached 400 meters, the sword intent coming from all directions became even stronger. However, this was not Fang Chen's limit. 400 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters. When Fang Chen appeared on the plains, the entire plain was in an uproar. At this moment, a warrior in a cyan robe 300 meters away saw Fang Chen surpass him. A trace of surprise flashed across his face. He's not one of the 4 heavenly kings or the 8 great kings. He can actually reach this step, the cyan-robed disciple said in a low voice. Oh my God, Fang Chen actually walked 200 meters. Is his strength comparable to the 4 heavenly kings? Even Sun Tu, one of the 8 great kings, could only reach 300 meters. Fang Chen has already surpassed Sun Tu. Yes, Sun Tu is one of the 8 great kings. Fang Chen has surpassed Sun Tuesday. What does that mean? Many warriors were shocked. Even Sun Tu's face was filled with surprise. Everyone thought that Fang Chen would stop when he reached 200 meters, but they were all wrong. Just as everyone was shocked, an extremely strong sword intent suddenly emerged from Fang Chen's body. This sword intent contained a very strong power. Crash! Fang Chen's sword will circled around him. He lifted his foot once again and charged forward. One step after another, when Fang Chen reached 100 meters, he finally stopped in his tracks and did not advance any further. This distance was considered the best even among the 4 heavenly kings. Fang Chen's action caused countless martial artists on the plains to be shocked. Some of the disciples even thought that Fang Chen had the ability to challenge the 4 heavenly kings. However, most of the disciples thought that the reason why Fang Chen could reach 100 meters was because he had comprehended sword intent. His true strength was probably not even comparable to the 8 great kings. The sword intent here is too terrifying. Even Fang Chen could not go any further when he reached 100 meters. The sword intent emitted from the sword intent canyon made Fang Chen feel a bone-chilling cold. Fang Chen's eyes looked at the deepest part of the sword intent canyon. There was a faint hazy sword intent revolving around it. If I can cultivate in the deepest part of the sword intent canyon, I will definitely have a deeper understanding of sword intent, Fang Chen said in a low voice. Then, Fang Chen began to sit cross-legged and comprehend the essence of sword intent. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, Fang Chen's deeds had shocked the entire Kamikaze Kenbu. Even the 8 great kings and the 4 heavenly kings, who had always been elusive, showed up one after another. They wanted to see who Fang Chen was. Of course, the most shocked were the higher-ups of the Kamikaze Kenbu. Many of them were excited after hearing the news. At this moment, many senior disciples had gathered on the sword intent plains. They were all here to watch Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen was surrounded by dense sword intent. His mind was constantly exploring the essence of sword intent. Crash! At a certain moment, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. A terrifying sword intent shot out from his eyes. Then, Fang Chen stopped cultivating and got up to leave. However, just as Fang Chen was about to turn and leave, he saw many disciples on the plains. What day is it today? Why are there so many disciples here? Fang Chen was a little puzzled. After pondering for a moment, he could not figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it. However, when Fang Chen walked to the edge of the sword intent plains, a disciple suddenly stood out and blocked Fang Chen's path. Fang Chen, many people say that your strength is comparable to the 4 heavenly kings. I, Tong Yun, do not believe it, Tong Yun said coldly. Tong Yun was considered a top disciple among the senior disciples of the Kamikaze Kenbu. His strength was second only to the 8 great kings. Hearing Tong Yun's words, the faces of the surrounding disciples were filled with excitement. No matter how strong Fang Chen was, they were already very satisfied to see Tong Yun in action. You are no match for me. Fang Chen glanced at Tong Yun and said indifferently. You say that I am no match for you? A cold smile appeared on Tong Yun's face. Soon after, he coldly said, Fang Chen, don't think that just because you can step within 100 meters of the sword intent plains, you can challenge the 4 heavenly kings. You are no match for me, Fang Chen said impatiently. Tong Yun's cultivation was only at the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm. Compared to Yao Yun, he was much weaker. He did not even bother to fight with Tong Yun. "You're courting death." Fang Chen's words provoked Tong Yun. The latter roared angrily, gripped his long sword tightly, and used a fierce and domineering sword technique. The Tong Yun sword technique was Tong Yun's ultimate technique. He had accidentally obtained it in a secret realm. Since obtaining the Tong Yun sword technique, Tong Yun's strength had been gradually increasing. Now, with the Tong Yun sword technique, he could practically dominate the advanced regions. Of course, this was under the condition that the 4 heavenly kings and the 8 great kings did not appear. All the advanced disciples would respectfully call Tong Yun's senior brother when they saw him. At this moment, Fang Chen's disdain made Tong Yun burn with anger. Tong Yun's sword technique. Tong Yun roared, the long sword in his hand constantly changing. A majestic sword will shot into the clouds, and dense spiritual qi appeared around Tong Yun's body. Whoosh! In the sky, sword light filled the sky, bringing with it a powerful aura. It directly hit Fang Chen. Seeing this scene, all the disciples were shocked. They all retreated, afraid that they would be affected. "Fang Chen's talent is strong, but I think that Tong Yun has a high chance of winning." "That's right. The Tong Yun sword technique is so powerful. Fang Chen can't block it at all. Senior brother Tong Yun's strength is second only to the 8 great kings. This year, he has a high chance of becoming one of the 8 great kings. Fang Chen has no chance of winning." Almost all of the disciples thought that Tong Yun could defeat Fang Chen. Moreover, Tong Yun used his ultimate move, the Tong Yun sword technique, right from the start. One could imagine how slim Fang Chen's chances were. Fang Chen ignored the discussions of the crowd. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the sword light in the sky. He didn't even draw his sword. "Since you're looking for humiliation, don't blame me," Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, he clenched his fist, and the spiritual qi in his true core instantly gathered on his fist. Solitary emptiness fist. Suddenly, Fang Chen executed the solitary emptiness fist of the heavenly void and punched the sword light that filled the sky. Seeing Fang Chen's attack, all the disciples were shocked. Facing such a powerful attack, Fang Chen didn't use his sword technique, but his fist technique. It seemed like he had given up on defending. "Humph, you're courting death." Seeing Fang Chen use his fist technique, Tong Yun sneered and said disdainfully. Boom! Tong Yun controlled the sword light in the sky and directly bombarded Fang Chen's fist. Crack! Chapter 165. The Heavenly Sword Technique was considered a famous sword technique in the advanced zone of Kamikaze Kenbu. It was extremely powerful. The reason why Tong Yun could reach a level second only to the 8 great kings was because of the Heavenly Sword Technique. It could be said that it was the Heavenly Sword Technique that made Tong Yun successful. If not for the Heavenly Sword Technique, Tong Yun might just be an ordinary disciple in the advanced zone. Tong Yun was very confident in his Heavenly Sword Technique. How could an ordinary disciple withstand his sword technique? However, when the Heavenly Sword Technique collided with Fang Chen's fist, Tong Yun's heart was filled with shock. This was because he realized that the sword light that filled the sky was rapidly disintegrating. Crack! In the blink of an eye, the sword light that filled the sky was completely disintegrated. Fang Chen's fist bombarded Tong Yun's body with unstoppable force. Bang! With a loud bang, Tong Yun was sent flying by Fang Chen's punch like a sandbag. He fell to the ground. This sudden change shocked all the warriors. Even Sun Tu, one of the 8 great kings, who was comprehending the sword intent on the plain, felt that it was unbelievable. Oh my God, Tong Yun actually lost. Tong Yun, who is second only to the 8 great kings, actually couldn't withstand Fang Chen's punch. What kind of terrifying level has Fang Chen reached? Yeah, Fang Chen is too terrifying. He sent Tong Yun flying with a punch. Could he really be on par with the 4 great kings? After a short moment of silence, the entire plain was in an uproar. Countless disciples were shocked. Tong Yun, who had fallen to the ground, had an ugly expression on his face. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions as he looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen ignored the discussions of the crowd and slowly left the sword intent plane. In an instant, Fang Chen became the talk of the town in the advanced zone of Kamikaze Kenbu. All the disciples were talking about Fang Chen. Even the higher-ups in the advanced zone were paying attention to Fang Chen. At this time, on top of a mountain peak in Kamikaze Kenbu, there was an ancient hall. There were many old men in the hall. These old men exuded powerful auras. They were the higher-ups of Kamikaze Kenbu. At the top of the ancient hall there was a bronze throne, but there was no one on it. All the elders knew very well that the bronze throne belonged to the Kamikaze Kenbu's master. No one else had the right to sit on it. At this moment, the bronze throne was empty, which meant that the governor of Kamikaze Kenbu was busy and could not come. Just as the elders were discussing, a green-haired elder suddenly stepped forward and waved his hand, indicating for everyone to quiet down. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you've all heard that an extremely talented disciple has appeared in the advanced area. His name is Fang Chen, said the great elder. In Kamikaze Kenbu, the great elder of the high-ranking district was second only to the mansion master. His words carried a lot of weight. Since the mansion master was not around, he presided over the meeting of the higher-ups of Kamikaze Kenbu. When he joined Kamikaze Kenbu, he was assessed as a level 4 sword principal talent. In just a year, he grew from an ordinary disciple to a level comparable to the 8 great kings. That's enough to show his monstrous talent, said the great elder. This kind of disciple needs to be nurtured well. Who knows, there might be a 5th heavenly king in Kamikaze Kenbu in the near future. At this time, the great elder and the others all thought that Fang Chen was at most at the level of the 8 great kings. They never thought that Fang Chen's strength could be comparable to the 4 great kings. That's right. This kid is not simple. He has the highest chance of becoming the 5th heavenly king, said an elder. The great elder nodded slightly as everyone discussed. The reason for this meeting is to make Fang Chen the 9th great king of Kamikaze Kenbu. The great elder's face was full of smiles. It had been many years since a martial artist with such monstrous talent had appeared. Before Fang Chen, all the elders thought that Tong Yun was the disciple with the highest chance of becoming the 9th great king. However, Fang Chen's appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. That's right. He can send Tong Yun flying with one punch. He's qualified to be a great king. I wholeheartedly accept Fang Chen as the 9th great king. That's right. We all support Fang Chen to be the 9th great king, said the elders in unison. In Kamikaze Kenbu, the core disciples were not the advanced disciples. Instead, they were the best of the advanced disciples. They were the 4 great kings and the 8 great kings. To be able to be a great king meant that one had truly received the recognition of the higher-ups of Kamikaze Kenbu. Any disciple who could be a great king would have great achievements in the end. Of course, if they could be a great king, even the Lord of Kamikaze Kenbu would be amazed by their achievement. All right. In 3 days, he will participate in the Great King Assessment, announced the Great Elder. The higher-ups of Kamikaze Kenbu were going to assess Fang Chen to become the 9th Great King in 3 days. This news shook the entire Kamikaze Kenbu. Have you heard? Fang Chen is going to become the 9th Great King. This is too heaven-defying. How long has it been since he entered the advanced area? What a heaven-defying monster! In just a year, he was able to get all the elders to jointly recommend him to become the 9th great king. At the same time, all the disciples were waiting for the assessment to begin in 3 days. One should know that this kind of king-level assessment had not appeared for many years. It was too difficult for the Divine Wind Sword Mansion to cultivate a king-level disciple, unless the disciple was extremely talented. Only then could they become a king-level disciple. On this day, Star and Moon suddenly appeared in Fang Chen's courtyard. Her face was full of indifference. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Fang Chen and said softly, congratulations. Fang Chen was a little stunned when he heard this. With your strength, there is no doubt that you will pass the assessment, Star and Moon said softly. Fang Chen frowned slightly. He had a feeling that Star and Moon was a little different since they returned from the dark sky plains. She was no longer so cold in front of him, and she would not beat him up. Thank you. Fang Chen grinned. After that, Star and Moon bade farewell and left, while Fang Chen continued to cultivate. As for the Great King assessment in 3 days, Fang Chen did not care at all. With his strength, he was able to kill Yao Yun, which was enough for him to be ranked among the 4 great kings. Moreover, soon, the competition between the top 10 sect disciples would begin. Fang Chen's goal was this. He wanted to make a name for himself in this competition. Time passed bit by bit, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. 3 days later, on a mountain peak, many elders of the high-level areas were standing. In addition to the elders, the 4 great kings and the 8 great kings were all present. The ordinary disciples were not qualified to set foot on the mountain peak. They could only watch from the mountainside. When Fang Chen arrived at the mountain peak, everyone was already there, waiting for him. Fang Chen, you are here. The elders saw Fang Chen and greeted him with laughter. The 4 great kings and the 8 great kings all looked at Fang Chen. After greeting the elders, Fang Chen looked at the 4 great kings. Of the 4 great kings, he naturally recognized Star and Moon. There were 3 people standing side by side with Star and Moon. They were all male disciples. Their faces were expressionless as they looked at Fang Chen calmly. Fang Chen, let me introduce you. These are the 8 great kings, and these 4 are the 4 great kings. The great elder introduced them to Fang Chen. Fang Chen, we meet again. Sun Tu, one of the 8 great kings, looked at Fang Chen with a smile on his face. When they were on the sword intent plane, Sun Tu had seen Fang Chen's strength. Among these people, he knew Fang Chen's strength the best. Therefore, he believed that Fang Chen could pass the king assessment. After Sun Tu greeted Fang Chen, Star and Moon also nodded slightly at Fang Chen. Next, it was time for the highlight. Fang Chen, there are a total of 3 parts to the challenger assessment. The first is a test of strength, the second is a test of sword talent, and the third is a test of overall strength, the Grand Elder explained to Fang Chen. Is there anything else you are not satisfied with? The Great Elder asked. Fang Chen shook his head slightly and immediately appeared in front of the first stone tablet. This first stone tablet was called the Strength Stone Tablet. It was a stone tablet that tested the disciples' physical strength. On the stone tablet there were a total of 9 small squares. Each small square represented a level of strength. There were a total of 9 levels. Fang Chen, there are 9 small squares on the Strength Stone Tablet. As long as you can punch the 7th small square, you will pass the first test. The Great Elder reminded him. Fang Chen nodded slightly and asked, who held the record for the first test? Hearing Fang Chen's question, the Great Elder said, the record for the first test is held by the current leader of the 8 great kings, Zhu Xen. He punched the 8th small square. There were a total of 9 small squares on the Strength Stone Tablet. However, in the history of Kamikaze Kenbu, no one had ever punched the 9th small square. The highest was the current leader of the 8 great kings, Zhu Xen. During the king assessment, he punched the 8th small square and shocked everyone. Even the current 4 great kings did not manage to punch the 8th small square during the king assessment. After all, not everyone was good at strength. Fang Chen nodded slightly and began to take the test. Boom! A wild aura appeared around Fang Chen. This aura contained a tyrannical power. Then, Fang Chen clenched his fists and gathered all the strength in his body on his fists. The power of the 1-star Dao body was instantly exposed. How many small squares do you think Fang Chen can punch out? Sun Tu grinned. At most, 7 small squares. The person who spoke was the record holder of the Strength Stone Tablet. He was also the leader of the 8 great kings, Zhu Xen. Among the 8 great kings, Zhu Xian was best at pure strength. Zhu Xian's physical strength was considered top-notch in Kamikaze Kenbu. Maybe he can punch the 8th small square, Sun Tu joked. Chapter 166. Warriors who could become the 4 heavenly kings were almost perfect in every aspect. They were ranked on the Divine Wind Nation's Qi ranking and stood at the top of the younger generation of warriors in the Divine Wind Nation. It was not wrong to say that they were as intelligent as demons. Therefore, before seeing the results, they would not make wild guesses. Even if it was a predetermined outcome, they would not speak easily. The 8 great kings were different. They were considered the top in Kamikaze Kenbu, but there was still a big gap between them and the 8 great kings. Their foresight was not as far-sighted as the 4 heavenly kings. At this moment, the 8 great kings were discussing. They generally believed that Fang Chen could only blast out 7 small squares at most. It was impossible for him to tie with Zhu Xian's record. The elders' eyes were wide open. They wanted to see if Fang Chen could create a miracle. At this moment, before the power steel, Fang Chen's fist slammed onto the steel. Buzz! A strange sound came from the power steel. In the next moment, the entire power steel burst out with a dazzling light. This dazzling light directly swallowed Fang Chen. Crash! The 9 small squares on the power steel suddenly shook. In an instant, the first small square lit up. Then, the second small square and the third small square. In the blink of an eye, the 7th small grid lit up. When they saw this scene, all the disciples at the waist of the mountain exclaimed one after another. At this point, Fang Chen could be considered to have completed the first assessment. However, the dazzling light did not stop. The assessment was not over. Is it going to stop? The 8 great kings whispered. However, in the next moment, the 8th grid suddenly lit up. Countless disciples were shocked, and even the 8 great kings exclaimed in surprise. It lit up. Haha, it really lit up. Many elders did not care about their image at this moment. They laughed wildly. For so many years, the highest record in the first assessment of the King assessment was 8 small squares. They did not expect that after so many years, such a powerful warrior would appear in Kamikaze Kenbu again. Seeing the 8th small square lit up, Zhu Xian's face turned ugly. It was a record that he had held for a long time. He did not expect that the young warrior in front of him would break it so easily. One should know that Fang Chen was only 16 years old. It was rare for someone to have such a strong physical body at such a young age. When the 4 heavenly kings saw this scene, their eyes lit up. They looked at Fang Chen thoughtfully. At this moment, Fang Chen had a smile on his face. He could clearly see the shock of the outside world. Looks like I'm going to break this record, Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, Fang Chen shouted in his heart. Then, a strong force passed through his fist and into the power steel. Steel. All 9 small grids lit up. This was something that had never happened before in the history of Divine Wind Sword Mansion. The 9th small square lit up too. The first elder was very excited. At this moment, not only the elders, but even the ordinary disciples on the mountainside went crazy. Such a strong monster had appeared in their Kamikaze Kenbu. This kid's physical body is even stronger than Zhu Xian's, Sun Tu said softly. That's right. With his strong physical body, it's not bad for him to be ranked among the kings. Ha ha ha, Kamikaze Kenbu hasn't had a disciple like him for a long time. No wonder he could send Tong Yun flying with one punch. Yes, I feel that he can pass the king's assessment and become the 9th king of Kamikaze Kenbu. At this moment, several kings changed their views of Fang Chen. They had gradually acknowledged Fang Chen. However, there were also a few kings who were jealous of Fang Chen and did not acknowledge Fang Chen. Humph, what's there to be proud of about breaking the steel's record? That's right. Pure physical strength doesn't represent overall strength. You should know that overall strength is the main theme of this world. That's right. His physical body is strong, but it doesn't mean that his overall strength is strong, Zhu Xian said. Everyone stopped talking when they heard Zhu Xian's words. The four kings nodded when they saw this. The first assessment is over. Fang Chen, you really gave us a big surprise. The first elder walked to Fang Chen's side and grinned. Fang Chen, I look forward to your next performance, the other elders said. Next up was the second assessment. The second assessment was the Sword Dao Talent Assessment. Fang Chen was very clear about this. The talent steel here was different from the one when he entered Kamikaze Kenbu. There were also 9 small squares on the talent steel here. Through the first elder's introduction, Fang Chen found out that the talent steel's record was held by one of the four kings, Broken Heart, who had reached 7 small squares. The talent steel was different from the steel of power. The talent steel's assessment was more difficult. In the king assessment, one only needed to reach the 5th small square to pass the assessment. Among the 8 kings, most of the disciples had reached the 5th small square. There were also a few who had reached the 6th small square. However, only one of the 4 kings, Broken Heart, had reached the 7th small square. The Steel of Power's previous record was held by Zhu Xian, who was one of the kings who had reached the 6th small square. I bet that he can only reach the 5th small square at most, Zhu Xian said gloomily. The other kings did not respond. Fang Chen had shocked them too much. They did not know if Fang Chen would shock them again. The 4 kings stood to the side calmly and looked at Fang Chen. They did not say anything from the beginning. Fang Chen walked in front of the talent steel and glanced at it. Then, he poured all the spiritual energy in his true core into the talent steel. The small squares on the talent steel instantly lit up. In the blink of an eye, all 5 small squares lit up. At this moment, Fang Chen still felt very relaxed and did not feel any pressure. I wonder what level my Sword Dao talent can reach. Fang Chen also wanted to know what the limit of his Sword Dao talent was. Therefore, this time, he circulated all the spiritual energy in his body and poured it into the talent steel. Crash! Under everyone's stunned gazes, the 6th small square lit up. At this moment, Zhu Xian's expression was very ugly. Humph! Zhu Xian coldly snorted, feeling very uncomfortable. Just as everyone was about to cheer, the 7th small square lit up. When the 7th grid was lit up, the elders were extremely excited. Even the 4 heavenly kings were startled. This kid is not simple. Broken Heart, who had been silent all this time, said softly. Even among the 8 kings, he is not weak. Lin Jian, one of the 4 kings, said. Star and Moon's beautiful eyes flashed. No one knew what she was thinking, but there was an imperceptible joy on her face. When the 7th small square lit up, Fang Chen finally felt a trace of pressure. However, it was also at this moment that the golden heart began to tremble. In an instant, the 8th small square lit up. At this moment, everyone was speechless. The shock in their hearts was indescribable. The golden heart beat rapidly. Traces of clear energy constantly spread to Fang Chen's limbs and bones. At this moment, Fang Chen was a little dazed. He seemed to see a giant golden sword tearing through the sky and piercing his heart. Whoosh! Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. His forehead was full of sweat. In the blink of an eye, he had fallen into an illusion. Giant golden sword! Fang Chen exclaimed in his heart. The reason he crossed over to the ancient sword continent was because the giant golden sword tore through the sky and pierced his heart. Just as Fang Chen cried out in surprise, a blinding light erupted from the talent stone steel. In the next moment, all 9 small cells on the talent stone steel lit up. Whoosh! The entire mountain peak was in an uproar. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. Has his sword talent reached the limit of the talent steel? The great elder cried out. What 9 small squares? How is this possible? Zhu Xian's face was full of shock. He felt that this was not real. Heavens, this kid's talent is too heaven-defying. Someone exclaimed. At this moment, even the 4 heavenly kings were moved. They all nodded, acknowledging Fang Chen. When Fang Chen finished his trial, the talent steel was still incomparably dazzling. Only after a while did the talent steel slowly calm down. At this moment, everyone's gazes were focused on Fang Chen. Fang Chen, your talent is the best in the history of our kamikaze kenbu. The great elder was incomparably excited. The other elders all greeted Fang Chen. Even a portion of the 8 kings nodded excitedly. As expected, it's extraordinary, whispered Sun Tuesday. Only Zhu Xian's eyes were filled with jealousy. He hated Fang Chen for stealing the honor that belonged to him. Fang Chen, you've really given us a pleasant surprise. Your power has reached the limit of the talent steel, and your talent has also reached the limit of the talent steel. I wonder if your final comprehensive strength will be able to give us another pleasant surprise. The great elder grinned. Fang Chen's various aspects had exceeded their expectations. If the kamikaze kenbu fully nurtured him, then in less than 3 years, Fang Chen would definitely be able to reach the Heavenly King level. Of course, they had no idea that the current Fang Chen already had the strength of a Heavenly King. Fang Chen, the final trial is the comprehensive strength test. With your ability to send Tong Yun flying with one punch, you'll definitely be able to easily pass. Not bad. You'll definitely become the 9th king. Now we just want to see if you can create another miracle. Chapter 167. At this moment there was an uproar. All the warriors were waiting for Fang Chen to create another miracle. In the first 2 assessments, Fang Chen had obtained an unprecedented score. He had reached the limit of the stone tablet in each assessment. How terrifying was that? Fang Chen, Fang Chen. On the mountainside, countless disciples were cheering. They did not care about the results of the last assessment. They had already recognized Fang Chen. When Fang Chen took a step forward and appeared in front of the comprehensive stone tablet, everyone's eyes were fixed on Fang Chen. Overall strength? Fang Chen was slightly stunned and immediately said, Fang Chen, for the final test of overall strength, you will need to perform your strongest sword technique, the first elder said. The last assessment tested the warrior's overall strength. As long as one could leave 7 sword scars on the stone tablet, they would pass the assessment. Among the 8 great kings, there were a few who could leave 7 sword scars. However, there were only a few who could leave 8 sword scars. As for the warriors who could leave 9 sword scars, only the 4 great kings could do so. At this moment, Fang Chen gently took out the hidden dragon sword. An extremely powerful sword intent instantly filled the entire hidden dragon sword. In the next moment, Fang Chen performed the Tai dispersing sword, which was at the perfection stage. Whoosh! The sky was filled with sword radiance. It carried an extremely powerful aura and directly pierced towards the stone tablet. This sword technique is exquisite, the first elder said in surprise. Not only is it exquisite, but it has also reached the perfection stage. It seems that Fang Chen's talent in swordsmanship has reached a heaven-defying level, the other elders said. As soon as the perfection stage Tai dispersing sword was performed, it caused many disciples to exclaim. They were shocked. At this moment, Fang Chen was holding the hidden dragon sword in his hand. He suddenly slashed the stone tablet. With a buzzing sound, the stone tablet trembled. Crack! Cracks appeared on the stone tablet one after another. These cracks were filled with extremely dense sword intent. In an instant, 7 sword marks appeared on the stone tablet. Many warriors were shocked. However, while they were still in shock, the 8th sword scar appeared, and then the 9th sword scar appeared. Heavens, could it be that Fang Chen's strength is really comparable to the 4 heavenly kings? Only the 4 heavenly kings can leave 9 sword scars on the stone tablet. Is Fang Chen's overall strength really that strong? Many disciples cried out in alarm. Fang Chen had given them too many pleasant surprises. At this moment, not only the elders, but even the 8 monarchs were completely stunned. They thought that Fang Chen would be able to leave behind 8 sword scars at most. Who would have thought that Fang Chen would actually leave behind 9 sword scars? Although there was only a small difference between 8 sword scars and 9 sword scars, everyone knew that there was a huge difference. It could be said that to be able to leave 8 sword scars on the stone tablet, one could only be considered a peak king. There was still a huge gap between him and a heavenly king. However, to be able to leave 9 sword scars meant that one's overall strength was comparable to a heavenly king. One could even enter the Xingfeng nation's qi ranking. This was such a shocking thing. Fang Chen's strength was beyond everyone's imagination. Am I dreaming? The first elder said in disbelief. The other elders also exclaimed as if they were in a dream. At this moment, the 4 heavenly kings' faces were filled with surprise, especially Star and Moon. She had entered the dark sky plane with Fang Chen. At that time, Fang Chen's overall strength was at most comparable to the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm. In just 2 months, Fang Chen had grown to such a level. He must have encountered some opportunity in the dark sky plane. Did I pass the test? Fang Chen asked softly as he looked at the stunned crowd. Fang Chen's voice instantly woke everyone up from their shock. The elders surrounded Fang Chen and looked at Fang Chen with burning eyes. Full marks in all 3 tests. This is unprecedented in the history of Kamikaze Kenbu, the first elder said excitedly. Fang Chen was used to this. If the first elder and the others knew that he had killed Yao Yun, who was on the Qi ranking in the dark sky plane, would they be even more shocked? Of course, Fang Chen was unwilling to say such things. Pass, of course you pass. If you can't pass, then no one can pass the king test. From today onwards, you are the 9th king of Kamikaze Kenbu. With the first elder's announcement, Fang Chen officially became the 9th king of Kamikaze Kenbu. Of course, Fang Chen did not care about this at all. In just a short year after becoming an advanced disciple, Fang Chen had already become a king. This made the other kings very unhappy, especially Zhu Xian. His potential is very high, but that doesn't mean his overall strength is also very strong. I need to break his spirit, Zhu Xian thought to himself. Upon having this thought, Zhu Xian immediately glanced at Fang Chen in front of the crowd and said in a loud voice, Fang Chen, congratulations on becoming the 9th martial king. Your performance in the trial has shocked us all. As the leader of the 8 martial kings, I hereby challenge you. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Hearing Zhu Xian's words, everyone looked at Fang Chen, waiting for Fang Chen's reply. Originally, the first elder wanted to stop him, but he was stopped by the other elders. They also wanted to use this opportunity to see how strong Fang Chen really was. Why wouldn't I dare? Fang Chen said. Good. Then in 3 days, you and I will fight on the martial stage, said Zhu Xian. Why 3 days? We can fight right now, said Fang Chen bluntly. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Zhu Xian was stunned for a second. His expression immediately became gloomy and he coldly looked at Fang Chen. What do the elders think? Asked Zhu Xian. Although Fang Chen had already agreed, he still needed the elders' approval. Hearing Zhu Xian's words, the elders nodded slightly. Since the elders have agreed, then let's fight here. Zhu Xian gloomily said, Fang Chen, although your performance in the test was outstanding, I want you to know that the test is not the same as actual combat. As you wish, said Fang Chen indifferently. Crash. Zhu Xian was infuriated by Fang Chen's words. Suddenly, a pitch-black sword appeared in his hand. In the next moment, Zhu Xian displayed a peerlessly exquisite sword art. Cloud-breaking sword, sword breaking the world. Zhu Xian bellowed. His long sword streaked across the sky in a strange trajectory. In the next moment, it suddenly appeared in front of Fang Chen without any warning. Solitary Void Fist. Fang Chen displayed the Solitary Void Fist and punched Zhu Xian's long sword. Bang! With a loud bang, Fang Chen easily defeated Zhu Xian's long sword and forced him to retreat. Seeing this, Zhu Xian's expression became gloomier. He activated the cloud-breaking sword to the extreme. Rays of tyrannical sword light directly emerged from the long sword. I don't believe that you can withstand it. Zhu Xian roared angrily. Fang Chun seemed unwilling to waste time with Zhu Xian. He clenched his fist and displayed the solitary void fist again. The tyrannical solitary void fist directly bombarded the sword light in the sky. Crack! The sword light shattered, and Zhu Xian was forced back by Fang Chen's punch. Seeing that Fang Chen was about to attack again, Fang Chen tiptoed and appeared in front of Zhu Xian. He punched again and directly smashed Zhu Xian to the ground. Zhu Xian was furious and wanted to kill Fang Chen. Stop it! The first elder's voice came and directly stopped Zhu Xian's attack. Zhu Xian, you have already lost, the second elder said. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had defeated Zhu Xian. This scene caused all the elders to become even more excited. To be able to defeat Zhu Xian like this, it seems that this boy's comprehensive strength is comparable to the 4 heavenly kings. The first elder grinned. They originally thought that Fang Chen was at most a king, but now it was different. Fang Chen defeated Zhu Xian so easily. He was definitely a king. At this moment, the other kings looked at Fang Chen with fear in their eyes. The 4 heavenly kings' eyes were also filled with shock. To be able to achieve this at such a young age, it seems that he is qualified to enter the Qi ranking, Broken Heart said. Yes, our kamikaze Kenbo has another genius. Star and Moon did not say anything, but her beautiful eyes blinked as she looked at Fang Chen. A smile appeared on her beautiful face. He must have had a chance encounter in the dark sky plane, Star and Moon thought to herself. After a discussion, the elders decided to confer Fang Chen the title of the 5th heavenly king of Kamikaze Kenbu, and not the previous 9th king. From now on, Fang Chen will be the 5th heavenly king of Kamikaze Kenbu, the first elder announced. Following the first elder's announcement, all the disciples on the mountain peak went crazy. Looking closely at Fang Chen's growth in Kamikaze Kenbu, it was definitely inspirational. From the most ordinary disciple, step by step, he became the 5th heavenly king. Moreover, he did it within a year. Such a shocking disciple was hard to come by even in 100 years. Even the 4 heavenly kings recognized Fang Chen. Fang Chen, congratulations on becoming the 5th heavenly king. Broken Heart walked up to Fang Chen and congratulated him. Congratulations, the other 2 heavenly kings said with laughter. Star and Moon walked up to Fang Chen with light step. Her beautiful face was full of smiles. She nodded at Fang Chen and said, "Your strength has exceeded my expectations." When Fang Chen became the 5th heavenly king, the entire Kamikaze Kenbu went crazy. Fang Chen's matter was discussed by all the disciples. They worshipped Fang Chen and even made Fang Chen their goal. Did you know that Fang Chen has become the 5th heavenly king? What? Our Kamikaze Kenbu has a 5th heavenly king? The 5th heavenly king has appeared. This heavenly king is still very young. He has only been in Kamikaze Kenbu for a year. Chapter 168. Fang Chen, who had become the 5th heavenly king, suddenly became the focus of the entire Kamikaze Kenbu. Even the 8 great kings did not dare to be too arrogant in front of Fang Chen. However, although Fang Chen was very calm about becoming the 5th heavenly king, the higher-ups of Kamikaze Kenbu were not. One day, the 4 heavenly kings gathered in Fang Chen's courtyard to look for Fang Chen. "Fang Chen, we haven't had a proper gathering since you became the 5th heavenly king," said one of the 4 heavenly kings, Broken Heart. Broken Heart was considered the strongest martialist among the 4 heavenly kings. After Broken Heart was Star and Moon. The other 2 were slightly weaker. At their level, they would not pay attention to anyone unless they had their approval. Fang Chen had obviously received their approval. "Fang Chen, my name is Zhu Tian." A young man in white introduced himself with a smile on his face. "My name is Yunjiu," said Yunjiu. The 4 heavenly kings of Kamikaze Kenbu represented the top 4 disciples of the Kamikaze Kenbu's younger generation. For so many years, no disciple had been able to surpass them. They were like huge mountains, pressuring the other disciples to the point that they could not breathe. Only after becoming a heavenly king would one understand that the so-called 8 great kings were supreme existences in the eyes of ordinary disciples. However, in the eyes of the 4 heavenly kings, they were no different from ordinary disciples. Fang Chen had jumped over the 8 great kings and directly entered the ranks of the heavenly kings. This was enough to prove that his strength was comparable to the 4 heavenly kings. At this time, Star and Moon was no longer as cold as before. They looked at Fang Chen with a strange expression. Fang Chen, you really surprised me. You scored full marks in all 3 assessments. This is definitely a first in the history of Kamikaze Kenbu. Zhu Tian grinned. It's just luck, Fang Chen said modestly. Fang Chen, you don't have to be humble. If my guess is correct, your strength is enough to enter the Divine Wind Nation's Qi ranking, said Yunjiu. I'm so happy that 5 people from Kamikaze Kenbu have entered the Qi ranking. In the Sex Disciple competition a month later, Kamikaze Kenbu will definitely be able to hold our heads up high. Who knows, we might even be able to use this opportunity to enter the top 10 sex rankings, Broken Heart said. The 4 heavenly kings had high hopes for Fang Chen. At such a young age, Fang Chen was able to enter the ranks of heavenly kings. In the Sex Disciple competition a month later, Fang Chen would definitely become a dark horse. After the 5 of them chatted for a while, Broken Heart suddenly said, Fang Chen, you have just become a heavenly king. The Sword Mansion will definitely let you go to the Wanxiang Grotto. Yes, the Wanxiang Grotto. Fang Chen was a little puzzled as this was the first time he had heard of the Wanxiang Grotto. Fang Chen, the Wanxiang Grotto is a secret in Kamikaze Kenbu. Among the disciples, other than the 4 heavenly kings, no one knows of its existence. Even the 8 great kings do not know of its existence, Zhu Tian explained. The Wanxiang Grotto is an independent space created by an earth-shattering almighty in Kamikaze Kenbu. It contains the myriad phenomena of heaven and earth. It is said that as long as one can enter it, they will definitely be able to comprehend a concept, Yunjiu said. Fang Chen was shocked when he heard this. He did not expect the Wanxiang Grotto to have such a great background. Of course, what shocked Fang Chen the most was that the Wanxiang Grotto encompassed all phenomena. Martial artists who entered it could comprehend concepts as they wished. Encompassing all phenomena? Fang Chen's face was full of shock as he said this. Seeing Fang Chen's expression, the 4 heavenly kings were full of smiles. They also had the same expression when they first heard of the Wanxiang Grotto. It could be said that anyone who heard of the Wanxiang Grotto would be shocked because the Wanxiang Grotto was simply too precious. The Wanxiang Grotto was the reason why Kamikaze Kenbu was able to grow so quickly into a force that could contend with the 10 great sects. Moreover, the Wanxiang Grotto was also the most confidential matter in Kamikaze Kenbu. Other than the 4 heavenly kings, no ordinary disciple knew about it. The Wanxiang Grotto was designed with too many secrets. Once it was leaked, it would definitely be targeted by people with ulterior motives. Fang Chen, you should adjust your state for the next few days. When the time comes, the elders will inform you, Star and Moon said in a low voice. Have you all been to the Wanxiang Grotto before? Fang Chen raised his head and asked the 4. In the Wanxiang Grotto, I comprehended the concept of wind. Zhu Tian comprehended the concept of fire. Star and Moon comprehended the concept of speed. As for Yunjiu, he comprehended the concept of gold, Broken Heart said as he nodded his head. Fang Chen's eyes were filled with passion when he heard this. After he received the Water Devil's inheritance, he had obtained the Water and Fire Sword art. He needed to comprehend the water and fire intent realm before he could practice it. Before that, he had already comprehended the water intent realm. If he could comprehend the fire intent realm after entering the Wanxiang cave, he would be able to practice the water and fire sword art. Once he mastered the water and fire sword technique, he would definitely be able to improve in the sect's disciple competition a month later. Thinking of this, Fang Chen was extremely excited. After the 4 heavenly kings chatted with Fang Chen for a while, they turned around and left. After all, the sect's disciple competition was around the corner and they needed to prepare for it. When Star and Moon turned around and left, she looked at Fang Chen with a touch of tenderness in her eyes. If the other 3 heavenly kings saw this, they would definitely be shocked. The ice goddess Star and Moon actually had such a moment. 3 days later, Fang Chen left Kamikaze Kenbu and arrived at the imperial capital. This time, Master Tianhe sent him a message and asked him to come to the Heavenly Elixir Hall. Master Tianhe, what's the matter? Fang Chen asked directly when he saw Master Tianhe. Master Tianhe's face was filled with helplessness. He immediately said, Brother Fang, because of the elixir formula you gave us, our soul-reversing elixir has an absolute advantage over Elixir Pavilion's life elixir. As a result, Elixir Pavilion's business has been declining. Now, Elixir Pavilion is desperate. They are waging an all-out war against us, Master Tianhe said. Oh. When Fang Chen heard this, he nodded slightly. He was thinking about it in his mind. Now, he was tied to the Heavenly Elixir Hall. If the Heavenly Elixir Hall was destroyed, he would suffer a great loss. Moreover, he wanted to use the Heavenly Elixir Hall to earn a large amount of spiritual stones. Therefore, he could not let the Heavenly Elixir Hall be in danger. Have you contacted the Protector King's palace? Fang Chen asked. I have, but... Master Tianhe said. But what? Fang Chen asked. But the Protector King is unwilling to help us. That's why I asked Brother Fang to come, Master Tianhe said. When Fang Chen heard Master Tianhe's words, he understood that Master Tianhe wanted him to persuade the Protector King's palace. Immediately, Fang Chen said goodbye to Master Tianhe and went to the Protector King's palace. After entering the Protector King's palace, Fang Chen found the Protector King, Duan Muan. Uncle Wen, Fang Chen called out. Fang Chen, why are you here? When Duan Muan saw Fang Chen, he was surprised. Uncle Wen, I'm here to discuss something with you, Fang Chen said bluntly. What is it? Duan Muan asked. The Heavenly Elixir Hall is in a war with the Elixir Pavilion. I hope that Uncle Wen can support the Heavenly Elixir Hall, Fang Chen said. When Duan Muan heard this, he fell silent. Uncle Wen, is there something that you can't say? Fang Chen noticed Duan Muan's expression and asked. After a long while, Duan Muan shook his head and said, Fang Chen, when the Heavenly Elixir Hall cooperated with the Protector King's palace, I already knew about your relationship with the Heavenly Elixir Hall. However, the Protector King's palace can't do anything about this. Uncle Wen, what's the problem? Fang Chen asked. I don't know what happened, but the Heavenly Fiend Palace lost a few disciples a long time ago. These disciples happened to be the disciples that the 8th prince valued the most. Because of this, the 8th prince was furious. Duan Muan continued, previously, we weren't able to find out who the murderer was. However, recently, the 8th prince has been targeting the Protector King's palace. Even the Heavenly Fiend Palace is filled with hostility towards us. They are watching us closely. If we help the Heavenly Elixir Hall, they will definitely take the opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the Protector King's palace. When he heard Duan Muan's words, Fang Chen's face darkened. It seemed like this matter was a conspiracy. When he had killed the Heavenly Fiend Palace's disciples, no one had been present. In the end, he had even destroyed the corpses. No one would have known that he was the culprit. But now, the Heavenly Fiend Palace and the 8th Prince believed that the Protector King's palace had done this. In fact, they were just looking for an excuse to get rid of the Protector King's palace. As everyone knew, the Protector King's palace was very powerful in the Divine Wind Nation. Among the many princes with different surnames, The Protector King was the most powerful one. There were a total of 16 princes in the Divine Wind Nation's imperial family. Other than a few princes who didn't care about the imperial family, the other princes wanted to rope in the Protector King. This was because they knew that once they managed to rope in the Protector King, it would mean that he would become the next emperor of the Divine Wind Nation. However, although the Protector King had never expressed his support for anyone, everyone knew that the Protector King had a good relationship with the first prince. Therefore, the 8th prince treated the Protector King as an enemy and wanted to get rid of him. Especially recently, the old emperor's body was weak. When he was young, he had suffered serious injuries that couldn't be healed. As he was nearing the end of his life, the competition between the princes became even more intense. I understand. Fang Chen nodded and said, Fang Chen, the competition between the imperial family is far more complicated than you think. It's better for you not to get involved. Duan Muan said. After learning the ins and outs of the matter, Fang Chen bid farewell to the Protector King and returned to the Heavenly Pill Hall. Brother Fang, how did it go? Asked Grandmaster Tianhe anxiously. Fang Chen shook his head. When Grandmaster Tianhe saw this, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Grandmaster Tianhe, how many alchemy grandmasters does the Pill Pavilion have? Asked Fang Chen. When Grandmaster Tianhe heard Fang Chen's words, he was puzzled. However, he still answered Fang Chen's question. The Pill Pavilion has a total of 3 alchemy grandmasters. One of them is a red-haired old man that they invited from outside. Grandmaster Tianhe said. Brother Fang, do you have any plans? Chapter 169. What? You want to kill the 3 alchemy masters of the Elixir Pavilion? Master Tianhe asked in surprise. Master Tianhe, the person behind me will take action when the time is right, Fang Chen said softly. From the very beginning, Fang Chen had suspected that there was a mysterious almighty behind him. Even Master Tianhe believed him without a doubt. Now that he heard Fang Chen's words, he was finally relieved. Do we need to prepare anything? Master Tianhe asked. When the 3 alchemy masters of the Elixir Pavilion are all dead, the Heavenly Pill Palace will start to suppress the Elixir Pavilion. If possible, we will annex the Elixir Pavilion directly, Fang Chen said. At this moment, a bold plan appeared in Fang Chen's mind. All right, Master Tianhe nodded and said. In a tall pavilion in the imperial capital, Pavilion Master Wang sat at the highest position. Below him were 3 old men. They were the alchemy masters of the Elixir Pavilion. The reason why the Elixir Pavilion could become such a big force was because of these 3 alchemy masters. At this moment, Pavilion Master Wang's face was gloomy. He glanced at the 3 alchemy masters and said in a deep voice, The 3 of you, now is the most critical moment. If we lose this battle, the Elixir Pavilion will cease to exist. Rest assured, Pavilion Master Wang. Our plan is very thorough. We will annex the Heavenly Pill Palace's property bit by bit. The foundation of the Heavenly Pill Palace will be unstable, and they will be destroyed in the end, the red-haired old man said with a smile. That's right. This time, the Elixir Pavilion will succeed, the other 2 alchemy masters said confidently. Although the entire imperial capital looked calm on the surface, it was surging secretly. The 2 giants, the Elixir Pavilion and the Heavenly Pill Palace, were accumulating their strength and preparing for war. One day, in a dark night, the imperial capital was so dark that one couldn't see his fingers in front of him. There was no one on the street. It was very quiet. However, there was an exception. This place was the most famous place in the imperial capital. There was a restaurant there that was brightly lit. It formed a sharp contrast with the pitch-black surroundings. From the outside, one could hear all kinds of loud singing from inside. From time to time, martial artists would come out from inside. They were drunk, but their faces were full of smiles of enjoyment. In a dark corner, Fang Chen had been hiding for several hours. He stared at the entrance of the restaurant and waited. The crescent moon hung high in the sky. In the middle of the night, Fang Chen finally saw the person he was waiting for. A gray-haired old man walked out of the restaurant. The gray-haired old man reeked of alcohol, and his eyes were filled with obscenity. After the gray-haired old man walked out of the restaurant, he didn't forget to look back before quickly disappearing into the darkness. This gray-haired old man was an alchemy master of the pill building. Although his alchemy skills were very good, his strength was not enough. His cultivation level was only at the peak of the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm. Fang Chen asked around and found out that this gray-haired old man liked to hang out in places like this. Therefore, Fang Chen's first target was this gray-haired old man. Seeing the gray-haired old man leave, Fang Chen quickly followed him. After a while, the gray-haired old man walked on an empty, secluded street. He was about to return to the pill building. However, at this moment, Fang Chen silently appeared in front of him and blocked his way. "Who is it?" Seeing this, the gray-haired old man shook his head and shouted loudly. "The person who is going to kill you," Fang Chen said coldly. Hearing this, the gray-haired old man's face changed drastically. He instantly exploded with all the strength in his body and attacked the person in front of him. However, after a minute, the gray-haired old man's corpse fell on the street. After Fang Chen destroyed the corpse, he disappeared into the darkness. The gray-haired old man probably didn't know who he had offended and why he wanted to kill him. The next day, the pill building discovered that the gray-haired old man had gone missing. They searched the entire imperial city but couldn't find him. In the end, they found out that the last place the gray-haired old man went to was such a vulgar place. Tower Master Wang's face was extremely gloomy. After investigating the restaurant, Tower Master Wang became even angrier. All the signs pointed to the fact that the gray-haired old man had been killed. Damn it! It must be the Heavenly Elixir Palace. Tower Master Wang roared angrily. It seems like the Heavenly Elixir Palace has made their move. Tower Master Wang, what should we do next? The red-haired old man asked. The Heavenly Elixir Palace's next target might be the two of you. You must be careful and try not to go out, Tower Master Wang warned. Don't worry, the red-haired old man said. The death of the gray-haired old man made the pill building even crazier. They went to war with the Heavenly Elixir Palace in terms of business. However, because the Heavenly Elixir Palace had the soul-reversing pill, they could temporarily resist the pressure from the pill building. After Fang Chen killed the gray-haired old man, he couldn't find the time to kill the other two alchemy masters. He knew that the pill building must have noticed something. After a few days, Fang Chen left the imperial capital and returned to Kamikaze Kenbu. This was because the elders of Kamikaze Kenbu had sent him a message, asking him to return because the Wanxiang Cave was about to open. Although the Heavenly Elixir Palace's matter was important, the Wanxiang Cave was even more important to Fang Chen. After Fang Chen heard the news, he quickly returned. Fang Chen walked into the Holy Wind mountain range with ease. After taking a few steps, he met a group of people. There were more than 10 people in this group, and they all had a fierce aura. "Kid, leave your things behind and we can leave your corpse intact," the leader said coldly. The others immediately surrounded Fang Chen. "Bandit group?" Fang Chen asked. "Since you know that we are a bandit group, hurry up and hand over your things. Otherwise we will cut you into pieces," the leader said sternly. "If I were you, I would definitely scram as far as I can," Fang Chen sneered. "Kid, are you courting death?" the leader shouted angrily. "You are the ones courting death." As Fang Chen spoke, a wild aura emerged from his body. In the next moment, he clenched his fist and executed the solitary emptiness fist. Bang bang bang, wherever the fist passed, the bandit group's members died instantly. In the blink of an eye, 9 of the bandit group's members were dead. Only the bandit leader was left in a sorry state. "Young master, please let me go. I failed to recognize you." The bandit leader knelt in front of Fang Chen and shouted. "It's too late." Fang Chen bellowed and punched the head of the mounted bandit leader. The mounted bandit leader died instantly. After doing all this, Fang Chen turned and left. However, at this moment, a white-clothed figure suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Wonderful, wonderful! The figure in white smiled and said, "My friend's fist technique is really exquisite." Fang Chen turned his head and looked. When he saw the figure in white, he was stunned. "Bai Yijian," Fang Chen said in surprise. The figure in white was stunned and asked, "My friend, you know me?" The person who came was Bai Yijian, who had saved Fang Chen from Yao Yun. He was also an expert on the Xingfeng nation's qi ranking. "When you were fighting with Yao Yun, I was watching from afar. I was almost killed by Yao Yun, but you intervened and saved my life," Fang Chen said with his hands cupped. Bai Yijian thought about it carefully and instantly recalled the scene from that year. His face was filled with shock. "How is it possible? It has only been a year and you have grown to this extent," Bai Yijian exclaimed. Back then, he could easily kill Fang Chen. However, when he was watching in the dark, he saw that Fang Chen's fist was extremely powerful. "Anything is possible," Fang Chen said. "However, I still have to thank you for intervening back then." Fang Chen was grateful to Bai Yijian. If it were not for him, Fang Chen would have most likely died at the hands of Yao Yun. "It's a small matter." Bai Yijian laughed. "Back then, Yao Yun and I fought very fiercely. Our strengths were on par. Some time ago, I got a chance and my strength increased tremendously. I went to find Yao Yun and wanted to take revenge. However, I found that Yao Yun was dead. I don't know who killed him." "Yao Yun was killed by me," Fang Chen said. "What?" Bai Yijian's eyes widened when he heard this. He looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. Whoosh! In the next moment, Bai Yijian flicked his wrist and a sword light shot out. Bang! Seeing this sword light, Fang Chen punched out and shattered the sword light. His body did not move at all. Bai Yijian was shocked when he saw this scene. In just a year, the man in front of him had grown to this extent. If he did not believe that Yao Yun was killed by the man in front of him, he believed it now. "You are really powerful. You killed Yao Yun. You can also enter the qi ranking," Bai Yijian said as he tried to calm his excitement. Fang Chen nodded and asked, "My name is Fang Chen." "Bai Yijian Lu Bai," Bai Yijian said with a smile. "What are you doing in the Holy Wind mountain range?" Fang Chen asked. "The horse bandits that you killed previously had a strong background, especially the leader of the horse bandit. His elder brother is a Qi High warrior. I came to the Holy Wind mountain range to look for that Qi High warrior," Bai Yijian said. Oh, Fang Chen was confused. After that, Bai Yijian explained that he had a grudge with that Qi High warrior and wanted to take revenge. However, before he could find that Qi High warrior, he met his younger brother. He wanted to kill him, but Fang Chen beat him to it. In the end, Bai Yijian chatted with Fang Chen for a while before he left. "Fang Chen, I will be waiting for you at the sect competition in a month's time," Bai Yijian said as he turned and left. Fang Chen returned to Kamikaze Kenbu. The elders informed Fang Chen that the Wanxiang cave was about to open. They asked him to prepare himself and adjust his body to its best condition. Fang Chen's eyes were filled with excitement. Chapter 170. The Wanxiang cave was extremely important to Fang Chen. On this day, the Great Elder and the Second Elder found Fang Chen and brought Fang Chen to the forbidden area of the Kamikaze Kenbu. "Fang Chen, don't tell anyone about the Wanxiang cave," the Great Elder instructed. Fang Chen nodded. Then, the Great Elder and the Second Elder worked together to undo the seal of the Wanxiang cave. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the sky. Fang Chen's heart trembled. He did not expect the Wanxiang cave to be sealed in the void. This was the forbidden area of the Kamikaze Kenbu. Other than the core executives of the Kamikaze Kenbu, no one could enter this place. Therefore, the Wanxiang cave was the most confidential place here. Rumble. Just as Fang Chen was trembling, a void stone door suddenly appeared in the sky. This void stone door was completely formed by spiritual energy. Fang Chen, go in quickly, the great elder shouted in a low voice. Hearing this, Fang Chen pushed off with the tip of his foot and plunged into the Wanxiang cave. Crash! Fang Chen felt a flash of white light. In the next moment, he opened his eyes. Is this the Wanxiang cave? Fang Chen felt as if he was in a dream. Everything around him seemed illusory and real. He was currently in a cave. Although it was called a cave, it was extremely spacious. Fang Chen stood at the entrance of the cave. It was pitch black outside the cave. He could not see anything. Myriad phenomena of heaven and earth. Fang Chen felt that being in the Wanxiang cave, he could touch the myriad phenomena of heaven and earth. His body felt extremely comfortable. As expected of the Wanxiang cave. It's all-encompassing. It's amazing, Fang Chen said in surprise. Fang Chen walked step by step towards the depths of the Wanxiang cave. Along the way, Fang Chen saw many strange sights. For example, right now there was a small lake beside him. Within this small lake, there was a large amount of brook water. This brook water was different from ordinary brook water. It contained a rich aura of water element. If one wanted to comprehend the concept of water, they could enter this small lake to do so. Of course, Fang Chen had already comprehended the concept of water after receiving the inheritance of the water demon. Even so, when Fang Chen passed by the small lake, he could still feel the rich aura of the water element in the stream. Such a strong aura of the water element, Fang Chen said in surprise. Then, Fang Chen saw a metal platform beside the small lake. This platform was the place to comprehend the concept of metal. Next, Fang Chen saw many strange sights. Finally, Fang Chen saw a sea of fire in the depths of the Wanxiang cave. The temperature in this sea of fire was extremely high. The aura of the fire element. Fang Chen's eyes were burning. Looking at the sea of fire, his face revealed a trace of excitement. The purpose of entering the Wanxiang cave was to comprehend the concept of fire. Now that he saw the sea of fire, how could Fang Chen not be excited? The Wanxiang cave will only be open for half a month. We can't waste time, Fang Chen said softly. Then, Fang Chen resolutely entered the sea of fire. In the beginning, as soon as Fang Chen entered the sea of fire, countless flames frantically wrapped around Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen felt extremely hot, as if he was about to be roasted. So hot. Fang Chen began to use the spiritual energy in his true core to resist. His body was instantly covered with a layer of spiritual energy, resisting the heat of the flames. However, as the flames around him increased, the spiritual energy was unable to resist the heat of the flames. At this moment, Fang Chen's Tao body erupted. Although it was a one-star Tao body, his physical body was still very strong. After the Tao body erupted, Fang Chen instantly felt a trace of coolness. It is indeed a Tao body, Fang Chen thought to himself. The eruption of the Tao body allowed Fang Chen to gradually adapt to the sea of fire. The surrounding flames no longer burned Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen knew very well that the Tao body could only suppress the flames for a short period of time. If he wanted to completely resist the heat of the flames, he had to comprehend the concept of fire as soon as possible. Crash! Fang Chen closed his eyes slightly and began to comprehend the concept of fire. Due to the experience of comprehending the concept of water, Fang Chen had a slight advantage when it came to comprehending the concept of fire. Fang Chen constantly absorbed the aura of fire elements in the sea of fire. At the same time, Fang Chen was also comprehending the aura of fire elements. After 7 days, Fang Chen finally had some understanding of the aura of fire element. At this moment, Fang Chen could freely travel through the sea of fire without relying on his Tao body. The Wanxiang cave is indeed extraordinary, Fang Chen thought to himself. If this wasn't the Wanxiang cave, it would be too difficult to comprehend the concept of fire. Fortunately, this was the Wanxiang cave, which was all-encompassing. This allowed Fang Chen to comprehend the concept of fire much faster. Let's try to comprehend the concept of fire in one go, Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, he once again entered into cultivation. As time passed, Fang Chen's body was filled with an extremely rich aura of fire elements. This aura of fire elements constantly flowed through Fang Chen's body. At this moment, Fang Chen's mind was also filled with a large amount of aura of fire elements. The flames in the surrounding sea of fire constantly surrounded Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen could no longer feel the scorching heat. While Fang Chen was comprehending the concept of fire, traces of invisible aura in the Wanxiang cave constantly drilled into Fang Chen's body. Even Fang Chen didn't know that the penetration of these invisible auras had caused the aura of fire elements to become crazy. At the same time, the golden heart was beating rapidly, as if it wanted to help Fang Chen comprehend the concept of fire. Every time the Wanxiang cave opened, it would only last for half a month. Every martialist could only enter the Wanxiang cave once in their lifetime. The second time would be invalid. Every martialist of the 4 heavenly kings who entered the Wanxiang cave would be able to comprehend a concept within half a month. Fang Chen's potential was originally much higher than theirs. Thus, comprehending the concept of fire was very easy for him. After 10 days in the Wanxiang cave, Fang Chen finally comprehended the concept of fire. At a certain moment, a deafening sound suddenly erupted from the sea of fire. Immediately after, Fang Chen opened his eyes and a flame shot out from his eyes. Fang Chen's mind was filled with a fiery red aura. This fiery red aura contained a tyrannical power. Concept of fire, Fang Chen said softly. Immediately, a rich concept of fire surrounded Fang Chen's body and formed a strong defense. With the concept of fire surrounding his body, the flames in the sea of fire didn't dare approach Fang Chen. It's a pity that I can only enter the Wanxiang cave once in my lifetime, Fang Chen said with a little regret. If he could enter this place a few more times, he might be able to comprehend a few more concepts. But now that he had comprehended the concept of fire, he was pleasantly surprised. Fang Chen's body was covered in the concept of fire. He prepared to leave the sea of fire, but at this moment, the flames in the depths of the sea of fire formed a whirlpool. Immediately, a tyrannical power came out of the whirlpool. In the next moment, Fang Chen was shocked to find that within the whirlpool of flames, a flame dragon had appeared. This flame dragon's body contained a tyrannical power. Furthermore, the flame dragon's head contained a rich concept of fire. Fang Chen was incomparably shocked as he looked at the flame dragon that had suddenly appeared. Could it be that the flames have given birth to spirituality? Fang Chen asked. Thinking of this, Fang Chen's expression changed. He clenched his fist, and the concept of fire wrapped around his fist. In the next moment, he directly used the solitary emptiness fist. Boom! With a loud bang, Fang Chen's flaming fist smashed into the fire dragon's body, creating a loud noise. Crack! The fire dragon was hit by Fang Chen's fist, and its body retreated a little. However, it immediately opened its mouth and spat out a stream of flames. It directly attacked Fang Chen crazily. Bang! Bang! In an instant, Fang Chen and the flame dragon began to fight. The flame dragon's control of the concept of fire had already reached the pinnacle. In this aspect, Fang Chen was at a disadvantage. But fortunately, Fang Chen's true strength was comparable to an expert on the Qi ranking. He was just barely able to resist the flame dragon's attack. Time slowly passed. Fang Chen and the flame dragon's battle became more and more intense. But neither of them was able to gain an advantage over the other. What surprised Fang Chen the most was that while he was fighting the flame dragon, his control of the concept of fire was slowly increasing. 2 hours later, Fang Chen's entire body was soaked with sweat, but his face was full of smiles. Although he had fought fiercely for 2 hours and was already exhausted, he discovered that his control over the concept of fire had almost reached a perfect level when he clashed with the fire dragon. Boom! Fang Chen retreated. At this moment, the flame dragon attacked again. Fang Chen took a deep breath and immediately clenched his fist. He activated his Taoist body and punched out with a flaming fist. With a bang, the flame dragon was sent flying and disappeared into the flame vortex. Hiss! Under Fang Chen's gaze, the flame vortex disappeared into the sea of fire. Then, the sea of fire returned to its calm state. Is this flame dragon here to be my sparring partner? Fang Chen was a little puzzled. After thinking for a moment, Fang Chen left the sea of fire. My control of the concept of fire is almost perfect, Fang Chen said excitedly, his eyes shining. At this moment, there were still 5 days before the Wanxiang cave closed. Fang Chen wanted to try and see if he could comprehend other concepts. Then, Fang Chen thought carefully and prepared to comprehend the concept of wind. If he could successfully comprehend the concept of wind, his speed would increase dramatically. At critical moments, it could produce unexpected results. After that, Fang Chen directly appeared on top of a cliff in the Wanxiang cave. Standing on this cliff, one could feel a biting cold wind blowing towards them, as if a knife was slashing across one's face. This cliff was a place specially used to comprehend the concept of wind. On the cliff, he could vaguely see some small handwriting left behind by some seniors in the Kamikaze Kenbu. Hoo!